The sky over Marineford was heavy and oppressive, pressing down on everyone's breath. The sea wind swept across the plaza, flags fluttered noisily, yet the sea was eerily calm. Undercurrents surged beneath the surface, threatening to unleash a monstrous wave that would swallow everything. Sengoku stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the gray sea in the distance, silent for a long time. The office was very quiet. Garp sat nearby with his arms crossed. The usually boisterous marine hero now had his head lowered, wrinkles creasing his face. Admiral Tsuru sat upright with a calm gaze, but she was constantly observing everyone's reactions in the room. The three admirals stood on either side, Akainu Sakazuki with a cold, hard expression, Kizaru leaning back lazily, half-closed eyes, and Akiji with folded hands, his head lowered in thought. Everyone was fully aware that this meeting would determine not only the life or death of one man, but the future direction of the entire world. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, using his warlord position as a bargaining chip, handed over Port Gas D. Ace to the Navy. Sengoku turned around, his voice low and powerful. Ace has been secretly transported to Impel Down. Relevant information is still under lockdown. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the office grew even more oppressive. The name Ace was familiar to everyone present. Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division with a high bounty and immense combat power. More critically, he was the bloodline of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. This identity alone was enough to drive the entire world crazy. Sengoku placed his hands on the table, looking around at everyone. Now the Navy has only two choices. First, continue to keep the news secret. Execute Ace, quietly cut off the pirate king's bloodline, and avoid a direct confrontation with Whitebeard. Second, publicly announce Ace's capture, use him as bait to lure the Whitebeard Pirates to Marineford, and win this battle in front of the whole world. He spoke calmly, but everyone could tell that both options came at an extremely high cost. Garp was silent for a long time, then cleared his throat and said, "Don't look at me. Ace is a junior I've watched grow up. I won't be part of this decision." He rarely showed such obvious exhaustion in these meetings. Sengoku glanced at him, then turned to the others. Akainu spoke first, his voice low and grating, "Public execution. Since we've caught the person Whitebeard values most, we should nail him before the whole world as a flagstone to crush the pirate era. If Whitebeard comes, we'll wipe him out too. Yonko are a cancer that shouldn't exist." His tone showed no hesitation, already viewing this war as inevitable. Kizaru slowly raised his eyelids, dragging his words, "So scary. Whitebeard isn't an ordinary pirate. If that kind of monster really comes to headquarters, the casualties would be enormous, wouldn't they? If it's just about executing one Ace, wouldn't it be easier to do it discreetly? Making so many people risk their lives together, what a bother." Akainu shot him a cold glance, but didn't respond. Akiji thought for a moment, then spoke. From an overall strategic perspective, what Kizaru said is correct. Behind Whitebeard is the entire Whitebeard Pirates and their allied fleet. Even if the Navy ultimately wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. More troubling is that the Yonko are never isolated. If we go to war with Whitebeard, how will Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom react? And how will the other great pirates of the New World move? Once the Navy is weakened, it won't just be the New World spiraling out of control. It could affect the entire sea. Sengoku didn't respond immediately. Admiral Tsuru gently tapped the table and added, "The Navy has been keeping the news under wraps mainly because we aren't fully confident we can withstand Whitebeard's wrath. It's not that we're afraid to kill Ace. Unless necessary, no one wants to escalate a war to a global level." This statement laid out everyone's concerns. The Navy wasn't incapable of fighting. No one was willing to gamble on a war that could determine the world's fate without absolute certainty. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Then Sengoku slowly spoke, "Release the news." Kizaru opened his eyes, Akiji tilted his head, and even Garp looked up at him. Akainu's eyes narrowed. This decision came too decisively. Especially from the usually cautious and steady Sengoku, it was abnormally bold. Admiral Tsuru stared at Sengoku and suddenly smiled. "You're not impulsive, Sengoku. Since you dare choose the most aggressive plan, that means you have cards in hand." Sengoku didn't deny it. He walked back behind the desk, crossed his hands in front of him, and said with certainty, "Secret execution seems safe on the surface, but it's only self-deception. Whitebeard isn't blind and Blackbeard isn't a man to stay still. Ace's capture will never remain hidden forever. Once the news leaks from someone else, we'll lose all initiative. Instead of fighting on the defensive, it's better to actively set the battlefield and lure them in." He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "If we can cripple or destroy the Whitebeard Pirates in this battle, the balance of the Yonko will be broken. After that, the New World will fall into internal conflict over a power vacuum. Pirates tearing each other apart. That's far more beneficial to the Navy than them banding together." Even Akainu fell silent, staring at him. Because everyone understood that this plan could only work on one premise: the Navy had to win decisively. Otherwise, Marineford would become the Navy's grave. Admiral Tsuru asked the key question, "What gives you the confidence?" Everyone in the office looked at Sengoku simultaneously. He paused, then finally said, "I've already requested reinforcements from Commander-in-Chief Kong. Early this morning, the headquarters sent someone." Kizaru raised his head. "Oh, who could make Commander Sengoku so confident?" Sengoku uttered a name unfamiliar to most. "Army General Albert." The room fell silent. Akiji frowned. "Army General. Not to mention the top Navy officers present, even Garp was taken aback. The Navy, Army, and Air Force all belonged to the world government's armed system, but it was always the Navy that was active on the seas. The Army headquarters had been so low-key for years that it was practically invisible, let alone producing a general that Sengoku would use as his trump card. Kaido frowned. I've never heard that name. That's normal, Sengoku said. He only came into the headquarters view 3 months ago and was personally promoted to Army General by Kong just 1 month ago. Everyone's expressions changed. A general who took office only a month ago, and he's supposed to be the trump card against Whitebeard. If these words hadn't come from Sengoku, they would have sounded utterly absurd. Huang Yuan let out a low whistle. Truly remarkable. Garp frowned and asked, is that guy really that strong? Sengoku looked at the sky outside, speaking with certainty. Gangu Kong only said one thing to me. As long as Albert stands in Marineford, even if Whitebeard himself arrives, the headquarters will not lose. The office fell silent. Staff officer, he was lost in thought. She understood Gangu Kong's character. A veteran who had come through that era would never casually praise anyone nor joke about such matters. The person who could elicit such an evaluation from him was no ordinary individual. Sengoku sat back down and finalized the order. From now on, prepare the public execution plan. Summon all vice admirals and above, mobilize the 7 warlords of the sea, strengthen Marineford's defenses, and enter full combat readiness. Also, he put on a stern face. I want to see Albert as soon as he arrives. The order given, everyone stood up. Garp walked out in silence, his back more hunched than usual. Akainu left first, his steps without pause, exuding murderous intent. Akiji and Kizaru exchanged glances and then went their separate ways. Only staff officer, he paused at the door and looked back at Sengoku. You are staking the future on a man who only appeared 3 months ago. Sengoku met her gaze. This is Gangu Kong's decision. Staff officer, he nodded and pushed the door open to leave. The office fell quiet again. Outside the window, dark clouds churned and waves finally rose on the distant sea. Sengoku looked at the restless ocean and murmured to himself, Whitebeard, since you are bound to come sooner or later, then let your era end here in Marineford. Meanwhile, at sea, some distance from Marine headquarters, a warship that had set out overnight from the world government's headquarters was cutting through layer upon layer of waves, heading straight for Marineford. And the trump card the Navy was anxiously awaiting was quietly residing in the ship's cabin. No one knew what light would greet this sea when the noon sun reached its zenith. The warship split the waves, white foam splashing onto the deck. The sky remained overcast, but at the edge of the horizon a layer of golden light suppressed by clouds could faintly be seen, power brewing behind it, about to tear the sky open. Tashigi adjusted her glasses and looked toward the cabin for the 3rd time. Colonel. No, Commodore Smoker. She lowered her voice, but couldn't help asking. Why does Fleet Admiral Sengoku place such importance on that Mr. Albert? He even specifically ordered us to receive him with the highest standards. I saw him this morning. He seemed so gentle and elegant and bearing with none of the oppressive aura of a monster-class powerhouse. As she spoke, her mind conjured the image of her first encounter with him on the deck that morning. Blonde, handsome, dressed in spotless white robes without a single wrinkle, wearing a polite smile, and even thanking her softly when speaking. No matter how you looked at it, he had nothing to do with the words Navy's trump card. Smoker bit his cigar, his gaze fixed on the sea ahead, but his expression was more serious than usual. Because he's not Navy. Tashigi was stunned. Not Navy. Yeah. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. He came from the world government's headquarters, a figure who popped up 3 months ago. A month ago, Gangu Kong personally appointed him as Army General. Army General. Tashiki's voice rose an octave before she quickly lowered it. This world has such a rank as Army General. Smoker glanced at her. The world government's armed forces aren't just the Navy, but the Army has had little presence these years. What truly makes the sea fear is always the Marine headquarters. But that's precisely why it speaks volumes. And nobody climbed to the rank of general in 1 month. Gangu Kong is even willing to loan him to Sengoku. What does that represent? Think about it yourself. Tashigi opened her mouth, but couldn't find words. She wasn't stupid. For someone to be valued by both Gangu Kong and Sengoku couldn't be solely due to powerful backing. That could only mean that the man's own strength was astonishingly formidable. She looked at the rolling sea ahead, her heart suddenly tightening. Fleet Admiral Sengoku transferring such a person to Marineford at this time. Could it be because of Ace's matter? Smoker was silent for 2 seconds, then said in a low voice, 10-1 yes. Blackbeard captured Ace. This hasn't been made public yet, but the headquarters movements are too many. Troops are being mobilized, orders are dense, even the 7 warlords will be summoned. If I'm not mistaken, he raised his head, his gaze somber, an epic war is about to come. Tashigi held her breath. As a Navy officer, she knew too well what the words epic war meant. It wasn't an ordinary suppression operation, it was a full-scale war that could rewrite the world structure. Inside the cabin, unlike the tense atmosphere outside, Albert was leaning back in a chair taking a nap. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a handsome and calm profile on his face. If anyone could see deep into his consciousness, they would find a translucent panel visible only to him, quietly floating before his eyes. 7 Deadly Sins Template System. Current template: sin of pride. Escaner template fusion 41 abilities, sun magic ultimate physique, prideful pressure trait fluctuates with sunrise and sunset peaks at noon. Albert slowly opened his eyes and yawned. Almost noon again. He murmured to himself with little emotion. 3 months ago, he had transmigrated into this world and awakened the 7 deadly sins template system. At the start, there was only one template to choose, Sin of Pride. At first, he thought this ability was rather absurd. After all, becoming stronger before noon and nearly invincible at noon was utterly cheating. And that was exactly the case. In just 1 month, relying on this almost exaggerated power, he bulldozed his way from obscurity into the sight of the world government's top brass and was finally specially promoted to Army General by Gang Gukong himself. This journey had been too smooth, so smooth that Albert himself couldn't be bothered to struggle. His original plan was to stay at Army headquarters, steadily grind template progress, and only consider the truly troublesome monsters of the new world when his fusion rate was higher. But then Gang Gukong's transfer order sent him onto a ship bound for Marineford. The Paramount War. Albert rubbed his forehead and smiled. Not a bad thing, I suppose. Besides, my template progress is stuck. Meeting the top-tier powerhouses of this era might bring a new breakthrough. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside. Immediately after, the distorted shout of a lookout soldier echoed. No. Jeek's expression shifted. This feeling was wrong. Yet he was never one to retreat. Rather, the oppressive force stirred a fierce excitement within him. Interesting. There are such people hiding in the Navy. He laughed wildly, the twin blades flashing as his enormous frame surged forward, the deck cracking beneath his feet. The same technique, the same savage slash. The cut that had felled Simiji moments before now descended again toward A-boat's throat. Desiki went pale, instinctively about to cry out. But in the next instant she witnessed a scene she would never forget. A-boat did not evade. He did not even move his feet. Facing Jeek's blade capable of shearing steel as if it were paper, he merely raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and then thrust his fist outward with a thunderous crack. An ear-splitting detonation roared. The ivory blade in Jeek's hand shattered before that fist, splinters of ivory skittering in every direction. Then that utterly ruthless force struck Jeek's chest without pause. His colossal body left the deck, hurtling backward dozens of meters before slamming back onto the by-show pirate cruise ship. Railings splintered and the deck burst apart. Several unlucky pirates were hurled into the sea before they could even utter a scream. The surface of the water fell into a stunned silence. The Navy sailors gaped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. One punch, and it had sent Jekka the Drought among the 3 calamities flying. Desiki's hand froze mid-grip on her sword. One thought hammered through her mind. Could a human truly accomplish this? On the by-show pirate ship, Jekka hauled himself up from the shattered deck, blood at the corner of his mouth. There was no fear in his eyes, only a growing frenzy. Ha! Splendid. So the Navy really does hide such monsters. What is your names? A-boat remained where he stood, looking at him calmly. Admiral A-boat. Remember this name, for it will be the last thing you hear before you die. With those words, he slowly raised his right hand. A strand of golden flame flickered into being in his palm. In the next heartbeat, it swelled, blossoming into a miniature sun hovering above his hand. Searing heat swept across the sea, the air above the deck warped, and the nearby planks cracked with a burnished hiss. Desiki felt each breath scorch her lungs. The Navy around her instinctively recoiled, horror etched across their faces. This was no ordinary flame. It was the power of a sun. The cruel grin on Jeek's face finally faltered. He could distinctly feel his skin being seared, his very blood heating within him. Instinct screamed danger. Yet A-boat merely looked at him and said, evenly foolish, reckless, presumptuous. Is that the extent of Kaijuo's 3 calamities? Then your survival is meaningless. Jekka ground his teeth and snarled as his body swelled violently, skin bulging, while the power of the Ming Maxiang fruit erupted in madness. In the next second, the ghostly silhouette of a titanic mammoth threatened to fill the entire pirate ship, its savage aura tearing at the sea breeze with an ear-splitting roar. He refused to accept that he could be felled by a single blow. Come then, Jekka bellowed, charging once more toward the warship. A-boat simply cupped the growing searing orb and smiled with haughty calm. Good, he said. At least in that way you are worthy to die by my hand. Midday sunlight pierced the clouds, bathing the sea in a golden sheen. In the next moment, the blazing orb slowly ascended under the aghast stares of all. As the fireball climbed, the sea felt eerily still. It was not the wind that ceased. A wave of heat struck, first pressing on eardrums and drying throats. Jekka braced himself on the splintered rail, each ragged breath scraping his chest as if hooked. That single punch had wrenched him from his frenzy. He lifted his head and fixed his gaze on A-boat hovering above, his pupils pinched tight. This was no mere rear admiral, not a vice admiral, nor any man he had ever encountered at sea. That thing was wrong. Lord Jekka. A pirate lunged, his voice altered. That fire. Shut up. Jekka swung his head, blood in his mouth, the roar forced from his throat. Fire the cannons. All of you, fire. Bring him down for me. He spat the order in a shout. The stunned pirates on deck snapped to attention and lunged madly for the guns. Load the cannons. Hurry. Aim for that thing in the sky. Chains clattered, the cannon locks were slammed shut, and torches thrust into the vents. In the next instant, boom, 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 The pirate ship's broadsides roared black smoke billowing as dozens of cannonballs trailed red-hot wakes toward a boat in the warship. Tasiki braced herself against the cabin door, her fingers white with tension. She raised her head, her lenses reflected a blinding gold. A-boat did not even glance at the incoming shot. He merely bent his knee and pushed off. In an instant he rose, white coat billowing in the heat like a shadow being drawn heavenward by the sun. Before the shells drew near, their casings began to glow red. Closer still, the metal sang and reddened. One after another the cannonballs struck an invisible wall. Casings softened, gunpowder detonated prematurely, each bursting into flaming clusters that rained down into the sea with shards of iron and sparks. Jeek's expression altered utterly. "This cannot be," he began, but his voice was extinguished. High above, A-boat cradled the swelling fireball in a single hand and looked down upon the pirate ship, his gaze as cold as if surveying a heap of writhing refuse. "Merciless son." With those words, he thrust his hand downward. The golden orb spare of flourish fell straight. It was so swift the pirates only had time to look up. The next instant the light engulfed the vessel. No explosion sounded first. What came first was the crackle of timbers being seared to splinters, the high whine of metal warping, and the short strangled cries of throats sealed by intense heat. Jekka roared and swung his broken blade. Halfway through the lift, the ivory edge glowed cherry red under the fierce light. The entire Baisho pirate ship hull and shop men and masts seemed gripped by an unseen hand. Wrapped in that sun, it thundered down into the sea. There was a massive explosion as a white wall of water rose. Sheets of waves tens of meters high slammed into the warship. Those on deck were blinded, salt-laden water crashing over them, rails screeching as the hull lurched violently. "Hold on. Secure the port side. Fasten it. Lookouts, get down," the Navy cried hoarsely. Tasiki was slammed back 2 paces by the swell, her back hitting the bulkhead, glasses askew, vision blurred. She wiped water from her lenses, and when she looked up saw only a terrible glowing gold still burning at the sea's center. That was not the end. The fireball dragged the entire pirate ship down, sinking like a sun forcibly plunged into the deep sea. The surface churned and the seabed rumbled. A low roar pulsed through the layers of water as if something was swelling beneath. Albert did not land back on the deck. He hovered in midair, gazing down at the turbulent sea. He raised his right hand and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. "Fall back," he said flatly, as if commanding a trivial matter. The helmsman officer froze for a moment, then bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Full speed astern. Activate the special engines. Quick." From deep within the ship's belly came a dull grinding sound, like a colossal beast closing its jaws. The next second the 2 auxiliary engines at the warship's stern roared to life simultaneously. The propeller blades' RPM surged, forcing the entire vessel to carve a white line across the waves as it violently reversed. It was at that moment Albert's hand clenched completely. The arrogance of the explosion. Deep beneath the sea, the suppressed fireball detonated with a thunderous roar. First a muffled sound, as if the entire ocean had been caved in by a giant fist. Then the sound caught up. Rumble. A ringing filled Tashiji's ears, and she heard nothing else. She only saw the sea before her suddenly vanish. Not parted, but a vast expanse of seawater along with everything within it was instantly vaporized by terrifying heat. Within a range of several hundred meters, the sea surface collapsed into a massive circular void. Beneath it was pitch darkness, and white steam erupted wildly like a volcanic crater. The surrounding seawater, losing its support, cascaded in along the edges. The scene was so bizarre it made one's limbs go numb. No fish, no planks, no people. Only a deep-sea pit gouged out by the heat lay open on the ocean like a wound. "My God!" A marine soldier knelt on the deck, his voice trembling. The next moment the surrounding seawater surged back. Countless walls of water crashed into the void, colliding, compressing, and forming a massive black vortex. The warship had retreated far, yet it was still violently yanked by the receding force. "Can't hold the helm. Hard to starboard. Hard to starboard. Don't stop the engines. More pressure." The ship's stern shuddered as if about to break apart. Everyone on deck clung desperately to whatever they could grab, their boots dragging long watery trails across the wet planks. Tashiji hugged the mast, the skin on her palms scraped raw. She looked up and through the rolling steam barely made out Albert in the air. He remained utterly still, as if this sea, these waves, this enormous vortex that nearly swallowed the warship had nothing to do with him. The engines screamed continuously for over 10 seconds before the warship finally broke free from the suction. When the vessel steadied again, the deck was littered with prone figures. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing remained, the fine hiss of settling steam and the continuous low roar of the distant vortex. Tashiji stood up, leaning on her sword, her chest heaving. She stared at the sea for a long time. Nothing remained but churning white mist, not even a single intact plank. After an unknown time, the sea finally began to calm. Several Marines lowered grappling hooks and trawl nets, repeatedly dredging the edges. They only brought up charred splinters, melted iron plates, and a few unidentifiable pieces of severed rope. On the final haul, the net snagged a half-burnt massive ivory tusk. Its edges were melted as if gnawed off by something. A Marine on deck swallowed hard. "Is that Jack's tusk?" No one answered because the answer was already clear. The entire pirate ship along with Jack the Drought, one of the three calamities, was reduced to just this half a tusk. Tashigi walked over, crouched down, and touched the tusk. It was still hot. She snatched her hand back, her breath catching in her throat. The polite, gentle, elegant Albert from the morning deck and the man before her who had blasted a hole in the ocean seemed like two different people. No, even his physique was different. In the early morning he was tall and slender with the composed air of an aristocrat. By noon his white clothes were stretched taut over sharp shoulders, and back his muscles outlined like forged iron. Even his stance exuded an oppressive, condescending aura. It wasn't mere strength. Within that aura was an arrogance that trampled everything underfoot. Tashigi lowered her head, her cheeks burning. She had wondered that morning why Fleet Admiral Sengoku would treat such a man as a trump card. Remembering it now felt like being slapped in the face. A nearby Marine swallowed nervously and whispered, "Is Jack really dead?" Tashigi stared at the half-dusk for a moment before speaking. "If you want to find something else, go down and fish for it." The Marine immediately shut up. Albert had already landed back on the deck. He wasn't very wet, only the hem of his clothes swaying gently in the sea breeze. As he passed the half-tusk, he didn't even glance at it, as if he hadn't seen it. Smoker was helped to the mainmast, thick bandages wrapped around his chest, but blood still seeped through, slowly darkening the white cloth. He looked up at Albert, bit his cigar, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Do all you army guys talk so annoyingly?" Albert stopped and looked down at him. "No, it's just that you're too weak." The deck was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tashigi instinctively looked up. Albert's tone was flat, as if stating a fact. A Marine Commodore can't even withstand a single blow from Jack. This level of strength might be passable in the first half of the Grand Line. In Marineford, you'd only be a hindrance. A vein throbbed on Smoker's temple. A bitter taste rose in his mouth, and he coughed up a mouthful of bloody froth. He stared at Albert for a long moment, but didn't retort. He just spat out the blood and muttered a curse. "Damn infuriating, but you're not wrong." Tashigi couldn't help but speak. "Commodore Smoker, shut up, Tashigi." Smoker took a ragged breath, his cigar crushed out of shape. "If you can't win, you can't win. At sea you don't live on pride." Albert glanced at him, then turned and walked toward the bow. "At least you can face reality." Having said that, he didn't look at anyone else and took his place at the bow. The sea wind carrying white mist swept past him, but no one on the deck dared to approach. Tashigi watched his back, her throat tight. She suddenly recalled her earlier thought that he seemed very gentle. Looking at him now, it felt absurd. Gentle. This man stood there, and even the sea breeze seemed to avoid him. Meanwhile, at Marineford, the den mushi in the Fleet Admiral's office suddenly shrieked. Sengoku reached out and picked it up. As soon as his face neared it, harsh static burst from the snail's mouth. "This is the warship encountering ahead." The voice was intermittent, as if torn by both wind and gunfire. Then came several explosions. After that, a cacophony of chaotic shouts. "Fire! Fall back! Retreat now! The sea is empty!" Plop! The line went dead instantly, the den mushi's mouth drooping into silence. Several people in the office looked up simultaneously. Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow, reaching out to pick up the den mushi for a glance. The connection was severed too abruptly. Sengoku placed the den mushi back on the table, his expression unchanged. Garp, arms crossed, crushed a rice cracker with a crisp snap. Encountered an enemy. From the sound of it, most likely. Tsuru looked at Sengoku. Smoker and Albert are on the ship. For communication to be cut like this, their opponent is no ordinary pirate. Sengoku grunted in acknowledgement. Only a handful of groups could intercept a Marine warship on that route. Garp stuffed the broken cracker into his mouth, staring at Sengoku. "You're awfully calm." "I still say the same. Just how strong is that kid?" Sengoku leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk twice. Akainu was also in the office, standing by the window with a cold, hard profile, having remained silent until now. Sengoku glanced at them and finally spoke. "Before Kong handed the man over to me, he said only one thing." Garp frowned. "What was it?" Sengoku enunciated each word. "The strongest man in the entire military in 800 years. The air seemed to compress. Even the cracker in Garp's mouth stopped moving. Tsuru's eyes sharpened. 800 years. Did Kong say that himself? He did. Sengoku said. Not a single word changed. Garp was silent for 2 breaths, the wrinkles on his face deepening. 800 years. That old man sure has a big mouth. Tsuru didn't respond immediately, knowing Kong was not one to exaggerate. The fewer words such a man spoke, the heavier their weight. But Akainu, standing by the window, let out a cold snort. Nonsense. All eyes in the office turned to him. Akainu slowly turned his gaze dark beneath his cap brim. Titles like strongest aren't secured by someone else's praise. The seas are swarming with monsters. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and the admirals of Marine headquarters. Now another army admiral pops up claiming to be the strongest in 800 years. He curled his lip in a cold smile. Quite a reputation. Sengoku looked at him. You're not convinced. Convince me of what? Akainu's tone was as hard as iron. I've yet to see anything my magma can't burn away. When he arrives, I'll judge for myself. Tsuru glanced at him, but didn't respond to that. Garp let out a hearty laugh. Your temper hasn't changed one bit. Akainu ignored him, turning his gaze back to the window. At the harbor, word had already come that the warship was approaching. The outer port of Marineford soon buzzed with activity. On the dock, soldiers lined up and medics rushed about with stretchers. Sengoku, Tsuru, Garp, and Akainu all arrived. At the edge of the sea, a warship sailed closer, riding the waves. The hull was scorched black in many places, and several railings were broken, as if it had just emerged from a storm. As the ship docked before the gangplank was fully lowered, the medics had already rushed aboard. Moments later, Smoker was carried down. His upper body was wrapped in bandages with bloodstains on his shoulders, chest, and sides. His complexion was terrible, and the cigar in his mouth was nearly burned out. Sengoku was taken aback, stepping forward half a pace. Smoker, how did you get this injured? Smoker, lying on the stretcher, turned his head and exhaled a plume of smoke. We ran into Jack the Drought on the way. At those words, the dock fell silent for a moment. Sengoku's brow tightened. Jack. Tashigi followed the medics off the ship, her face still bearing traces of salt and red marks from steam burns. She stepped forward quickly, handing a white cloth-wrapped item to a nearby officer, recovered after the battle. This is all that's left. The officer unwrapped the cloth, revealing half a charred ivory tusk. Tsuru's gaze fell on it, her eyes narrowing slightly. Garp also saw it, his chewing coming to a halt. Sengoku stared at the half-tusk, then looked at Tashigi. Where's Jack? Tashigi swallowed hard. He wasn't found. Neither was the entire pirate ship. She paused, her voice still tense. Mr. Albert sank them ship and all to the bottom of the sea. At this revelation, many nearby Marines instinctively looked up toward the warship's bow. Akainu also turned his gaze. Standing there was a man. Clad in white with golden hair, his stature was imposingly tall, his shoulders and back straining the fabric of his clothes taut. The sea breeze blew, but he didn't even stir, merely looking down at the people on the dock with an expression so calm it bordered on arrogance. As Smoker was carried past his feet, he barely glanced down, offering no greeting. Sengoku's confusion had yet to clear, and he was about to ask further when Akainu stepped half a pace forward. He said nothing. He simply fixed his gaze on Albert, scrutinizing him from head to toe, inch by inch. The wind was strong on the dock, but the atmosphere felt as if something heavy were pressing down. No one paid attention to the sea breeze anymore. All eyes were on the bow of the newly docked warship. Albert stood there. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, landing squarely on him, as if it had torn a rift in the sky just for him. His white clothes were held taut by his broad shoulders, and back his golden hair gleaming in the daylight. He stood tall at the prow, neither disembarking nor speaking first, merely looking down from above. Below him stood the true core of Marine headquarters. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and the three admirals. Any one of them was enough to shake the seas. Yet now these figures at the pinnacle of the Marines had to look up at the man on the ship's bow. Many soldiers swallowed hard, their breathing growing shallow. So this is the Army Admiral. Standing there, I dare not even look at him for long. I didn't feel it before, but now that he's closed, my legs are going weak. Some whispered quietly, others dared not speak at all. Tashigi stood beside Sengoku, her heart still racing. She had been on the warship the entire way back, so she knew better than anyone that the man at the bow wasn't putting on airs. That was the natural aura left behind after sinking an entire pirate ship and blasting Jack the Drought, one of the three calamities, down to half a tusk. At that moment, however, Albert's attention flickered for an instant to a panel only he could see. Target eliminated Jack the Drought. Target classification high-tier pirate. Sin of Pride template integration 4146. Albert looked down at the number, his brow twitching slightly. A jump of 5 points. Even he was somewhat surprised by the magnitude. Over the past 3 months, he had increased his integration, but mostly by a point or half a point at a time, never this directly. System. Albert spoke in his mind. Why did killing Jack boost the progress so much? The next moment, the system panel reappeared. Killing targets can provide fusion feedback for the template. The stronger the target, the higher the threat, and the greater their status, the more significant the template fusion progress. Pirate groups are one of the high-quality targets. Albert finished reading, his expression unchanged, but a hint of displeasure stirred within him. So killing pirates, especially strong ones, is the fastest way to improve. Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier? The host did not ask. Albert fell silent for a moment. Good, this system was still as blunt as ever. For the past 3 months, he had mostly been stationed with the army. Although he had relied on the template's power to rise to the position of army general, looking back, it had indeed been somewhat of a waste of time. No matter how much the army stirred things up, the quality of their targets could never match the monstrous pirates of the New World. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted 3 months grinding away at army headquarters. He could have gone straight after the great pirates on the seas, and his efficiency would have at least doubled. Albert shifted his gaze, landing on the number 46. He was still 24 points away from 70%. What reward do I get for reaching 70? When template fusion reaches 70, a random grand prize package will be awarded. When template fusion reaches 100, the next Sin template will be unlocked. This time Albert finally showed some interest. A random grand prize package and the next Sin template. Either one was enough to make him anticipate. And right now on the vast seas, what better place was there to grind progress than Marineford? The Paramount War, the Whitebeard Pirates, and all the powerful figures that would be drawn into it. Albert stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at Marineford from above, a sense of satisfaction welling up within him. He had initially thought that Kong's transfer to Marine headquarters was an unnecessary move. Now it seemed he had come to the right place. I hope this great war doesn't disappoint me. On the other side, Sengoku had already withdrawn his gaze and turned to Tashigi. Tell me everything that happened on the way from the beginning. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Tashigi immediately stood at attention, suppressing her nervousness, and quickly reported. From the moment the Marine warship encountered the Beast Pirates vessel on the Marine's exclusive route, to confirming that the newcomer was Jack the Drought, to Smoker making a move and being severely wounded by Jack's single slash, and to Albert stepping out of the cabin, striking under the midday sun, shattering Jack's ivory blade with one punch, and then using a power like the sun itself to blast Jack along with his ship into the depths of the sea. She spoke quickly and clearly, but the more she spoke, the quieter the docks became. Many Marines stared at the half-section of charred ivory laid out on the white cloth, their scalps tingling. They knew Jack was one of the three calamities, and they knew what that meant. He wasn't just some random pirate officer. He was a true core combatant under the four emperors Kaido. Yet in Albert's hands, not even a complete corpse remained. After hearing this, Sengoku didn't speak immediately. His gaze lingered on the half-section of ivory for a moment, his expression gradually darkening. To encounter members of the Beast Pirates on a Marine exclusive route. It seems the news can no longer be concealed. Saru, the staff officer, nodded. Jack couldn't have appeared here for no reason. Kaido has probably already caught wind of it. Sengoku spoke slowly, not just wind. With the intelligence network of the four emperors, they've likely already guessed most of the details about Ace's capture. Garp crossed his arms, his brow deeply furrowed. If Whitebeard finds out too, Marineford won't be peaceful for long. Then we can't delay any further. Sengoku's tone was decisive. Speed up the fortifications, the conscriptions, and the troop deployments. If even Kaido's men dare to come near the Marine exclusive routes, then the situation is only going to get more chaotic. With that, he looked up again at Albert on the ship's bow. This time, compared to the first glance, there was a genuine sense of recognition in his eyes. Kong hadn't exaggerated. If anything, he might have been conservative. The strongest in the entire military in 800 years. That assessment, even Sengoku himself had initially thought it too heavy. But now, having seen the results with his own eyes, he had to admit that based on the overwhelming force Albert had displayed, those words were not empty. More importantly, the Paramount War was imminent. He needed to quickly determine just how effective such a man could be on the battlefield. Sengoku was already calculating where to place this card called Albert. Just then, Kizaru leisurely walked over to the half-section of ivory, crouched down, pinched it with 2 fingers, and let out a drawn-out exclamation. How terrifying. Even I didn't expect Jack to end up with only this much left. He looked up, glanced at Albert on the ship's bow, then turned to Sengoku. If it were me, driving Jack back wouldn't be difficult, but to make him end up like this, I'm not sure I could do it. The surrounding Marines' expressions shifted upon hearing this. Even Admiral Kizaru said that. Didn't that mean the combat strength of that army general on the ship had reached a level that even a Marine admiral had to take seriously? Akainu snorted, his voice hard and cold. Just a Jack, what's there that can't be done? If I had made the move, I could have killed him too. Kizaru shrugged and didn't argue. Akiji, however, stared at the ship's bow, his tone lower than usual. The result is one thing, the process is another. A guy like Jack has thick skin and incredibly strong vitality. There are plenty who could kill him, but not many who could do it in such a short time without giving him a single chance to turn things around. And, Akiji paused, this Albert is very decisive and very ruthless. From the moment he stepped onto the deck, Jack had no way out. And that pressure. Standing down here, it's not exactly pleasant. Kizaru stroked his chin and chuckled. So Kazan, you think he's strong too, huh? Obviously. Akiji tugged at his blindfold. It would be strange not to see it. Sengoku took in the reactions of all three, feeling even more assured. Kizaru said he might not be able to do it, and Akiji said Jack had no way out from the start. These two statements already spoke volumes. Even Akai's earlier stubborn retort to Sengoku's ears sounded more like he didn't want to appear weak in front of Marine headquarters. That man on the ship's bow had indeed earned the right to be taken seriously by the 3 admirals. Sengoku took a deep breath and stepped forward. Albert. The man on the ship's bow looked down at him. Sengoku raised his voice so that everyone present could hear. Since you've arrived at Marineford, let me formally introduce you. He first looked at the 3 admirals. Marine headquarters top combatants Akiji, Kazan, Kizaru Borsellino, and Akainu Sakazuki. Then he turned toward the bow fleet admiral of the army, Albert. Next, the Whitebeard Pirates are highly likely to launch a frontal assault. When that time comes, whether Navy or Army, we are all comrades in the same trench. I want you all to get acquainted first, so don't stir up unnecessary trouble before the great battle begins. Akiji raised his hand with a simple gesture. Kazan. Kizaru also raised his hand with a grin. Borsellino. I look forward to working with you all. Albert stood at the bow, and after listening merely nodded faintly. Albert. He didn't even shift his stance, let alone show any intention of disembarking. This demeanor made many naval officers' hearts tighten. Kizaru and Akiji said nothing. One was inherently lazy, the other naturally carefree. At the moment, they were more concerned with Albert's prowess than such superficial formalities. But Akainu was different. From the moment Albert appeared, his expression had not improved. Now, seeing the other still standing at the bow, overlooking the entire dock, too indolent to even step down, the fire in his heart blazed ever fiercer. This was Marineford, the Navy headquarters. And he, Sakazuki, was an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Yet this army admiral had arrived, stood aloft, and was now looking down upon the Navy's entire top echelon. In Akaino's eyes, this was no longer mere arrogance. It was the army flaunting its authority over the Navy. Akainu stepped forward, his voice as heavy as molten magma. Get down. The Marines by the dock were startled. Everyone could tell this was not a suggestion, but a command. Akainu stared at Albert, enunciating each word. This is Navy headquarters, not your army's turf. Since you're in Marineford, drop that condescending attitude. Get off that ship now. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, and Akiji turned his head to look at Akainu. Tashigi instinctively held her breath. But Albert on the bow didn't even change his expression. He merely looked at Akainu like a man watching someone barking. After a couple of breaths, Albert finally spoke, condescending. I was already up here. At these words, the backs of many nearby Marines tensed up. Akainu's face darkened further. Albert looked down at him, his voice unnervingly calm and supremely arrogant. You stand below, isn't that fitting? Someone like you was always meant to stand down there looking up at me. The veins on Akainu's forehead bulged one by one. What did you say? Albert's tone was utterly flat. You didn't catch that. Then let me repeat it. Sakazuki, you are only worthy of looking up at me from below. Akainu glared at him, his fists clenched with audible cracks. Very well. Then I'll personally take you down a peg. As Akainu's words fell, the entire dock fell silent. The sea breeze still blew, the ship's cables were taut, and only a gangplank separated the deck from the shore. Yet Albert stood at the bow, too lazy to even shift his feet. He looked down at Sakazuki, as if observing a mere mortal who was too loud. Take me down a peg. Albert spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet it made many Marines afraid to even breathe loudly. When the sun hangs high, I am a deity. You want me to disembark and fight on the same ground as a mortal? Sakazuki, you overestimate yourself far too much. These words caused an uproar by the dock. A deity. He actually said that to Admiral Akainu. This is too arrogant. A group of Marines felt their scalps tingle. They had seen arrogance before, but this was Marineford Navy headquarters where the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral were all present. Yet Albert stood at the bow, declaring himself a god. Kizaru grinned, touching his chin. My, how dramatic. This army admiral is even more extraordinary than I imagined. Akiji said nothing, just looked up at Albert on the bow, his brow furrowing deeper. Akainu's face was completely dark. He had always looked down on the army. In his eyes, it was only the Navy headquarters that truly bore the burden of justice and suppressed the seas. And now Albert, with this posture, standing high, refusing to disembark or pay respects, and calling himself a god in front of the entire headquarters. This was no longer arrogance, it was trampling on him, Sakazuki, and the Navy headquarters itself. Akainu took another step forward, his military boots thudding dully on the ground. A pretentious fraud, just an army admiral, and you dare to put on airs in front of Navy headquarters. Albert looked at him calmly. You are mistaken. It's not me putting on airs. It's that you are too weak, not worth my condescension, to come down. Saying this, he even lightly raised a hand and pointed downwards casually. If you wish to speak with a god, come up yourselves instead of barking down below. The word barking caused many Marines' faces to turn pale. He had just called Admiral Akainu a dog to his face. You're asking for death. Akainu's voice dropped, and the ground at his feet burst open, heat surging upwards. Sengoku's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, enough, Sakazuki. Albert. Whitebeard could attack at any moment. This is no time for internal strife in the Navy. Sengoku's voice was heavy. As fleet admiral, he certainly didn't want to see the headquarters' top combatants and the army admiral fight on the eve of the great battle. No matter who got hurt, the Navy would suffer in the upcoming Paramount War. But before he could say another word, a large hand stopped him. It was Garp. Garp stood with his arms crossed, still chewing on a rice cracker, but his gaze fixed on Albert and Akainu. Don't rush, Sengoku. Sengoku frowned at him. Garp, this is no time for foolishness. Foolishness. Garp grinned. I think it's an opportunity. That old man Kong has been singing this kid's praises, saying he's the strongest in the entire military in 800 years. With a title like that, who can accept it without seeing it for themselves? He glanced sideways at Sengoku. The Paramount War is no child's play. You're willing to use him as a trump card based solely on Kong's word. Let Sakazuki test him. Whether he's a dragon or a worm, a god, or a pretender, we'll know after a fight. Sengoku fell silent. Garp's words struck him right in the heart. Indeed, no matter how strong Albert was, it was still just Kong's evaluation descriptions in intelligence reports and reports brought back by Tashigi and Smoker. But a situation as critical as the Paramount War couldn't have all its chips bet on hearsay. If Albert truly had the strength to suppress an admiral, the Navy's chances in this battle would skyrocket. If not, then he would have to immediately adjust the entire battlefield layout. Sengoku squinted, glancing at Albert on the bow, then at Akainu, whose fury was barely contained, before finally withdrawing his steps slowly. Everyone fall back. Clear the area. The moment these words were spoken, the docks erupted in commotion. The fleet admiral's intent was unmistakable. He was no longer intervening. Kizaru's smile widened at this. They're really going to fight. Now this is interesting. He showed no sign of tension, instead looking like an eager spectator relishing the spectacle as he leisurely stepped aside to open up the center. An admiral of the Marines against a general of the army. Such a show is a rare sight. Akiji also slowly shifted his position, but his gaze never left Albert. His mind was already racing with calculations. A monster like Jack the Drought with his thick hide and incredible regenerative abilities, he could certainly defeat him. But to slay him effortlessly? Not likely. At least not in the way Albert had dispatching Jack and his ship into the seabed with just a few moves. Akainu possessed the fiercest destructive power, Kizaru the greatest speed, while he himself excelled in control, freezing, and protracted battles. Among the three admirals, a universally accepted ranking of who was superior had never truly been established. But now there was suddenly Albert, a general of the army who upon arriving at headquarters could silence the entire dock into submission. Akiji looked up slightly at the figure standing on the bow. For the first time the scales in his heart began to tip. On the other side, Tashigi had already instinctively retreated. She backed away faster than anyone, almost scurrying behind a stone pillar at the edge of the dock, her hand sweating as it gripped her sword. She knew all too well how terrifying Albert's abilities were. That time at sea, when that sun-like fireball crashed down, she could barely breathe, even from a distance. Afterwards, the entire sea surface had been blasted into a void. That wasn't ordinary heat. It was a monstrous temperature capable of reducing ships, seawater, and human bodies to ash. Akaino's magma was certainly fearsome. But what truly terrified Tashigi now wasn't Akainu. It was Albert. Kizaru happened to catch her series of movements and let out a drawn-out chuckle. Little lady, isn't that a bit much? Sakazuki's magma is hot, but Kazan is here too. If it gets too hot, he can just throw up an ice wall to block it, right? Retreating this far is quite an exaggeration. Tashigi opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing in explanation. She couldn't very well say that her fear wasn't of Admiral Akainu, but of the man on the bow who looked like a god, and when he acted seemed like divine punishment itself. She could only murmur, Admiral Kizaru, I just think it's safer to keep a greater distance. Kizaru shrugged, didn't press further, and smilingly slipped his hands back into his pockets to continue watching the show. At that moment, the air at the center of the scene had completely transformed. Akainu stared fixedly at Albert, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger rising steadily within. He had always despised the army, and even more so someone who spoke with such arrogance at the Marine headquarters' expense. Yet the angrier he grew, the clearer one thing became. This Albert was no ordinary opponent. To have reduced Jack to that state with a mere move or two wasn't just empty bravado. Precisely because of this, he had to personally crush him. First, to shatter that insufferable arrogance. Second, through this confrontation, to test the true mettle of this so-called army general. With that thought, the fire in Akaino's chest burned even fiercer. He said coldly, refusing to come down. Fine, then he'll drag you off that ship. Albert stood on the bow, barely lifting an eyelid. Drag me down. Mortals are always so foolish. Always believing that with a pitiful amount of power they can touch a god. He looked down at Akainu, slowly spreading his arms as the white windcoat billowed slightly in the sea breeze. Sakazuki, I am right here. Come, show me if you are worthy of a second glance from me. Hearing this, Akainu's fury erupted completely. A muffled explosion burst from beneath his feet. Scorching magma surged from his body in waves, first covering his legs, then spreading up to his waist and abdomen. In a single breath, his lower half had completely transformed into rolling molten rock. The crimson magma bubbled continuously, radiating waves of blistering heat that spread outward. Marines standing too close instantly paled and hurriedly retreated again. Fall back now. The temperature is rising. The ground is melting. The stone slabs of the dock beneath Akainu's feet were already blackening, cracking, and collapsing under the dripping magma. A single drop of magma hit the ground, instantly burning through the stone slab and sending up white smoke. In mere seconds, the ground around Akainu looked as if it had been repeatedly branded by a hot iron, pockmarked and riddled with blackened holes. The sea breeze, which should have carried a chill, now felt like red-hot iron sheets scraping across their faces, scorching their skin. Many Marines felt their throats dry up, finding it hard even to breathe. So this is Admiral Akainu's power. It's terrifying. Just being near it is unbearable. Kizaru squinted, a smile playing on his lips. Sakazuki is really angry this time. Akiji watched the intense heat spreading wildly around them. His expression remained unchanged, but his mind grew more serious. Akainu's opening move was clearly not just a simple lesson. From the start, he intended to use true admiral-level force to pressure Albert. Sengoku saw this too, his brow furrowing again, but in the end he held his tongue. Since he had decided to watch, he needed to see clearly. Otherwise this test would be meaningless. On the bow, Albert stood silently. He watched Akainu's magma churn, his face betraying not even a flicker of emotion. No, it was more than that. His expression even carried a condescending disdain, as if observing a child playing with fire. So this is your reliance? Albert spoke calmly. Indeed, a bit stronger than those small fry, but only a bit. Parading your heat before me is truly laughable. Tashiji's heart clenched again at these words. To others they sounded like mad boasts, but she knew this man might very well be serious. At the very least, the temperature of that sun crashing into the sea was no less than magma. It might have been even more extreme. Akainu looked up, his eyes ferocious, as if he wanted to devour Albert. Are you done talking? Then died. His body shot into the air with explosive force, the magma-formed lower half propelling him upward like a volcanic eruption, instantly closing the distance to the warship's bow. The suddenness of the move was overwhelming, distorting the surrounding air. Waves of heat rolled outward, scorching the ship's railing, the dock's pillars, the edges of the gangplank, and even the mooring ropes, filling the air with a burnt smell. Akainu's right arm rose high at the same time. The searing, surging magma frantically converged toward his entire arm, gathering more and more, swelling larger and larger. This was no ordinary punch. The force pressed down, turning the faces of nearby Marines pale. Even Kizaru shed some of his playful demeanor, and Aokiji narrowed his eyes slightly. Akainu understood clearly that this Albert was not someone to hold back against. To test his true strength, he had to apply immense pressure from the very start. Since it was a fight, he would go all out. The magma churned violently on his arm like a molten hound poised to strike. Dripping magma struck the deck and the dock, burning holes that smoked with white vapor. The entire space was scorched with an unbearable heat. All eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the center of the battlefield. The next second, Akainu let out a furious roar, holding nothing back as his right arm wreathed in terrifying heat, and surging magma blasted forward. Hound blaze. Akaino's punch transformed his entire right arm into a ferocious molten hound in an instant. Scorching, violent, domineering. The moment that mass of magma shot out, the air ahead was twisted by the heat. The wooden planks at the ship's bow crackled and burst, and even the iron railings at the dock's edge rapidly reddened under the high temperature. This punch was no ordinary probe. Vice Admiral Tsuru's face changed instantly. Sakazuki, hold back. This is just a spar between colleagues, not a life-or-death battle. She was genuinely anxious. Albert was the trump card sent by Kong to reinforce Marineford. For him to be injured by Akaino's hound blaze before Whitebeard even arrived would be a colossal joke. What's more, Albert was clearly not someone with an easy temper. If either side truly hurt the other, the situation would become impossible to manage. Kizaru stood to the side for once, shedding his lazy demeanor, his tone turning serious, starting with hound blaze. How terrifying. That move isn't something just anyone would willingly take heed in. Even I'd prefer to dodge first. Aokiji furrowed his brow deeply, his gaze locked on Albert at the bow. No. He's not planning to dodge. At these words, many nearby Marines froze. Not dodge. That was Admiral Akaino's hound blaze. Sengoku's voice turned grim. At this distance, not dodging is the worst choice. Garp crossed his arms, crunching a rice cracker in his hand, muttering, that kid better not mess this up. Garp disliked Akaino's methods, but he knew his strength well. The Magu Magu no Mi was among the most formidable offensive abilities. Moreover, Hound Blaze was one of Akaino's fiercest and most brutal techniques. Its penetrative power and lethality were astonishing. A direct hit could melt not just flesh, but even steel warships on the spot. Unless Albert's strength was enough to completely overwhelm Akainu. Otherwise, taking this punch heat-in was pure foolishness. Yet standing at the center of everyone's gaze, Albert truly didn't move an inch. He stood at the bow, his feet not retreating half a step, and even his blocking motion was half a beat slow. His demeanor wasn't like facing a Marine admiral's killing blow, but rather like observing a trivial campfire. This disregard thoroughly provoked Akainu. Pretentious fool. Akainu roared, and the magma surged again. The already ferocious Hound Blaze expanded by another ring, swelling with raw power. A wave of heat rolled forth, the crimson magma carrying a pungent sulfurous stench, charging straight at Albert's face. Turned to ashes. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. The entire warship shuddered violently. The wooden bow shattered on impact, massive clouds of smoke and steam billowing up as crimson magma splattered everywhere. The nearby Marines on the dock scrambled back, their faces pale. Did it hit? That was Hound Blaze. It's over. Some voices trembled while others stared ahead, not daring to blink. Tsuru pursed her lips, her fingers clenching tight. Kizaru shed his casual air. Aokiji stepped half a pace forward, and Sengoku and Garp both furrowed their brows simultaneously. In the center, smoke churned. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. But soon some noticed something wrong. It was too quiet. If Albert had truly been hit-heated by Hound Blaze, there would have been no way he remained silent, nor could the sound of him being sent flying be absent. The next second, a sea breeze swept through, gradually dispersing the smoke. Then everyone's expressions collectively froze. On the bow, Albert still stood there completely unmoved. Not only had he not retreated, but his posture hadn't even changed. And Akaino's magma fist, capable of melting steel, was firmly caught in Albert's single hand. His 5 fingers closed like iron clamps, locking it tight. No matter how Akaino's magma surged and boiled, it couldn't break free by even a fraction. The most chilling part, there was no armament hockey on Albert's hand. No black hardening, no defensive technique. Just a bare flesh and blood palm gripping Akaino's Hound Blaze heat-in. Garp's eyes widened. What the hell? Sengoku's face shifted completely. No hockey. Tsuru's breath caught in her throat. Kizaru's eye twitched sharply. How terrifying. Catching Hound Blaze barehanded. Aokiji stared at Albert's hand, his voice heavy. Impossible. Magma's heat can melt steel instantly. Even with armament hockey, it shouldn't end like this. He didn't even use hockey. By the dock, a group of Marines was utterly stunned. Barehanded. Is that really a hand, not something conjured by a devil fruit? Hound Blaze was caught. Is he even human? Tashigi stood at the rear, her throat dry. She had seen Albert use solar-like power to sink Jack's ship and knew this man was terrifyingly strong. But knowing was one thing, seeing it with her own eyes was another. Admiral Akaino's Hound Blaze had been caught with one hand, without even activating hockey. This wasn't just a matter of being slightly stronger, it was like grinding someone into the ground. In the center, Akainu himself froze for a moment. He could clearly feel his fist slamming into an unshakable divine iron barrier. It wasn't blocked, it was crushed. His surging, scorching magma couldn't even burn the skin on Albert's palm. This outcome slapped Akainu hard in the face. Even more jarring was Albert looking down at him, his expression excessively calm, almost indifferent. It was like looking at someone who had exhausted all their strength only to reach his palm. "Is this your power?" Albert spoke softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear to everyone around. "Sakazuki, is this all you've got?" Akaina's forehead veins bulged, his entire face contorted. This was no fight. It was humiliation, utter humiliation. "Don't get cocky." Akainu roared, the magma on his arm churning wildly, his left arm also transforming into scorching lava. Since his hellhound was blocked, head just use a wider, more ferocious blast to crush his opponent. Great eruption. Boom. Akaina's left arm swelled massively, vast amounts of magma converging, rapidly compressing into an even larger fist of molten rock. The fist was launched nearly point blank. The distance was too close, there was almost no room to dodge. Chief of Staff Tsuru's face darkened. "Sakazuki has gone mad." Kizaru clicked his tongue, using great eruption at this range, he's really going for the kill. Akiji said gravely, for an ordinary person this blow would vaporize their upper body. Garp grinned, but his expression was far from relaxed. That brat's temper sure is quick to flare. Sengoku said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on the scene, sharp to the extreme. Akaina's move was no longer a test. It was aimed at severely wounding Albert. A point-blank great eruption was one of Akaina's most ferocious frontal assault techniques. If it landed, it would pierce not only flesh and blood, but even a thick city wall. On the bow, Albert still did not retreat. His right hand remained locked onto Akaina's hellhound, preventing escape. Facing the incoming giant lava fist, he merely raised his other hand slowly. Palm forward, the movement was slow. But the moment he raised his hand, a blinding, intense golden light suddenly ignited in his palm. It wasn't a flame, it was light. Concentrated to the extreme, blazing to the extreme, like a true sun forcibly pressed into his hand. Kizaru's smile vanished. "What is that?" Akiji's pupils contracted. Sengoku and Garp both locked onto that orb of light. The next second, that pinpoint of golden light expanded abruptly. The entire dock seemed to birth an extra blazing sun. Radiant, domineering, blindingly bright. Even Akaina's giant lava fist fired at close range seemed to dim before that golden light. Albert's voice was calm, as if stating an obvious fact. "The merciless sun." Boom. The sun in his palm exploded on the spot. There was no stalemate, no attrition. Akaina's giant lava fist from great eruption upon contact with that blazing sun was swallowed whole, like a snowball hitting a furnace. Not blocked, not dispersed, completely devoured. Then that scorching sun pressed along the fist, engulfing half of Akaina's body in its terrifying golden radiance. Sizzle. The air seemed to ignite. The magma on Akaina's body boiled violently, vast streams of red lava evaporated wildly. The dock floor glowed red, the surrounding temperature skyrocketing to a maddening degree. Nearby Marines couldn't even stand, scrambling backward. "Fall back. Quickly. It's too hot. I can't open my eyes." Kizaru's face had truly changed this time. Akiji could no longer stand still. He instinctively raised his hand to condense cold air, only to find that the intense heat was overwhelming even his chill. Garp forgot to chew the rice cracker in his mouth. Sengoku stared at that miniature sun, his forehead tense. Chief of Staff Tsuru was momentarily speechless. And in the midst of it all, the one suffering most was none other than Akainu. He was a Magu no Mi user. He was supposed to be heat incarnate. Yet now the half of his body swallowed by that sun was being suppressed by a higher level of heat, even his elementalization becoming chaotic. For the first time, the ferocity and rage on Akaina's face were completely overshadowed by agony. "Aya!" The scream echoed, silencing the entire dock for a moment. Akaina's body thrashed wildly, magma splattering everywhere, as if trying to tear himself out of that sun. But the scorching force enveloped him, granting him no dignity. "Get off. Damn it. It burns." When the last word was roared, everyone on the dock froze. Sengoku froze, Garp froze, Tsuru froze, Kizaru froze, Akiji froze. "Aya!" Akaina's scream tore through the entire dock. There was no longer any trace of an admiral's toughness in that voice, only raw, searing pain. Everyone saw it clearly. Albert stood on the bow, one hand holding Akaina's hellhound, the other projecting that blazing sun, pressing it firmly onto half of Akaina's body. The magma-boiled armament Haku strained to resist, but it was useless. The hardened armament haki on Akaina's right arm and shoulder was cracking and burning away inch by inch. The once surging magma, as if meeting a higher level of heat, was dissipating in vast patches. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The piercing sound of evaporation formed a chorus, the air filled with white steam. Akaina's face was twisted, veins bulging on his forehead, as he frantically pushed his devil fruit power, his left side spewing hot magma, to drive Albert back. But Albert didn't even flinch. He just looked down at Akainu, his tone terrifyingly calm. "Struggling this much, and this is all you've got? Sakazuki, you still have a long way to go." The words were not heavy, but they weighed more on the dock than the sun that had just appeared. Akaina's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, trying to push forward again. "Shut up, Albert." He went berserk, boosting his armament haki magma, surging along his arm, still attempting a comeback. But the next second, Albert's fingers tightened. The miniature sun trembled, and the burst of heat slammed the rest of Akaino's words back down his throat. Ugh! Akainu screamed again, sent flying backward. Bang! 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 He crashed through the railing of the warship's bow, then slammed heavily onto the stone dock. He tumbled dozens of meters through the scorching rubble, finally landing on one knee. Half his body still steamed, the hand supporting him trembling. The entire dock was dead silent. No one spoke. All the Marines stood with mouths agape, frozen in place. What had they just witnessed? A Marine headquarters Admiral Akainu had attacked Hedon, unleashing Hellhound and Great Eruption. And yet he was caught with one hand and burned into this state. This was no longer suppression, it was utter complete domination. Kizaru's usual lazy smile was gone. He stared at Albert for several seconds before slowly uttering, "How outrageous. Even Sakazuki gets burned like this. That temperature is just too unfair." Akiji's expression was equally grim. He glanced at Akainu, who was kneeling on the ground, then at the lingering scorching light in Albert's palm, his voice low. "It's not ordinary fire, nor simply magma at a higher temperature. This power, it's like a real sun." Garp, who had been watching with his arms crossed, now furrowed his brows involuntarily. "TCH, to fight like this kid is truly ruthless." Toru didn't respond, only swiftly stepping forward, her gaze fixed on Akainu, growing heavier by the moment. It was too brutal, truly too brutal. Akainu's right shoulder, right arm, and half of his chest were all scorched black and red, the skin curled and peeling. The traces left by hardened haki were riddled with cracks. Even as a Magu Magu no Mi user, his body surface was burned beyond recognition. This was the most absurd part. Who was Akainu? A Marine headquarters admiral, a top-tier combatant, a Magu Magu no Mi user, and a master of advanced Busashoka haki. With such a configuration across the vast sea, he was a monster among monsters. Yet even this monster couldn't withstand Albert's high temperature. Tashigi stood in the distance, her palms drenched in sweat. She had retreated far earlier. But even so, seeing Akainu's current state still sent chills down her spine. Now everyone understood why she had retreated so far. What she feared was never Akainu's magma. What she had always feared was Albert. Kizaru, as if finally realizing something, tilted his head to glance at Tashigi, then turned back to look at Albert on the bow, a rare hint of helplessness on his face. "So that's how it is. I thought the girl was afraid of Sakazuki's magma, but it turns out she was wary of you, this monster, all along. Seems I misjudged the situation." On the bow, Albert paid no heed to these voices. He simply stepped forward, landing from the warship onto the edge of the dock, looking down at the kneeling Akainu. Akainu tried to stand, but as soon as he exerted force, a tearing, agonizing pain shot through his right side, twisting his face in agony as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Albert looked at him, his tone calm. "If it weren't for the fact that we both belong to the military system, that last strike would have killed you. Remember, it's not that you endured it, it's that I held back." Akainu gritted his teeth, looking up at Albert, his eyes brimming with rage, humiliation, and unwillingness. But he couldn't utter a single word, for he knew Albert spoke the truth. If that sun had pressed forward just a little more, it wouldn't have just burned half his body. It would have likely claimed his life as well. Sengoku finally snapped back to reality, barking in a deep voice, "Medic, now, take Sakazuki down for treatment. Hurry." Several medics snapped out of their daze and rushed forward with a stretcher. But as they reached Akainu, their faces all changed color. It was too hot. The residual heat radiating from Akainu's body was still surging wildly. The white cloth began to scorch before it even touched him. One medic's hand trembled. "Fleet Admiral, this." Saru made a quick decision. First, secure him with seastone restraints, padded with heat-insulating cloth. "Move it." "Yes, sir." They scrambled frantically, finally managing to lift Akainu onto the stretcher. The Marine officers around the dock all crowded in, their hearts running cold at the sight of Akainu on the stretcher. Anyone could see that Albert had held back. Otherwise, what was being carried away now wouldn't be a severely injured Akainu, but a charred corpse. Sengoku watched the scene, slowly letting out a breath. Only at this moment did he truly set his mind at ease. The strongest in the entire military in 800 years. Kong's words he had believed before, but not entirely. Now he believed completely. And not just believed. Sengoku even felt this evaluation might not have fully captured Albert's limits. Evaporating the sea, instantly defeating Jack. The report Tashigi had brought back earlier had been secretly doubted by some at headquarters, who thought she was too young and had misjudged. Now it was clear there was no exaggeration. It wasn't an overstatement, it was fact. Sengoku looked at Albert, who stood ahead, his aura undisturbed from start to finish, his mind racing with thoughts. With combat power like this stationed at Marineford, they could truly face Whitebeard Hedon. The public execution of Ace in half a month. Using Ace to drag the Whitebeard Pirates fully into the battlefield, then, with Albert cooperating with the three admirals' headquarters elite and the Shichibukai, to crush the Whitebeard Pirates in one blow. If this battle was won decisively enough, it wouldn't just end Whitebeard's era, it would also intimidate the other emperors. The New World would be reshuffled as a result. Thinking this, a glimmer of true confidence finally appeared in Sengoku's eyes. But looking again at Albert's aloof demeanor, as if he looked down on everyone, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Powerful, truly powerful. But this personality was also truly arrogant, truly aloof. A man like this was useful, but getting him to cooperate obediently would likely not be an easy task. On the other side, Akainu, now on the stretcher, clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. In his ears, Albert's calm words echoed over and over. You still have a long way to go. You still have a long way to go. You still have a long way to go. These words were nailed into his mind like spikes. Humiliation. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. Akainu had always believed in absolute justice and absolute power. His Magu Magu no Mi in terms of destructive power and high temperature stood at the very pinnacle across the vast sea. Moreover, he had developed this power to a very profound level. But why? Why was his magma suppressed when facing Albert? Why did he lose so completely even in temperature? That was no ordinary flame, nor any ability within his understanding. Akainu gritted his teeth so hard the muscles in his face twitched. He couldn't understand. No matter how he thought, he couldn't fathom where Albert's power came from. But the more he couldn't understand, the more the fire in his heart raged uncontrollably. He would never let this debt go unsettled. One day, he would get his revenge. Just as Akainu was being carried away, a system notification sounded in Albert's ear. Defeated target Marine Headquarters Admiral Akainu Sakazuki Target Assessment Top-Tier Powerhouse Pride. Send template integration 4656 integration progress. Increased 10. Albert's gaze shifted slightly. 10 points. It had increased by a full 10 points. This gain was even greater than he had anticipated, and Albert's mood improved slightly. The system's pattern had become unmistakably clear. The stronger and more prestigious the opponent, the more dramatic the feedback granted by the template. Merely defeating Jack had yielded 5 points. Now confronting Akainu had instantly awarded 10. By that measure, the Summit War loomed before him not as a battlefield, but as an opulent, unguarded treasury. Albert's gaze shifted slowly, settling upon Aokiji and Kizuru. His expression remained calm, yet for reasons inexplicable the moment his eyes swept across Kizuru, an unsettling chill prickled the latter's spine. It felt as though he were being watched by something profoundly dangerous. Rubbing his chin, Kizuru chuckled lightly. Now, don't stare at me like that, old man. It's rather unnerving. Aokiji too furrowed his brow. He sensed it as well. Albert's gaze held none of the familiarity of camaraderie, instead it lingered with the detached appraisal of a hunter surveying 2 exceptionally valuable trophies. Sengoku snapped out of his reverie and issued a stern command. That is enough for today. Disperse, return to your posts immediately. Repair the dock without delay. And under no circumstances shall word of this sparring session leave this harbor. He then turned to Commodore Tsuru, escort Albert to the VIP lounge to rest. At dawn tomorrow, convene the High Command for formal deliberation on Summit War deployment. The public execution plan for ACE, scheduled for half a month hence, shall also be finalized. Understood. Commodore Tsuru gave a firm nod. Kizaru stretched languidly. Aokiji turned slowly. Garp scratched the back of his head as he ambled away, muttering, these youngsters nowadays, each one more terrifying than the last. Marines stationed along the dock dared not linger. They scattered in haste. Today's clash had utterly shattered their very understanding of power. Admiral Akainu had been decisively overpowered in open combat, while Admiral Albert of the Army had ascended to legend in a single battle. Were such news to spread, the entire Marine headquarters would erupt in chaos. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Albert spoke, clear, direct, commanding Aokiji and Kizuru alone to remain. Kazan, Borisolino, you two stay. His words hung in the air. Every figure poised to depart froze mid-step. Sengoku wheeled around, his brows knitting tightly together. Garp halted, even forgetting to chew the sunbae still in his mouth. Kizaru lifted his eyelids slightly. Aokiji turned fully, his gaze locking onto the tall, imposing figure standing ahead. Albert did not speak first. Instead, he glanced downward. Only he could see the translucent interface before him. Pride, Send Template Integration 56. In just one day, from obliterating Jack aboard the warship to crushing Akainu on the dock, the template's progress had surged by 15 full percentage points. A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of Albert's lips. Marine headquarters truly was an exceptional place. Its warriors were numerous and formidable. Progressing the template here was swifter, sharper, more exhilarating than weeks of grinding at Army headquarters. His gaze drifted slowly toward Aokiji and Kizuru, direct yet unervingly detached. The moment it fell upon them, both admirals instinctively tensed, their spines rigid. Kizaru rubbed his arms and drawled, how frightfully cold. Kazan, did you just lower the temperature? Is it me? Kizaru added, voice trailing. Aokiji did not glance at him, his tone lowered, quiet, but certain it isn't. Others might dismiss it as jest, but Aokiji knew better. That oppressive weight, uncomfortable, suffocating, was neither ice nor wind nor illusion. It emanated solely from Albert. From the moment he'd fixed his eyes upon them, something had shifted. He wasn't looking at fellow officers. He was sizing up his next adversary, or perhaps selecting prey. A tightness constricted Akiji's chest. He hadn't felt this way in decades. Helplessness, oppression, even breathing felt labored. Yet Albert had done nothing, merely stood there. And still Aokiji felt as though a scorching sun blazed directly overhead, its gaze unblinking, absolute. What rankled him most was that Albert had just reduced Akainu to that battered state, and now sought to provoke another admiral. What precisely did this man believe Marineford to be? Sengoku too sensed the imbalance. His expression darkened inch by imperceptible inch. Albert had arrived at headquarters mere hours ago, wounded Akainu, detained Aokiji and Kizuru, and now openly defied protocol before the fleet admiral himself. This transcended mere arrogance. This was outright contempt for Sengoku's authority for the very institution he embodied. Saru stepped forward swiftly, her voice steady, offering grace. Mr. Albert, today's enough. You've just fought both Jack and Sakazuki. Rest now. We'll address everything else tomorrow. Her tone was measured, calm, dignified, and deliberately conciliatory. Albert didn't so much as glance at her, as if she hadn't spoken at all. In the next breath, he raised his hand, pointing squarely at Akiji. You, that ice brat, come here. Silence crashed over the dock like a wave. More than a few Marines felt their scalps prickle. Ice brat. Was he actually addressing Admiral Akiji? Kizaru's lips twitched, he quietly sidestepped half a pace. Even Akiji, renowned for his placid temperament, let his expression harden, frost creeping into his gaze. Albert continued unruffled. That magma brat crumbled too easily. I hadn't even warmed up before he fell. I hope you last longer. At least, don't bore me before I've even begun to stretch. A vein pulsed faintly at Akiji's temple. At last he understood why Akainu had lost control so completely. It wasn't Akainu's temper, it was Albert's tongue. Too sharp, too reckless, too infuriating. Bold words. Akiji exhaled slowly, eyes locked onto Albert's. You've been in Marineford less than a day, and already seek to fight all 3 admirals. Albert replied coolly, if you're strong enough. I have no objection to fighting all 3. Regrettably, thus far I've seen only weakness, escalating one after another. Those words sealed the shift. Akiji's face hardened into glacial severity. Sengoku could contain himself no longer. His voice boomed low and thunderous enough. Albert, this is Marine headquarters, not your personal arena. But before the echo faded, Akiji raised his hand. Admiral Sengoku, please wait. Sengoku turned. Akiji removed his eye patch, clenched his fist slowly, and spoke, voice quiet, unyielding. Since he named me, I'll meet him. I too wish to know what foundation supports such audacity in this army, Admiral. Hearing this, Kizaru sighed, softly, trouble indeed. As he spoke, his gaze traveled up and down Albert, his eyebrows lifting ever so slightly. He hadn't looked closely before, but now the longer he observed, the more unnerved he grew. Albert appeared broader, stronger, as if he'd grown since battling Akainu. His shoulders seemed wider, his chest thicker. The white uniform clung taut across a physique so densely muscled it verged on the superhuman. Now, is this really happening? Kizaru murmured, stroking his chin. Did he grow stronger, just from that one fight? After Kazan's turn, will it be mine next? Could this army admiral possibly be Whitebeard's mole, sent specifically to unsettle Marine headquarters? Looks like I won't be clocking out on time today after all. No one responded to his joke, for at that moment, even laughter was beyond them. Akiji had already stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Albert, swiftly reaching a judgment in his mind. Albert's high temperature was indeed domineering, even subduing Akainu's magma. But Akainu was magma, and no matter how hot magma got, it was still just heat. His ice, however, was the natural bane of heat. When extreme heat met extreme cold, it was anyone's guess who would prevail. I admit you are strong. Akiji raised his hand, chill air seeping out along his arm. But if you think you can overpower me with heat, you've miscalculated. No matter how intense the thermal force, once frozen, it's nothing but a motionless dead thing. Albert listened, then let out a chuckle. Is that so? Then let me see if this little ice boy has the right to speak such words. With that, he strode forward, his pace unhurried, even slow. Yet with every step he took, the Marines on the dock felt a weight pressing on their chests. It was no illusion. It was Albert's oppressive aura advancing with each step, heavier, harder, and more overbearing than before. With his fusion rate reaching 56, Albert's control over solar mana had clearly advanced. This power was no longer a mere eruption. Instead, it began to naturally radiate outward, flowing through his body, his breath, his footsteps. The stone beneath his feet grew warm, and the surrounding air became increasingly dry. Akiji watched Albert approach step by step, his Adam's apple bobbing. In a trance, it felt as though he faced not a man, but a slowly encroaching sun. The closer it got, the hotter it became, the nearer, the heavier the pressure. Nearby naval soldiers couldn't help but retreat. This pressure, it's too much. I can't even look at him. Can Admiral Akiji win? Sengoku remained silent, his eyes fixed on the arena. Kizaru had shed his smirk, his eyes narrowing slightly. Akiji knew he couldn't wait any longer. If Albert pressed forward further, his rhythm would be completely shattered. Ice Age. Akiji growled low as frigid air burst violently outward. But the next second, his brow furrowed tightly. There was no ice. Not a single frost flower appeared in the air, let alone on the dock or sea. Akiji froze, thinking he had acted too hastily, and decisively channeled his power again. Ice Age. This time his voice was heavier. Yet the result was the same. Still no ice formed anywhere around him. The dock was hot, the sea breeze was hot. Even the ground at his feet, which should have frozen first, only emitted a faint whitish mist that dissipated in an instant. Kizaru was stunned, unable to help himself. Hey Kazan, what are you playing at? Akiji's face turned grim beyond measure. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike, it was that his ability had simply failed. No matter how he channeled his devil fruit's power, not a speck of ice could form around him. This had never happened to him before, let alone to anyone else. Sweat slowly beaded on Akiji's forehead, his heart filled with bewilderment and frustration, utterly unable to comprehend why his freezing ability had chosen this very moment to abandon him. Ice Age. Akiji growled once more, desperately channeling frigid energy along his arms, yet the sweat on his brow only increased. Nothing. Still nothing. Not even a single frost flower formed in the air half an inch before his palm, let alone froze the dock or the sea. Albert walked forward steadily, his pace unhurried, even somewhat casual. But with each step Akiji felt a greater weight upon his chest. It was as if a blazing sun were pressing slowly against his face. The heat was not ordinary but pressed in from outside, suppressing even the chill within him. Akiji gritted his teeth and tried again. Ice block, pheasant beak. Still no ice bird emerged. His arm was empty, filled only with the helplessness of being forcibly suppressed. At this point, even Akiji himself was bewildered, let alone those around him. He was a Logia-type ice fruit user. In all these years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had clearly activated his ability, shouted the attack name, yet there was no response at all. It was as if his devil fruit power had been forcibly sealed by something. What's going on? Akiji's throat felt dry, and for the first time an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Albert, besides that terrifying high temperature, also possessed some bizarre means to seal devil fruit abilities? Nearby, Kazura squinted, looking from Akiji to Albert. Hey Kazan, you're shouting so hard, but where's the ice? Akiji's face darkened with no time to reply. Sengoku also frowned, staring at the arena, clearly puzzled. Akaina's defeat had been too swift for them to ponder. Now Akiji had already assumed a combat stance and called out his attack names several times, yet not a single shard of ice had appeared on the dock. The scene was undeniably wrong. Garp, ever blunt, leaned forward with a baffled expression. Kazan, where did your ice run off to? Aren't you going to fight? Ice, old man, can't see any. At that shout, Akiji felt his composure nearly crack. Of course he knew he hadn't produced any ice. The problem was he himself didn't know why. Normally if Garp yelled like that he might have lazily retorted. But now he had no mood for it, because Albert had already drawn very close. The closer he got, the heavier the oppressive aura. Akiji even felt that the man standing before him was not a person, but a sun planted on the ground. Waves of heat struck his face, making his breath sear. Even he, a user of the ice fruit, began to feel parched. Albert stopped, looking down at Akiji, his tone utterly flat. Still don't understand. Akiji stared at him, speechless. Albert continued, ice cannot face the sun directly. As his words fell, he slowly raised his hand, reaching toward Akiji's shoulder. The motion was unhurried, yet every nerve in Akiji's body was stretched to its limit in that instant. With his ability suppressed, he was practically defeated without a fight. If Albert's hand truly landed, he had no confidence in blocking it. Just then a system panel visible only to Albert suddenly appeared. Tip current template in use is Sin of Pride. Defeating a marine faction target with the same template yields stage fusion progress reward only on the first encounter. Current target Marine HQ Admiral Akiji Kazan. Judgment, no additional fusion gain. Suggestion, engage Marines with a new template or defeat pirates for progress feedback. Albert's raised hand paused slightly. His expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was displeased. No gain. That meant after the fight with Akainu, using the same pride template against the Marines no longer yielded progress. A wasted effort. Albert's gaze lingered on the panel for a moment, and his mood instantly soured. Next time report such matters in advance, he coldly muttered in his mind. The system offered no reply. Yet in that very instant of Albert's displeasure, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew even heavier. It wasn't that his power had increased significantly, but rather that his inherent arrogance, already lofty, was now tinged with palpable irritation and impatience. Like the high noon sun suddenly pressing down an inch lower. By the docks, the frivolity on Kazara's face gradually faded. Sengoku and Garp furrowed their brows simultaneously, while Tsuru raised her head, fixing her gaze on Albert's hand. They couldn't articulate what was wrong, yet everyone sensed it. In that instant, Albert was more dangerous than before. Akiji, bearing the brunt of it, felt it most directly. Instinctively, he activated his observation haki to grasp the fleeting shift in the future. And then he saw it. A fragment of the future exploded in his mind. Albert's hand gently rested on his shoulder. The next second, no explosion, no roar, just melting. Starting from the shoulder, half his body collapsed like wax. Cold air, flesh, and bones were all devoured by the searing heat the moment that hand descended. He even saw his own pupils contract, his mouth open, his scream delayed by a beat. Akiji's breath hitched, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. His pupils constricted sharply. It wasn't speculation, but a future scene his observation haki had seized in advance. If he was touched, he would truly melt half his body. Akiji's Adam's apple bobbed. For the first time in a direct confrontation, he felt a suffocating terror. Yet those around him couldn't comprehend his fear. To Sengoku and the others, Akiji simply stood frozen, sweat pouring more profusely, his expression worsening. Garp was even more confused. Hey Kazan, what are you spacing out for? No ice, not moving a muscle. You're not scared stiff, are you, boy? Kazara stroked his chin, drawling. How peculiar. Kazan hasn't been right since a while ago. Sengoku remained silent, his eyes locked on Albert's suspended hand. He knew clearly that the outcome could be decided in the next second. But just as everyone expected Albert to press down directly, he suddenly withdrew his hand, pulling it back, just like that. Abruptly, casually, without the slightest pause, as if he had lost interest. Akiji was stunned. He had even prepared to endure the blow with all his might, yet Albert simply stopped. The next moment Albert turned around directly, his gaze falling on Tsuru. Little Tsuru. The moment the words left his mouth, the docks fell into a brief silence. Tsuru herself was taken aback, and Sengoku's eye twitched violently. Garp's mouth hung open, nearly choking on his rice cracker. Little Tsuru. This brat actually dared to address Tsuru like that. Albert, as if finding nothing amiss, continued in a calm tone. Take me to my quarters. It's boring. I'll rest first. He spoke lightly. Yet it was precisely this nonchalance that was more troubling. Sengoku stared at him, his forehead taut with tension. Having just gravely injured Akainu, he then suppressed Akiji into immobility. And after pushing things this far, he simply stopped fighting, turned to leave, and even casually called Tsuru Little Tsuru. This arrogance was no ordinary disdain. This man fundamentally never placed the high-ranking officers of Marine headquarters on an equal footing. Garp grinned, muttering under his breath, "This kid is truly arrogant to the heavens." Sengoku's face darkened. A headache was already setting in. Such a person was indeed formidable for intimidation. But what about the upcoming strategy meeting? Could he sit at a table and deliberate with the headquarters elite? Judging by his demeanor, it would be a courtesy if he didn't turn the entire conference table into a pedestal for himself. But Tsuru, ever the strategist, regained her composure after a fleeting moment of surprise. She looked at Albert and spoke slowly, "Follow me." Albert nodded and turned to leave without sparing Akiji another glance. Akiji stood rooted to the spot, his throat still tight, yet his gaze involuntarily trailed Albert's retreating figure. That man had simply walked away. As if he, a Marine headquarters admiral, wasn't worth a second more of the man's time. Kazara glanced at Albert's departing form, then at Akiji, and suddenly chuckled. "Kazan, you were shouting your attack names just now, but where exactly is the ice? I've been watching all this time and saw nothing." Akiji, already simmering with rage, snapped, "Shut up, Borsellino. Say one more word, and you can try it yourself." Kazara shrugged, grinning innocently. "Oh my, so fierce. I was just curious, that's all." Akiji couldn't be bothered to respond further. Sengoku waved his hand. "Everyone disperse. That's enough for today." Garp scratched his head and headed back first. Kazara drawled a reply before leisurely strolling away. Sengoku and Tsuru, one leading the way and the other following Albert, clearly had a host of matters to address. The Marines and officers on the dock quickly dispersed as well. This confrontation had come abruptly and ended even more suddenly. Yet everyone knew that those brief moments were more terrifying than an actual battle. Only after Albert's figure had faded into the distance did the oppressive heat weighing on the docks begin to ease slightly. Akiji stood still, slowly exhaling. Then he raised his hand palm forward and tried to activate his ability once more. Crack! An ice pillar finally crystallized before his palm. Akiji was stunned. Kizaru, who hadn't gone far, turned back and laughed. "Oh, so the ice is here after all." Akiji ignored him, his eyes fixed intently on the ice pillar in his hand. The next second, as if a realization dawned on him, his gaze grew heavy. It wasn't a ceiling. Albert hadn't sealed his devil fruit ability. It was suppression, absolute suppression. He had been thinking all along that ice could counter fire, that cold could suppress high heat. But he had overlooked the simplest fact. There were also disparities between fire and between heat and heat. Ordinary high temperatures might be overcome by frost. But what if it wasn't ordinary heat, but the very heat of the sun itself? When the ultimate sun shines down, what defense does ice have? He had only considered that his freezing power could counter Albert's intense heat. Yet he forgot that the terrifying heat of a true sun could just as easily shatter any freezing force. What had prevented him from generating ice wasn't some bizarre ability. It was simply the terrifying pressure emanating from Albert, comparable to the blazing sun. Akiji slowly raised his head, gazing at Albert's distant back, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he murmured softly, "Ice can never truly face the sun." Staff Officer Tsuru personally led the way while Albert strolled leisurely towards the VIP lounge with his hands in his pockets. Along the way, nearby Marine officers instinctively cleared a path who no one dared to approach too closely. It wasn't due to protocol, but because the scene at the pier moments ago had been utterly terrifying. Admiral Akainu had been severely burned. He and Admiral Akiji couldn't even unleash his ice, and even Staff Officer Tsuru had been left speechless when he called her Little Tsuru. Who would dare to court trouble with such a person? Sengoku stood rooted to the spot, watching Albert's figure vanish at the end of the corridor. Only when the VIP lounge door closed did he finally let out a slow breath. At last that formidable guest is settled. Garp crunched on his rice crackers, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. "Sengoku, you've really brought back quite the troublemaker this time. His strength is indeed formidable, but his temper is even more explosive than Sakazuki's." Sengoku shot him a glance, too weary to respond to such pointless remarks. Staff Officer Tsuru returned her expression as calm as ever, but her words carried immense weight. "This card is powerful, but difficult to wield. If you fail to control him properly, hell turn the Marines upside down before he even faces Whitebeard." Sengoku rubbed his brow. "I'm well aware of that. Enough for today." He looked at Garp and Tsuru. "You two should head back as well." Garp chuckled, crossed his arms, and turned away. "I have no desire to meddle in your headaches. But honestly, if that kid truly stands at Marineford, the Marines might not lose this battle against Whitebeard." Staff Officer Tsuru said nothing more, merely nodded and departed as well. The corridors soon fell silent. Sengoku stood still for a few seconds before heading to the fleet admiral's office. Once the door closed, the fatigue on his face finally surfaced. The events of today carried an overwhelming amount of information. From Jack being sunk to the bottom of the sea to Akina's severe injury and Aokiji being suppressed on the spot, all within just a few short hours. Yet the impact on Sengoku was nearly as profound as a full-scale war. Especially the scene where Albert casually caught the Hellhound with his bare hand. That wasn't a matter of being slightly stronger, it was pure domination. A Marine headquarters admiral was already at the pinnacle of this sea. Yet Albert defeated Akainu, as if an adult disciplining a child. Sengoku walked behind his desk, sat down, and tapped his fingers lightly on the surface, his mind racing with calculations. Originally, the Marines had harbored reservations about the public execution of Ace. To put it bluntly, it wasn't a matter of courage, but a lack of absolute certainty. If Whitebeard came, he wouldn't come alone. It would be the entire Whitebeard Pirates, one of the most formidable pirate forces in the New World. Even if the Marines won, it would likely be a costly victory. But now things were different. Albert had arrived, and not in an ordinary fashion. He had shattered all doubts within headquarters with the most brutal and domineering methods. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, the scales in his mind had tipped decisively. With Albert's assistance, the Marines' chances of victory against Whitebeard had at least doubled. In that case, there was no need to delay further. The longer the wait, the more variables would arise. Rather than letting Whitebeard continue his preparations, it was better for the Marines to put the blade before the world's eyes first. With that thought, Sengoku hesitated no longer. He pulled open the drawer, took out blank official paper, and began to write. The pen scratched against the paper. This was no ordinary military order, it was an execution notice. It was a declaration of war that would formally reveal Ace's identity, announce his execution, and force Whitebeard to Marineford. Sengoku wrote quickly and steadily. The more he wrote, the stronger his conviction grew. He overturned the original plan on the spot. It had to be advanced, it must be advanced. Since the Marines now possessed such a powerful trump card, it was time to make a bold move. Let the world witness how much longer Whitebeard's era could endure. Over 10 minutes later, Sengoku put down his pen and reviewed the entire notice from beginning to end. It was not lengthy, but every sentence carried immense weight. He paused for 2 seconds, then pressed the button on his den mushy. Summon Chief of Staff brand new to my office immediately. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Soon hurried footsteps halted outside the door. Knock knock. Enter. Brand new pushed the door open, stood at attention, and saluted. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you summoned me. Without preamble, Sengoku slid the freshly drafted document across the desk. Take a look. Brand new stepped forward and accepted the document with both hands. At first his expression was normal, but after reading just 2 lines his breathing grew noticeably heavier. As he continued, his hands tensed up. After finishing the entire notice, Brand new looked up sharply, his face full of shock. Fleet Admiral, this notice, are we sending it out now? Sengoku looked at him. Is there a problem? Brand new swallowed hard, his voice lowering significantly. Fleet Admiral, once this is released, it will be an official declaration of war against Whitebeard. And it will be broadcast to the entire world, a move unseen in decades. Once the news breaks, the entire sea will explode into chaos. Sengoku's tone remained unchanged. I know. That's why I'm entrusting you with its release. Brand new looked at the document in his hands, feeling the paper grow warm against his palms. Having worked in intelligence and announcements at Marine headquarters for so many years, he had seen countless military orders and important documents. But never one of this magnitude. This was not a mere announcement, it was a signal that would alter the world's balance. It was Marine headquarters drawing its sword and pointing it at the throat of Emperor Whitebeard. Brand new glanced down at the notice again, his chest burning with excitement. After the initial shock, what surged within him was exhilaration. Such a historic event, and he would be the one to release it. The weight of this responsibility was enough to make any Marine administrative officer's heart race. Brand new immediately straightened up, his voice rising. Understood, Fleet Admiral. I will disseminate it through headquarters channels to the entire network immediately, no delays. Sengoku nodded. Go ahead. Also, after the message is sent, keep the intelligence division on standby around the clock. All feedback, all public opinion, all abnormal movements. Report them to me immediately. Yes, sir. Brand new saluted once more, then quickly left with the document. As the door closed, Sengoku leaned back in his chair, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. Once the public execution notice was issued, the situation would be set in stone. Whether Whitebeard came or not was no longer the Marines' concern, because at that point Whitebeard would have no choice but to come. Yet soon the slight relief in Sengoku's heart was replaced by renewed anxiety. Another issue surfaced in his mind. Albert. This card was indeed formidable, strong enough to inspire a sense of security. But precisely because he was too powerful, too proud, and looked down upon everyone, he was even harder to control. Today it was a kind of what about tomorrow? Tomorrow morning the Marine headquarters high-level strategy meeting would convene. Nearly all would attend, the 3 admirals, vice admirals, the staff department, and heads of various divisions. Let Albert sit in as well. With his temperament, Sengoku could almost envision how the meeting would unfold. At best, he'd openly mock everyone present. At worst, a single disagreement would see him flipping the table and sending some high-ranking officer to the infirmary, especially Sakazuki, whose temper had already been severely tested. If Albert were to utter another magma breath, the scene would be more troublesome than facing pirates. After a moment's deliberation, Sengoku reached for another den mushi. This matter required consulting Kong. Brew 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 brew. The snail rang a few times before connecting. In the next second, Kong's deep voice came through, laced with undisguised smugness. Sengoku, I knew you'd make this call. Sengoku's brow shot up. You anticipated this. On the other end, Kong snorted obviously. After witnessing Albert's power firsthand, it would be strange if you didn't come asking. So do you finally understand why I call him the strongest in the entire military? Sengoku was silent for 2 seconds before admitting, in terms of strength, I have no complaints. The man you sent is indeed absurdly powerful. He sank Jack to the ocean floor, overpowered Sakazuki Hiden, and even forced Kazan to be unable to release his ice. Such strength would be enough to tip the scales, even in the Summit War. Pausing here, Sengoku's tone shifted slightly. If he weren't from the world government's headquarters, I'd have considered keeping him directly in the Marines. The line was quiet for a moment. Then Kong's voice shot up, don't even think about it. Albert is my personal pick, the successor I've groomed for the world government headquarters. Sengoku, don't get any ideas. Lending him to you for the fight against Whitebeard is already generous. You want to poach him? Why not just move the entire world government headquarters into Marine headquarters? Sengoku's mouth twitched. I only said it crossed my mind. Not even a thought is allowed. Kong's reply was resolute. I can concede on anything else, but not Albert. Sengoku dropped the subject and steered the conversation back. Fine, let's set that aside. I'm not calling to steal him from you. I want to ask you, how exactly do we control Albert's temperament? There was no immediate reply. Sengoku continued. Tomorrow morning, Marine headquarters is holding a high-level strategy meeting to formally discuss the battle plan against Whitebeard. My greatest concern isn't that he can't defeat anyone, but that he won't cooperate. Today he arrived at the dock and sent Sakazuki to the infirmary, then subdued Kazan on the spot. If he's in the meeting room tomorrow, I'm afraid he'll disrupt the entire assembly. If he refuses to follow the plan or attacks Marine High Command again, the internal chaos will begin before the battle even starts. Having said this, Sengoku held the den mushi, waiting for Kong's answer. But Kong didn't offer any direct method of control or suppression. Instead, he suddenly asked, what time does the meeting start? Sengoku was taken aback. 8 in the morning. Kong pressed, are you sure? Yes. There was a half-second silence, then Kong's tone turned gravely serious. Then remember this, the meeting must end before 11 o'clock. Sengoku frowned. Before 11. Yes, before 11. Kong enunciated each word. It absolutely cannot drag on past noon. Sengoku, engrave this in your memory. Adjourn early, the sooner the better, but no later than 11. Sengoku's brow furrowed deeper. How does this relate to controlling Albert? Kong offered no explanation. Just do as I say. Don't ask because I won't tell you. In short, the meeting must end before 11 and you cannot let it run into the afternoon. With that, a sharp click came from the other end. He hung up. Sengoku stood frozen, clutching the den mushi. After a few seconds, he slowly placed the snail back on the desk. The office was silent. But Sengoku's mind was more chaotic than ever. Adjourn before 11. Not past noon. What kind of answer was that? He had asked how to control Albert, and all Kong gave was a baffling time constraint. Sitting in his chair, Sengoku frowned and replayed Kong's words in his mind. There was no clue, none at all. What possible connection could the meeting time have to Albert's temper? Would he become even more troublesome after noon? Or did Kong simply know something else? Sengoku pondered for a long while, but still couldn't figure it out. Yet since Kong had spoken so emphatically, he couldn't afford to disregard it. After all, that old man, however unreliable he might be, wouldn't joke about something like this. Reluctantly, Sengoku set aside his doubts and turned to the most practical matter at hand. Tomorrow's meeting must proceed, and every necessary person must be present. He pressed the command den mushi on his desk again. Connect me to the Staff Department, Administrative Division, and Operations Division. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Once the line connected, Sengoku's voice dropped. Transmit my orders. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, Marine Headquarters will hold a supreme-level strategy meeting. Notify all high-ranking Marine officers on the list, the 3 admirals, all vice admirals, and above core members of the Staff Department, and logistics and deployment chiefs. Everyone must be punctual. The meeting's agenda is to discuss the strategic deployment against Whitebeard. Tell them anyone who dares to be absent without reason. Sengoku paused on each word. His tone, leaving no room for negotiation, will face court-martial. The next morning, flocks of news coups swept across the sky. They flew over harbors, kingdoms, past marine branches, and pirate strongholds, scattering newspapers still smelling of ink across the vast sea. Soon the world erupted. What? In a tavern at a port town in the East Blue, a merchant had just unfolded a newspaper when his glass slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Fire Fist Ace. To be publicly executed in Marineford in 10 days. Several nearby bounty hunters spun around and snatched the newspaper away. The front page headline blazed with jarring prominence. Marine Headquarters announces Portgas D. Ace to be publicly executed in Marineford 10 days hence. Beneath it ran a line even more chilling. His true identity, son of the pirate king G.O.L.D. Roger. Inside, the tavern silence fell, then erupted into chaos. Roger's son. Have the Marines lost their minds? They're announcing this outright. Will Whitebeard sit still? That's his 2nd Division commander aboard his ship. This isn't an execution. It's an invitation for Whitebeard to storm Marineford. It wasn't just this tavern. Across the Sabati archipelago, throughout the first half of the Grand Line, within underground intelligence hubs, and on every island off the outer rim of the New World, the same scene unfolded. Some gasped in shock, others slammed tables in fury, many rushed straight to sea to deliver urgent messages. Royal nobles stared at the newspaper faces ashen. Black market brokers clutched their intelligence sheets, breaths quickening. Countless pirates gazed toward the New World, eyes burning with restless anticipation. All understood the moment this paper hit the streets, the already taut balance of the seas had been shattered, kicked apart by the Marines themselves. There would be no more calm, only war. Somewhere upon the open waters of the New World, a crude wooden raft rose and fell with the swells. Upon it sat Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard, cross-legged, crumpling the newspaper in his fist, laughing louder with each glance. Shishishit. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. He laughed so hard his shoulders shook, making the raft rock beneath him. Beside him, Basilisk grinned and asked, Captain, you're that pleased? Just the Marines executing Ace. Just. Blackbeard lifted his head, a cruel, triumphant grin twisting his features. Basilisk, you see only the surface. He rattled the paper, loudly, laughter thick with avarice. Handing Ace over to the Marines was never about some petty title like Shichibukai. What I want is chaos. The greater the chaos, the better my chance to rise. Doc Q perched atop his horse, coughed twice, and drawled slowly. So, Captain, you intend to let the Marines and Whitebeard tear each other apart? Precisely. Blackbeard brought his palm down hard on the raft. Wood groaned in protest. If Whitebeard refuses to act, the public execution becomes a farce. But if he does move, Marineford will drown in blood. Then the fragile equilibrium among the four emperors will crack wide open. Should Whitebeard fall, a vast dominion in the New World will lie vacant. Even if the Marines, when they'll bleed heavily, limbs broken, bones shattered. Kaido Big Mom Shanks. Who among them will stay idle? His grin widened, teeth flashing. The sea is too crowded. While the old giants stand, how can I climb? Now the opportunity has arrived. Lafitte tipped his hat and murmured, smiling softly, so we do nothing but wait for them to begin fighting. Not nothing, merely not yet our time to enter. We wait for Whitebeard to march on Marineford, for the Marines to unveil every last trump card, for the entire world to boil into utter pandemonium. He folded the newspaper deliberately, then struck it hard against his knee. Only then will it be time for me to truly strike. Shishishit. His laughter rolled across the waves. Basilisk and the others exchanged glances, and all grinned back, pulses racing. They understood perfectly. From the instant Blackbeard delivered Ace to the Marines, he had already laid out the entire ocean as his chessboard. And now, the first move had landed. Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the deck lay hushed. Whitebeard sat upon his throne, the newspaper in hand. He scanned it once, and his expression darkened instantly. Marco stood nearby, voice taut. Pops, this move by the Marines is vicious. They don't seek to kill Ace alone. They aim to drag our entire crew into a brutal, all-out war. This is Sengoku's trap, growled Vista, jaw clenched. Jozu slammed a fist onto the deck, roaring. So what if it is a trap? Are we to watch Ace die? Around him, Captain's eyes burned crimson. Ace must be saved. Who dares touch our brother? We'll fight them to the death. Marineford. So be it. We'll tear it apart. Voices rose in fury, but Whitebeard, seated highest of all, remained silent. His gaze lingered on the paper, veins stood out like cords along the backs of his hands. Sengoku's calculation, he saw it at a glance. A public execution, 10 days' notice, held at Marine headquarters itself. It was an open maw. A trap laid bare, daring Whitebeard to leap inside. Yet even knowing it was a path paved with blades and fire, he had no choice but to walk it. Because bound upon that scaffold was no mere subordinate. It was Ace. It was his son. In the next breath, Whitebeard slammed the paper down upon his armrest, and the entire ship shuddered. That wily old fox Sengoku. He chose both place and timing with precision. His voice was low, but it silenced the deck instantly. Marco whispered, Pops. Whitebeard lifted his head, his gaze cold and terrible. Yes, I see the trap. But what of it? Ace is my son. Let any dare execute him before the world's eyes, and I shall raise their Marine headquarters to dust. As those words fell, every captain's blood surged hot. Marco stepped forward first. Pops, I'll lead the charge. Jozu hefted his shoulder, grinning fiercely. First we smash through the Marines' lines, then bring Ace home. Vista gripped his sword hilt, voice grave. I request command in this battle. I'll go too. Me as well. And I. One after another voices roared, and the Moby Dick's spirit ignited like wildfire. Whitebeard rose slowly, then brought his Naginata down hard upon the deck. Thud. Issue the order. Summon every fleet under our banner in the New World. 10 days from now, in Marineford. Any who stand in our way will be shattered. Yes. The Moby Dick erupted in thunderous fervor. Pirates roared skyward. Captains spun on their heels, barking orders. Cannons, medicines, provisions, banners. All mobilized in record time. Some hauled cannons, others raised sails, still others shouted dispatches across the decks. All knew this battle would be fierce, yet not one stepped back. For the one they fought to save was Ace, and the one who gave the command was Whitebeard. On Onigashima, in Wano country, Crash. A sake cask shattered violently. Kaido sat high above, gripping the newspaper, his face livid with rage. The Marines are publicly executing Ace. Such a monumental event. And Jack, that fool, hasn't sent a single word. Below, Gifters and Shinichi bowed low. None dared speak. When Kaido lost his temper, no one wanted to be in his way. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He abruptly slammed his spiked club into the ground, causing the entire hull to tremble. Out of contact for so many days, not even a single word. Do I keep him just to sleep at sea? Queen twisted his bulky frame, sweat beading on his forehead, as he forced a flattering smile. Kaido don't know Jack may be a bit dim-witted, but he's tough and sturdy. Nothing too serious could have happened. Perhaps he's just delayed on the way. Shall we try contacting him again? Kaido glared at him, snorting out a burst of hot air. Then get to it. Now immediately contact Jack. Queen quickly nodded. All right, I'll have someone contact him right away. Just as he turned to leave, Kaido called him back. Wait. Kaido raised the newspaper in his hand, a vicious grin curling at the corner of his mouth. In 10 days, Marineford is going to be quite lively. The Marines, Whitebeard, Roger's son. How could I possibly miss a gathering like that? Many pirates in the hall looked up, their expressions shifting. Queen blinked. Kaido don't know you mean. Kaido burst into laughter, his voice filled with brutality. Of course I'm going to go and turn everything upside down. The Marines want to make an example of Whitebeard, and Whitebeard wants to save his son. Then he'll just go and fan those flames even higher. If the Marine headquarters gets smashed, or if Whitebeard shows a weakness, the new world will be ripe for the taking. As he spoke, his eyes turned fierce. In such a great chaos, wouldn't it be a waste not to claim a share? Queen's smile faded as he nodded emphatically. Understood. He'll make the arrangements. Kaido tilted his head back and gulped down a swig of sake, his eyes gleaming with savage excitement. 10 days. Marineford. I can't wait to see how this battle turns out. In another part of the new world, aboard the Red Force. The wind was strong on the deck. Red-haired Shanks stood at the bow holding the same newspaper, having stared at it for a long time. He neither smiled nor spoke, only his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Beside him, Ben Beckham lit a cigarette. After glancing at the newspaper's contents, he spoke first. The Marines moved too fast this time. Shanks turned his head toward him. You feel it too? Of course I do. Beckham exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice steady. Sengoku isn't someone like Akainu who just charges head first. He's always been cautious. Publicly executing Ace is practically forcing Whitebeard to come to Marineford for a full-scale war. At this level of conflict, one wrong judgment could see Marine headquarters destroyed. Yet he still did it, and only gave 10 days' notice. What does that suggest? Lucky Roo interjected. That the Marines are confident. It's more than just ordinary confidence. Beckham's eyes darkened. It means they likely have an extra card to play, one that can tip the scales of battle. Shank's expression slowly hardened. You mean Sengoku secretly secured a top-tier powerhouse? Most likely. Beckham nodded. Otherwise, this timing doesn't add up. Don't forget, a month ago, a very strange person showed up at the world government's headquarters. Mysterious, sudden, and unbelievably ruthless. Yasop frowned. You mean that army admiral? Beckham grunted in affirmation. That's the one. I heard that guy single-handedly wiped out the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, even crushing the CP-1 forces caught in the crossfire. Afterwards, the headquarters immediately promoted him to admiral. That level of combat power is already astonishing enough. And now with the Marines' sudden declaration of war, it's hard not to connect the two events. Shank's pupils contracted. If that's really the case. He didn't finish his sentence, but his hand had already clenched the newspaper tightly. He knew Whitebeard's personality all too well. That man, the strongest in the world, might see through the trap and curse Sengoku's cunning. But as long as Ace was on the execution platform, he would go without hesitation. That was the problem. If Marineford, besides the three admirals Sengoku and Garp, also concealed a monster capable of single-handedly annihilating the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, then the danger of this war was far more terrifying than it appeared on the surface. If Whitebeard charged in, as usual, the consequences would only be worse. Lucky Roo asked quietly, Captain, what do we do? Shanks lifted his head, his gaze fully hardened. We can't wait any longer. Whitebeard must have received the newspaper too. He'll go and no one can talk him out of it. Beckham took over. So we need to reach him before he sets sail and tell him about the Marines' hidden top-tier combat power. At the very least, we can't let him walk into Marineford completely unprepared. Without a moment's hesitation, Shanks turned and addressed the entire crew. Notify everyone. Turn around immediately. Full speed to the depths of a new world. I need to see Whitebeard before he sets sail. He crushed the newspaper in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. We can't let him fall into Sengoku's trap like this. All hands prepare. We're going to see Whitebeard. At 7:20 in the morning, the Marine headquarters infirmary was still thick with the smell of medicine. Smoker lay propped up on the hospital bed, his chest wrapped in heavy bandages, an unlit cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression grim. That slash from Jack the day before had been severe. But more than his injuries, what irritated him now was being bedridden and unable to do anything. The ward door was gently pushed open and Tashigi hurried in. Commander Smoker. Smoker lifted his eyelids. Isn't the venue busy? Why are you here first? Tashigi adjusted her glasses, still catching her breath. I just received some news. I had to tell you first. Smoker frowned. What news? Tashigi paused for half a second before lowering her voice. Admiral Akiji. He lost too. What a... Smoker shot upright, the sudden movement pulling at his chest wound. His face went pale as he hissed in pain. This. The medic organizing the medicine bottles immediately scowled. Don't move. He strode over and pressed Smoker down by the shoulder. Are you not injured enough? You were just bandaged yesterday, and now you want to tear the wound open again. Smoker gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, but he remained stubborn. Let's talk. This little wound won't kill me. The medic snorted coldly, directly using the next ward as a warning. This little wound. Why don't you go take a look at Admiral Sakazuki in the next room before you say that? Smoker paused, looking up. Akainu. The medic's face darkened. After his fight with Albert yesterday, half his body was nearly burned away. His fever hasn't broken, and he was in so much pain, he couldn't sleep all night. He only collapsed from exhaustion just before dawn. He still hasn't fully woken up yet. Smoker's expression shifted. That's serious. The military doctor tilted his chin toward the door. See for yourself. The door to the adjacent ward was not fully closed, leaving a gap. Smoker turned his head to look. With a single glance, his face darkened. On the hospital bed, Akainu's breathing was labored. Half his body was wrapped in bandages, dark red bloodstains already seeping through the white cloth. From his shoulder to his chest, it was bound, as one his arm unable to even stretch properly. The sight alone was painful to behold. Tashigi stood to the side, unconsciously pressing her lips together. Yesterday at the dock, she had not been far away. Yet seeing Akainu's injuries now still made her heart tighten. Smoker was silent for 2 seconds, then looked down at the bandages on his own chest, and suddenly cursed. Damn it. Compared to this, the slash Jack gave me was just a flesh wound. The military doctor nodded. You were lucky. Jack's blow was heavy, but at least it didn't cost you half your life. Sakazuki, the admiral's situation is different. That kind of burn is too vicious. Even recovery is troublesome. Smoker exhaled a turbid breath, his gaze growing heavier. That bastard Albert really doesn't hold back. The Navy and the Army both from the same system, and he shows no mercy at all. He finished speaking, then abruptly raised his head to look at Tashigi. What about Akiji, the admiral? How badly is he injured? Tashigi immediately shook her head. No, Admiral Akiji wasn't injured. Smoker was stunned. Not injured. Then how did he lose? Tashigi's expression turned strange, as if she herself found it absurd. Because Admiral Akiji never even got a chance to fight. Smoker frowned. What do you mean? Tashigi said in a low voice. Yesterday at the dock, Albert singled out Admiral Akiji to stay behind. When Admiral Akiji tried to use his power, his ice fruit felt as if it was suppressed by something. He couldn't even release ice. He called out his techniques several times, but there was no response. Then Albert just took a few steps forward, and Admiral Akiji stopped. For the first time, clear shock appeared in Smoker's eyes. Even his ability was suppressed. Tashigi nodded. Yes. Smoker stared at the ceiling, forgetting to even roll the cigar in his mouth. Akainu was critically burned. Hiden. Akiji was even more absurd. He hadn't even had time to fight. What kind of ability did that guy have? Flame, hockey, or some other damn thing? Smoker was silent for a moment, then murmured, what a monster. Tashigi glanced at the clock on the wall and quickly straightened up. It's almost 7:30. Oh, I need to get to the venue. There's a high-level Navy strategy meeting this morning, and I still have final preparations to make. Smoker waved his hand. Go on. Then he added, Tashigi, stay away from Albert. Tashigi was taken aback. Smoker bit down on his cigar, his voice very low. Someone like him isn't something someone at our level can understand. Yesterday on the ship at noon, he was like a monster. If he's put on a different face again this morning, that'll be even more troublesome. Tashigi pressed her lips together. I understand. She turned and quickly left the ward. Smoker leaned back against the headboard, closing his eyes, his chest still throbbing with dull pain. Yet compared to his wound, what concerned him more now was the man named Albert. At 7:50 outside the venue, Tashigi finally finished the last of the setup work, letting out a soft breath. The venue was large. The tables and chairs had long been arranged by rank, nameplates neatly placed. High-ranking Navy officers of vice admiral level and above were arriving one after another, the doorway filled with footsteps and low conversations. She stood at the entrance, glancing inside, and felt a slight relief. Albert's seat was still empty. He hadn't come, at least not yet. Tashigi adjusted her glasses, her heart finally slowing its frantic pace. The scene from yesterday had left too deep an impact on her. A single punch sent Jack flying, a single sun crippled Akainu, and a few steps suppressed Akiji so thoroughly he couldn't even release ice. Just thinking about a person like that made her back tense. Good, she muttered softly, turning to move farther away. But no sooner had she taken a few steps than she collided with a figure. Tashigi was startled at first, but when she saw the face, she nearly froze on the spot. MMR. Albert. She instinctively snapped to attention and saluted, her voice taut. Albert stopped and looked down at her. But this look was nothing like the one at noon yesterday. There was no scorching pressure, no terrifying aura of someone looking down on everything from on high. The Albert before her now had soft blonde hair, a slender build, immaculate white clothes, and a faint smile on his face. He looked like an aristocratic young gentleman out for a morning stroll. Gentle, bright, and even excessively handsome. Morning. He spoke first, his voice also very gentle. Tashigi was stunned for a moment. Gee, good morning. Albert looked at her, his tone natural. The venue arrangements and guidance yesterday were hard work. Thank you. Tashigi was even more bewildered. Thank her. This person actually took the trouble to thank someone. Her mind flashed back to the figure on the dock yesterday, who had a Kainu screaming in agony, and she couldn't reconcile the image with the scene before her. Seeing no reaction, Albert smiled again. As a token of thanks, let's have lunch together after the meeting. Tashiji's glasses nearly slipped off. Huh. She opened her mouth, completely dazed. Was the Albert of yesterday, aloof, terrifyingly powerful, really the same person as this gentle, courteous one who was actively inviting her to lunch? Tashiji forced herself to reply. Mr. Albert, I don't have the qualifications to attend a meeting of this level, let alone after. Qualifications. Albert interrupted her, his tone still calm, but the familiar arrogance had already surfaced. With me here, there's no place you can't go. Tashiji was momentarily speechless. Albert glanced at her and said slowly, follow me. Not to mention a mere strategy meeting. Even if it's Sengoku's office, if you want to enter, no one would dare stop you. The words were said lightly, but they only made Tashiji's heart more unsettled. It was still that same flavor, still that same Albert. Only now in the morning he spoke without the suffocating pressure of yesterday, carrying instead a natural, composed ease. Let's go. With that, Albert walked toward the entrance of the venue. Tashiji stood frozen for 2 seconds before she could only grit her teeth and follow. She simply couldn't figure out which side of this man was the real one. Soon the two entered the venue one after the other. Inside, the venue was already filled with high-ranking Navy officers. Vice admirals, elite strategists, heads of various departments. Looking around, any one of them was a significant figure. And the moment Albert stepped through the door, the venue, which had been alive with low murmurs, fell noticeably silent. A flood of gazes converged on him all at once. Is that Albert? The army general who defeated Akainu and Akiji yesterday. How does he look like this? He seems far too young. He looks like an aristocratic young master, completely at odds with the rumors. Some whispered among themselves, others stared at Albert with probing gazes, and a few couldn't help but glance at Tashiji, following behind him, their eyes brimming with astonishment. A female officer of field-grade rank actually accompanying an army general into a venue like this. Yet seeing Albert's utterly unperturbed demeanor, no one dared to question it. Albert walked straight to his seat, as if oblivious to the stares. Tashiji followed stiffly beside him, feeling as though she didn't know where to place her feet. The vice admirals nearby exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with subtlety. This was far too different from the monster they had imagined. The reports from yesterday were each more alarming than the last. Sinking Jack, crippling Akainu, subduing Akiji. But seeing him in person today, he appeared as nothing more than an exceptionally refined young scion, not even a hint of sharpness showing through. This contrast only made everyone more uneasy. At the front of the venue, upon the high platform, Sengoku had long been seated in the main chair, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he watched Albert enter. Yesterday, he was that unreasonably powerful, arrogantly headache-inducing monster at noon. Yet this morning, he had transformed back into this gentle and refined demeanor. Even he could not fathom this change. Sengoku tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his mind filled only with the words Kong had repeatedly emphasized over the phone yesterday. The meeting must conclude before 11 o'clock. It absolutely must not be delayed until noon. The venue had fallen very quiet, everyone observing this army general. With golden hair, white attire, a tall and slender build, and a faint smile on his face, he sat down with an air of composure in every movement. He looked in every way like an aristocrat of noble birth. Tashiji stood at the edge of the venue, clutching her documents, her heart still racing a little. She knew better than anyone what terrifying things lay beneath that gentle face. Let's begin. From the main seat, Sengoku's deep voice rang out. The meeting quickly got down to business. The outer harbor artillery formation must be reinforced. Whitebeard won't advance straightforwardly. The execution platform needs 3 layers of defense. Any contingency must be preemptively sealed off. His allied pirate crews are numerous. Once the encirclement is breached, the situation will turn ugly. The warlords must all be in position. This cannot be delayed. Statement followed statement. Maps were spread and folded on the table. Lists were changed one after another. Many speakers would instinctively glance at Albert as they spoke. Especially after the first pause for comments, everyone waited for him to speak. But Albert said nothing. He merely leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, occasionally lowering his eyes to glance at the deployment map on the table, but mostly just sitting there quietly. Shaitan was the first to be unable to hold back, tentatively probing. General Albert, what do you think of summoning the warlords? Albert lifted his eyes slightly, his tone mild. You all discuss first. That was all he said, and then he fell silent again. The venue was quiet for 2 seconds before the discussion resumed. An hour passed, then 2 hours. Some began to relax. A vice admiral lowered his voice to a colleague beside him. Could the reports from yesterday have been exaggerated? Another also glanced towards Albert. Who knows? At least for now, he doesn't seem particularly special. He hasn't offered a single substantial opinion from start to finish. Maybe he's just strong in combat. He might not know much about strategy. Fleet Admiral Kong probably sent him more to maintain a presence. The murmurs grew more numerous. The initial looks of wariness and appraisal gradually dissipated. Sengoku presided over the whole affair from the platform chief of staff, Tsuru, constantly adding details, while Shaitan and several vice admirals argued back and forth about the warlord's perimeter interception and the timing of the execution, their voices rising and falling. Garp sat to the side with his arms crossed occasionally, letting out a grunt. Aokiji sat far back, his eye mask half covering his face, one hand supporting his forehead, still wearing his usual lazy look, yet his occasional glances towards Albert never truly relaxed. He had learned his lesson once. He knew that when this man was quiet, it didn't mean safety. Kizaru was even more direct. Seeing that Albert remained inactive all morning, he simply sauntered over to a corner of the venue, leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, projecting an air of, "As long as you don't call on me, you'll just blend into the background." How frightening. He muttered softly, though it was unclear whether he meant Whitebeard or someone else. Thus the meeting dragged on from morning until noon. In those 4 hours, everyone's attention had long since shifted away from Albert back to the Sea Chart's troop deployments and execution plans. Until, click, the minute and hour hands of the clock in the corner of the venue simultaneously struck 12 noon. The sound was not loud, but the next second Albert, seated in his chair, suddenly opened his eyes. First his shoulders sagged, then his entire silhouette began to visibly heighten and expand. His white clothes tightened, muscles bulging across his chest, arms, and back. The once form-fitting uniform seemed to be violently stretched from within the fabric, emitting a continuous tearing sound. The expressions of several nearby vice admirals changed instantly, and they recoiled half a step. What a... Here it comes again. Tashigi nearly dropped the documents in her hands. This was the Albert she had seen yesterday at noon. Powerful, weighty, pressing down on one's chest with a stifling force. The arguing in the venue ceased abruptly. The high-ranking Marines who had been immersed in strategic discussions turned their gazes back in unison. Everyone saw it. The man who had been gentle and quiet this morning now seemed like a completely different person. Tall, aloof, his very breathing carrying an unreasonable sense of oppression. Albert slowly rose to his feet, looking down upon the entire venue. His voice was not loud, yet it weighed heavily on everyone's ears. "You all fall back and defend Marineford. I will go alone and kill the Whitebeard Pirates." One sentence, and the entire venue erupted. "What did you say? Alone? This isn't arrogance anymore, it's madness. What do you take the entire Marine headquarters for?" The most jarring part wasn't, "I will go and kill." It was the first half. "You all fall back and defend Marineford." Those words were utterly contemptuous. Everyone present, at the very least, was a high-ranking officer at headquarters. Not one of them lacked pride. Yet Albert, with one statement, dismissed them all as burdens. This was no ordinary arrogance. It was trampling the entire Marine headquarters underfoot. Yet for all their fury, not a single person in the venue dared to step forward and claim they could single-handedly contend with the Whitebeard Pirates. The name Whitebeard carries too much weight. Aokiji slowly straightened up, his temples tensing slightly. That feeling again. The oppressive force from yesterday at the dock that had frozen even his ability to release ice had returned. And it's even more direct than yesterday. Troublesome. He exhaled softly, already knowing deep down that this meeting was doomed to end in chaos. On the other side, Kizaru instinctively shuffled half a step further into the corner. "Oh my, I knew things wouldn't go so smoothly." He didn't even dare meet Albert's gaze, fearing that this gentleman might, in a fit of displeasure, turn his wrath upon him. At the head of the table, Sengoku, who had been frowning at Albert, suddenly seemed to recall something and jerked his head down to check the time. It was exactly noon. Sengoku's face darkened. What had Kong said on the phone yesterday? The meeting must adjourn before 11 and absolutely no later than noon. He had emphasized it repeatedly, yet he had still let it slip past. A heavy, sinking feeling settled in Sengoku's heart, followed by a wave of regret. He could blame no one but himself. Albert had been so quiet and mild-mannered this morning that he had unconsciously let his guard down, forgetting the warning entirely. "Albert." Suppressing his remorse, Sengoku softened his tone, offering an olive branch. "Whitebeard is no ordinary pirate. He commands dozens of fleets. This battle cannot be won by individual prowess alone. No one doubts your strength. But the deployments we discuss now are meant to minimize losses and ease your burden." His words were tactful, essentially acknowledging Albert's might and framing the Navy's plans as mere support. Yet Albert remained unimpressed. He cast a cold glance at the battle map that had lain before him for 4 hours. The next second, he shoved the long table aside. The heavy conference table slid sideways, crashing into 2 chairs and scattering maps, documents, and lists across the floor. Several officers jolted to their feet in shock. Sengoku's expression shifted. Albert didn't spare the scattered papers a glance, speaking with icy detachment. 4 hours, and this is what you've come up with? Outer sea defenses, the 7 warlords lending aid, a layered encirclement waiting for Whitebeard to charge headlong into the trap. A mountain of worthless blather, and none of it amounts to anything. This lit the fuse in the room. Shaitan was the first to rise, his face twisted with anger. "You can dismiss other plans, but the proposal to enlist the 7 warlords, that was mine. It's the most prudent and sensible choice. If you have a problem, take it up with me." Albert looked down at him, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. "Of course there's a problem. And enlisting the 7 warlords is the most foolish decision of this entire meeting." A vein bulged on Shaitan's forehead. Albert cut him off. "What are the 7 warlords? No matter how you dress it up, they're nothing more than a bunch of pirates the Navy has temporarily tolerated. The Navy goes to war with the Whitebeard Pirates, and you want another group of pirates to meddle in military affairs. And you call this a strategy? How laughable." His voice was low, yet it silenced the room. Pirates are pirates, even the 7 warlords. Since they've stumbled into this game, they should be swept away along with the rest. Having pirates fight for the Navy only reveals your incompetence. With that, Albert swept a cold gaze across the room. And what's worse, it brings shame upon the army. Shaitan was stunned for a moment, then erupted in fury. Have you lost your mind? Whitebeard is right before us. The Navy faces a full-scale war. Instead of consolidating our forces, you want to strike at the 7 warlords first. Do you even understand what's important? Albert's expression remained unchanged. In his eyes, the 7 warlords and the Whitebeard Pirates were no different, mere progress markers on a template. Especially now at high noon, his power was at its peak. Sitting here listening to these people bicker was nothing but a waste of time. Rather than attending this meeting, he was itching to move. First eliminate the 7 warlords, then return to wait for Whitebeard to walk into the trap. What's important? Albert spoke calmly. Of course I know. That's why I say the 7 warlords must die first. Whitebeard will come, he can't escape sooner or later. But if those 7 warlords are left alive, they'll only be an eyesore. Shaitan opened his mouth, but the words died in his throat. He was genuinely stunned by this speech. Consolidate forces. No, Albert had never intended to do that. This man truly saw both the 7 warlords and Whitebeard as prey to be hunted. Shaitan couldn't help but wonder if Albert was genuinely planning to walk out the door right now and start killing the 7 warlords one by one. The moment that thought crossed Shaitan's mind, Albert gave his answer. Not one by one. Standing before the overturned table, he looked down at the frozen faces in the room, his voice terrifyingly calm. I will kill every last one of them. Those words fell, and the entire room fell into dead silence. The Navy High Command, who had been arguing over deployments, troop strength, and warlord coordination, felt as if a club had struck their heads, their minds ringing. A pen clattered onto the table, a teacup froze midair. Several vice admirals opened their mouths, but couldn't utter a single word. Albert, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed, continuing without pause. The 7 warlords are at the end of the day 7 pirates. Just because they wear the world government skin, do they think there's something useful, eh? The Navy has to rely on legalized pirates to prop itself up when facing Whitebeard. That situation itself is a disgrace. Since they're pirates, they deserve to die. Whitebeard must be killed, and so must the 7 warlords. After today, I don't want to hear the names 7 warlords of the sea ever again. Each sentence carried more weight than the last. By the end, even the field officers standing at the sides felt their scalps tingle. It was too arrogant, too insane. Yet no one could dismiss his words as a joke. Yesterday at the dock, he had burned a Kainu into the infirmary and pressured Akiji until he couldn't even release ice. And now at high noon, he had overturned the table before everyone. A man like this, if he dared to say it, he would surely do it. Momosaji stood to the side, her chest heaving slightly, truly understanding for the first time what extreme arrogance meant. This man was not merely arrogant. He was something else entirely. He simply stood there convinced that everyone should bend to his will. Yet what silenced Momosaji wasn't Albert's power, but the sharpness in his words. For he had spoken of the very sword that the Marines had been most reluctant to touch over the years, the Shichibukai, the legal pirates. They enjoyed privileges granted by the world government, bore the title of Marine collaborators, yet were steeped in pirate habits, each one more troublesome than the last. Who among the Marine High Command didn't loathe them? Who didn't find them revolting? But as revolting as they were, no one could speak out. Because the Shichibukai system was established by the world government, because those individuals were entangled in deep connections, because the Marines, no matter how unwilling, had to grit their teeth and endure. Now Albert had kicked the words everyone had been holding back onto the table right in front of the entire Marine headquarters. Momosaji fell silent for 2 seconds before she couldn't help but speak. Mr. Albert, the Shichibukai are not that simple. She stepped forward, her tone unprecedentedly serious. Behind them are not just themselves, but the world government's endorsement and ties to the New World and Underworld forces. Even if the Marines dislike it, it's impossible. What the Marines can't do doesn't mean I can't. Albert cut her off directly with no room for negotiation. Momosaji's voice caught, and she looked up at him. Albert was looking back at her, but his eyes held no explanation, no compromise. Only an unquestionable lofty arrogance. Those you Marines dare not control, I will control. Those you dare not kill, I will kill. Those matters you dare not touch, the army will handle. From today on, I'll clean up all the trash you Marines don't dare to touch. As these words struck, Momosaji involuntarily stepped back. But Albert didn't stop. If the world government wants to protect them, that's their business. I'm only responsible for killing them. If anyone disagrees, they can come to me. With those final words, Momosaji stepped back again, her lower back hitting the edge of the table before she stopped. She had seen strong people before. The 3 admirals, Sengoku Garp. She had seen them all. But someone like Albert, who flaunted arrogance and tyranny to such an extent, she had never encountered. It wasn't simple confidence, it was a posture that trampled all rules underfoot. As if the world government, the Shichibukai, and Marine headquarters were nothing but a pile of nuisances to be dealt with. Shaitan, who had been seething with anger, was now completely silenced. He had resented Albert before, resented that this man had come to headquarters, injured a Kainu, subdued Akiji, and turned the entire meeting into his own monologue. But now he suddenly realized something. Albert wasn't speaking in anger, nor was he exploiting the situation. This man genuinely intended to thoroughly crush the Shichibukai before going to war with Whitebeard. At that thought, Shitan's throat tightened. The retorts that had been on the tip of his tongue suddenly vanished. Because he knew clearly that he wasn't arguing with a raving lunatic, but facing a monster who meant every word he said. At the head of the table, Sengoku's face had darkened to its limit. His worst fear had come to pass. Albert's words weren't just about overturning the meeting. He was going to strike at the Shichibukai directly. And if something happened to them before the Great War, things would become a complete mess. Those people were never loyal allies. They were only barely bound to the Marines by interests and the system. If Albert acted prematurely, cornering them and possibly driving them to Whitebeard's side, the Marines would lose a usable fighting force. Worse still, it would throw the entire planned Paramount War deployment into chaos. Sengoku understood better than anyone that Albert wasn't bluffing. And because he understood, he grew even more agitated. No, this had to be suppressed. As soon as the meeting ended, he would have to call Kong immediately. Only that old man could possibly restrain this absurdly insane army admiral. With that thought, Sengoku spoke gravely. Albert, you can't act recklessly. The Shichibukai system isn't something you can touch as you please. What matters now is Whitebeard. If you act rashly, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Albert didn't even turn his head, cutting him off directly. Sengoku's face darkened, but he pressed on stubbornly. Listen to me first. If the Shichibukai cause trouble at this juncture, they might switch to Whitebeard's side. The Marines would lose a fighting force and the entire Marineford. If they switch, you'll kill them all in one go. Albert's tone was icy. One less piece of trash, one more piece of trash. What difference does it make? Sengoku's temple throbbed violently. Albert, this is no time for willfulness. Willfulness. Albert finally turned his head to glance at him, his voice filled with indifference. Sengoku, don't mistake the Marines' weakness for caution. And don't call what you dare not do considering the bigger picture. What you consider is face the world government and a pile of useless rules. I only consider results. As Sengoku tried to speak again, Albert cut him off once more. Shut up. At those two words, the vice admirals in the room were stunned. The fleet admiral being silenced to his face. And during the highest level strategic meeting at headquarters. Sengoku's fists clenched, but for the moment, he couldn't regain control. Just then, Vice Admiral Virgo, who had been sitting quietly in the back, finally pushed his chair aside and stood up. His movements were subtle and his tone was steady. Admiral Albert. Many eyes in the room turned to him. Virgo was a vice admiral at headquarters and the de facto commander of G5, carrying significant weight and experience. It wasn't out of place for him to step in now. Virgo looked at Albert, his expression composed. You are the Army Admiral, and we all witnessed your strength yesterday. But this is Marine headquarters. We are discussing the Marines' campaign in the New World, not the Army's internal operations. The Shichibukai system affects the maritime balance and the world government. It's not something you can simply decide to eliminate. Forgive my bluntness, but you don't understand the situation at sea, and you shouldn't interfere with Marine decisions. He paused, his voice deepening. What you need to do now is not dictate terms to the Shichibukai, but follow Marine headquarters deployment and cooperate with us against Whitebeard. As for the Marines' own affairs, they don't require your concern. As these words fell, many in the room nodded in agreement. Virgo is right. The Army may be strong, but it's still the Army. He's overreaching. With a major battle imminent, overhauling the Marine structure is already an overreach. Even several high-ranking officers who had previously been cowed into silence by Albert now seized the opportunity to voice their agreement. It wasn't that they genuinely supported the 7 warlords of the sea. Rather, Albert's apparent intent to dismantle the entire Marine operational framework left many deeply unsettled. Virgo stood motionless, his expression calm, but inwardly his nerves were taut. Others remained unaware, yet he knew full well, if Albert truly moved against the 7 warlords, the gravest danger would not fall upon others, but upon Don Quixote da Flamingo. The young master himself was one of the 7 warlords. Given Albert's current recklessness, a direct assault would trigger catastrophe for the young master without delay. Thus, Virgo had no choice but to step forward, to smother this fire before it erupted. Even if only to stall, he needed to delay until after the great battle. Yet, just as the Marine High Command began nodding in unison, Albert slowly turned his gaze toward Virgo, who had voluntarily stepped into the spotlight. He had grown weary of their hollow rhetoric, but seeing Virgo present himself so readily rekindled a flicker of interest. I see. Albert regarded Virgo with detached calm. I'd been wondering, who among you would be so eager to speak up for the 7 warlords? Now it makes sense. Virgo's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Albert offered no reply, only looked down upon him, his voice colder still. When precisely did Marine affairs become the domain of a pirate to meddle in it? The word struck like ice, and Virgo's face went rigid. But what followed was even more explosive. The entire chamber erupted in shock. Jozu whirled around. Namiyo snapped her eyes wide open. Sengoku, Akiji, Kizuru, even Vice Admiral Tsuru locked her gaze onto Virgo in that very instant. Virgo spoke low and firm. Admiral Albert, slandering a fleet admiral of the headquarters is no trivial matter. Slander. Albert cut him off, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Virgo, you are a pirate, a spy embedded deep within the Marines. What authority do you possess to lecture me on Marine affairs? Silence crashed over the chamber, stunned, disbelieving, paralyzed. Then chaos erupted. What did you say? Virgo is a pirate spy. Preposterous. One fleet admiral slammed his fist on the table, face livid. Admiral Albert, do you grasp the weight of your words? Virgo has served alongside us for years. How many feats has he accomplished for the Marines? Yet you brand him a pirate without hesitation. Baseless accusations leveled publicly against a fleet admiral. This is no jest. Naval headquarters enforces strict discipline, layer upon layer of scrutiny. How could a pirate spy ascend to fleet admiral and base commander? Do you truly believe that yourself? Exactly. If Virgo is a pirate, what then was the Navy's entire vetting process worth? Could even the fleet admiral himself have misjudged the man he personally promoted? One accusation after another shattered the chamber's composure. Virgo had spent too long within the Navy and played his role too flawlessly. His seniority, uncompromising conduct, ironclad execution, and mastery over the chaotic G5 base had earned him countless defenders across the ranks. Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his expression stiff. Others shouted fiercely, but he remained silent. For if this accusation held truth, the deepest disgrace would fall upon him. Virgo held the rank of fleet admiral and commanded a vital base, serving for years under the banner of naval excellence. To confirm him as a pirate spy would be a public shattering blow to Sengoku's own authority. Sengoku drew a slow breath and commanded silence. At the fleet admiral's decree, the clamor subsided, barely. His gaze locked onto Virgo. Virgo, I ask you plainly, what is the truth behind Admiral Albert's claim? In that moment, every eye in the chamber fixed upon Virgo alone. Virgo's spine tensed. He was genuinely startled. From the instant Albert exposed his identity, his heart had plummeted, yet swiftly steadied itself. No evidence existed. Albert must have none. Over the years, Virgo had perfected his masquerade, flawless indeed, impenetrable in secrecy. Even his ties to Don Quixote da Flamingo remained buried beyond reach. However erratic Albert might be, he could not possibly have uncovered irrefutable proof at a glance. With that thought, Virgo regained his composure. He lifted his head, his face dark, his voice thick with suppressed fury. Fleet Admiral, I do not know why Admiral Albert speaks of me thus. Yet if I must speculate on motive, there remains only one possibility. Sengoku frowned. Speak. Virgo turned sharply toward Albert, voice rising. In this very meeting, I openly opposed his move against the 7 warlords. He suffered public humiliation at my hands, and now seeks vengeance, slapping a ludicrous charge upon me to save face. At once murmurs of agreement swelled anew. So that's it. I knew it. Why single out Virgo without warning? To retaliate against a colleague's dissent by attacking his very identity, that is unforgivable. Josu's brow nodded further, his gaze upon Albert hardened with unmistakable disapproval. Even Namiyo pressed her lips together in quiet tension. In the corner, Kizaru leaned idly against the wall, stroking his chin, still holding back from intervention. He wished no entanglement, but genuine curiosity stirred within him. How precisely had Albert seen through it? This was no ordinary pirate, but Virgo himself concealed deep within the Navy's highest echelons. Not even the admirals stationed at headquarters had sensed it, yet Albert named it outright. Truly terrifying, Kizaru murmured softly, unmoving, content merely to observe from a safe distance, keen to avoid any trace of trouble clinging to himself. At the chamber's center, Virgo, seeing the tide of support swell around him, grew bolder. He took a deliberate step forward, locking eyes with Albert. Admiral Albert, if you accuse me of being a pirate spy, produce your evidence. Without proof, to slander a fleet admiral publicly, to fracture internal unity, to undermine morale on the eve of war, can you bear the consequences of such a crime? As he uttered the final words, his haki surged forth, a torrent of black armament haki racing from his arms up to his shoulders and chest down his legs until it enveloped his entire form. He stood encased in obsidian armor, so absolute, so imposing that several officers flinched instinctively. Full-body armament haki. Virgo is truly enraged. Virgo, there's no need for alarm. This is Marineford. The fleet admiral and admirals stand witness. No one dares act rashly here. Precisely. He won't dare strike. First, produce your evidence. Fail to do so, and you've slandered a fellow officer. Virgo's lips were tight, but inwardly he was already 70 or 80% certain. Yes, just like that. As long as Albert couldn't produce evidence, he would not only walk away unscathed today, but could also turn the tables and nail the other man to the cross of publicly slandering a colleague. An army admiral having just arrived at Marine headquarters, pulling a stunt like this, no matter how strong he was, he'd suffer a heavy blow. The evidence. Virgo stared at Albert, enunciating each word. Produce it. The moment the words fell, Albert moved. There was no furious roar, no gathering of momentum, not the slightest hint. He simply stood there, raised his hand, and made a casual slash through the air. The motion was slow. Yet the instant that slash was released, the entire hall felt as if it had been forcibly cleaved apart. A golden slashing scar flashed by. Too fast, so fast that even Sengoku could only manage to narrow his eyes. The composure on Virgo's face froze on the spot. The next second, the armament haki covering his entire body was torn apart like paper. From shoulder to abdomen, a massive penetrating slash wound burst open, blood spraying wildly, instantly staining half the hall's floor crimson. Oh, Virgo screamed in agony, his entire body flying backward, smashing heavily into the tables and chairs behind him. His black armament haki shattered on the spot. The hall erupted into chaos. Virgo, how is this possible? Armament, cut through with a single strike. Momonga shot to his feet and Nigimo's face turned ashen and Tokake's was simply stunned. No one had expected Albert to actually strike. And in front of the fleet admiral, the chief of staff, the admirals, and a host of vice admirals, without warning going straight for the kill. Even more unexpected was that Virgo's level of armament haki couldn't even withstand a single blow from Albert. Kizaru's eyelid twitched, and even his smirk faded. Oh my, this is no ordinary trouble, is it? Akiji also sat up straight, staring at the figure lying in a pool of blood, saying nothing. Sengoku's face darkened to its limit. He slammed the table and stood up. Albert, you. But before he could finish his sentence, Virgo, lying on the ground, coughed up blood and propped himself up with sheer will. The slash across his chest had nearly cut him in two. His breathing was labored and intermittent, but his face still bore defiance. Evidence. Albert, evidence. He refused to yield, even to his last breath. He didn't believe it. He would die before believing that Albert had any solid proof. Just then a system notification sounded in Albert's ear. Target eliminated. Virgo target classification, high rank pirate infiltrator pride, send template integration, 56-58 integration progress, increased 2. Albert glanced at it, his brow twitching almost imperceptibly. Only 2 points. How pathetic. Compared to Akainu and Jack, the boost from such a lowly target was far too meager. It seemed he would have to deal with the warlords as soon as possible. Those were the ones who were truly worthy prey. In the hall, Virgo had fallen silent. But all eyes were still fixed on Albert. They were waiting for an explanation, for a statement, for a reason that could barely justify this bloodshed. Albert, however, just stood there, his expression terrifyingly indifferent. He looked at the corpse on the ground and finally spoke. Evidence. If a pirate is to be killed, what need is there for evidence? His words fell like a bucket of ice water, dousing the entire assembly. Sengoku's expression shifted. Albert, what do you mean by that? Albert's tone was calm. Exactly what I said. Whether he was an infiltrator or not is completely irrelevant. As long as he's a pirate, he deserves to die. Since I saw him for what he was, killing him was the only course of action. These words were spoken softly, yet they cut deeper than the slash itself. The faces of the high-ranking Marines in the hall grew uglier by the second. If Virgo truly was an infiltrator, it might have been acceptable. But Albert had just stated plainly. He didn't care whether Virgo was an infiltrator or not. He had simply judged the other man to be a pirate, so he killed him. No interrogation, no verification, no report to higher-ups, not even a nod to the fleet admiral's authority. He killed on a whim. Tokake's throat went dry, and after a long pause he managed to squeeze out, "Have you lost your mind?" That was a vice admiral of headquarters. Albert didn't even look at him, so what if he was a vice admiral? A pirate wearing the skin of a marine is still a pirate, isn't he? Inigimo and Momonga were both speechless. They had been backing Virgo moments ago, certain that Albert wouldn't dare to act. But in the blink of an eye, Virgo was cut down with a single slash, killed cleanly. What chilled them even more was Albert's utter callousness. This man wasn't arguing, nor was he trying to prove himself right. He was simply telling everyone with absolute calm, "I killed him. So what if I did?" At that moment, everyone present, looking at Albert, standing in the center of the hall, felt a chill run down their spines. This man cared nothing for the lives of others, nothing for the rules of the Marines, nothing for evidence, procedure, or reason. He acted with overwhelming tyranny, like a blazing sun hanging overhead, delivering judgment solely according to his own will. After Albert's words, no one in the hall could muster a reply for a long time. On the floor, Virgo's body was still bleeding. The wound that ran from his shoulder down to his abdomen was horrifying. The vice admirals who had spoken up for him moments ago were now frozen in place, their breathing heavy. Those closest to Virgo felt the most discomfort. Inigimo, standing not far away, had all 6 arms tensed. Momonga hadn't moved either. Both of them replayed the scene over and over in their minds. Albert hadn't charged forward, hadn't drawn a blade, hadn't even taken a step. He was a dozen meters away, raised his hand, and made a casual slash, as if shooing a fly. And then Virgo's full-body armament haki was torn apart on the spot. A single fatal blow. What made their scalps crawl was that both of them were right there, yet neither had sensed how Albert had delivered that strike. A cold dread crept up Inigimo's spine. What if that slash had been aimed at him instead of Virgo? Momonga's heart also sank. He had always prided himself on his alertness and rich combat experience, but just now he hadn't caught the faintest warning. This gap was no longer a matter of strength. This was a situation where life and death depended entirely on the other man's whim. Tokake's throat was parched, and Momosaji pursed her lips tightly. Many officers in the hall looked at Virgo's corpse, then at Albert standing before them, a chill running through their heads. This man truly dared to kill. Not a severe injury, not suppression, not restraint. He killed without hesitation in front of the fleet admiral, the chief of staff, the admirals, and a host of vice admirals. Enough. Sengoku finally exploded. A furious roar shook the entire hall. He shot to his feet, his face twisted with anger. Albert, this is Marine headquarters, not a place for your army to execute people at will. You killed a vice admiral in public before my eyes. Do you truly believe I will stand idly by? The moment his words fell, a golden radiance erupted from Sengoku's body. Boom. The terrifying shockwave instantly overturned rows of tables and chairs, causing the entire conference hall to tremble. In the next second, his figure rapidly expanded. The golden light enveloped his form, transforming him into a colossal Buddha statue, his head directly pressing against the dome of the venue. Crack, crack. Fissures split open across the ceiling, sending large chunks of stone and wood shavings cascading down. Many of the officers were so frightened they hastily retreated. The fleet admiral is getting serious. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is about to make his move. Fall back. Garp, who had been watching from the sidelines, furrowed his brow as he saw Sengoku's complete change in demeanor. Sengoku barked directly, "Garp, guard the door. Don't let him leave." Garp's mouth twisted. He clearly had no desire to get involved in this mess. But after glancing at Virgo's corpse on the floor, and then at Sengoku, who was already at the peak of his fury, he finally let out a heavy sigh and strode over to block the entrance of the conference hall. You always find ways to trouble an old man. He stood firm with his arms crossed, still muttering under his breath, but he had already sealed off the doorway. For a moment, everyone in the venue felt their hearts leap into their throats. One was the fleet admiral of the Marines, a pinnacle powerhouse whose great Buddha form exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The other was an admiral of the army who had just effortlessly killed Virgo in public and had even forced Akainu and Akiji into a disadvantageous position. If these two were to truly clash here, not even the conference hall, but the entire headquarters building would be reduced by half. Kizaru, who had been standing quite far away, edged even closer to the corner. How terrifying. Everyone has such a temper. This old man just came for a meeting. Akiji, seated at the back, was now fully awake, all drowsiness gone. He was well aware that Albert in his noontime state was dangerously formidable. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was undoubtedly powerful, but if a fight were to break out, the commotion would be immense. Just as the golden giant raised its palm and the entire venue was on the verge of snapping, Chief of Staff Tsuru finally stepped forward. "Sengoku, stop." She moved swiftly, directly blocking his path, her voice steady yet firm. "You are the Fleet Admiral of the Marines now, not a man blinded by rage." Sengoku looked down at her, his voice heavy. "Tsuru, he killed a Vice Admiral of Headquarters right in front of me. And you think you can strike an Army Admiral in front of all the Marine High Command?" Tsuru retorted sharply. "Do you forget who Albert is? He is not a Marine. He is the Army Admiral of the World Government's headquarters, the successor personally appointed by Kong, the Supreme Commander. The matter of Virgo has yet to be investigated. No matter how furious you are, you have no right to act against him at this moment." Sengoku's face darkened. "Investigate? The man is dead. What is there to investigate?" Tsuru stared at him. "Precisely because he is dead, you must be calm. If Virgo was indeed a spy, then that palm you strike today will not only disgrace the Marines, but will also create a massive scandal. If Virgo was innocent, you absolutely cannot move against one of Kong's men without first reporting to the World Government's headquarters and clarifying the entire sequence of events. With a great war looming, can you bear the responsibility if the Marines and the Army tear each other apart first?" These successive words forcefully restrained Sengoku. His chest heaved heavily. The golden light still flickered around his body, but the raised Buddha palm ultimately did not descend. Tsuru continued, "Whitebeard will arrive in 10 days. The most important thing now is to get to the bottom of this. We need to immediately verify whether Virgo was a spy or not. If confirmed, his death was not unjust. But until it is confirmed, you must not strike that palm." Sengoku stared intently at Albert, then at Virgo's body on the ground. After a few moments, he gradually suppressed his fury. The golden light receded, and the colossal Buddha form slowly shrank back to its original size. Dust continued to fall from the shattered ceiling, but the people in the venue collectively let out a sigh of relief. He retracted it. Thank goodness they didn't actually fight. The pressure from Fleet Admiral Sengoku's attack just now made my legs feel heavy. So this is the strength of a Fleet Admiral. Several Vice Admirals murmured, their gazes filled with awe as they looked at Sengoku. But soon they couldn't help turning their eyes back to Albert. Everyone acknowledged Sengoku's power. However, the question was that even someone as powerful as Sengoku had been persuaded by Chief of Staff Tsuru, preventing a direct confrontation with Albert. If the two were to truly fight, who would be stronger? At this thought, many felt their hearts skip a beat. One was the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. The other was a monster who could effortlessly kill Virgo, severely wound Akainu, and suppress Akiji. It was truly hard to say. Sengoku landed back on the ground, his expression grim. But Albert, from beginning to end, had not even twitched an eyebrow, as if the conflict that had nearly erupted moments ago was utterly insignificant in his eyes. Continuing to argue with these Marines was utterly pointless, and there was no benefit to be gained. Albert looked down at Virgo's corpse and directly walked over to it. Enigmo's expression shifted. "What else are you going to do?" Albert ignored him, bent down, reached out, and casually searched Virgo's body twice before quickly pulling a small specialized den mushy from the man's chest pocket. Seeing the den mushy, many in the venue were momentarily stunned. A private den mushy. It's normal for a Vice Admiral of Virgo's rank to have private communication equipment. But what is he doing with it now? Without offering any explanation, Albert dialed a number directly in front of everyone. Brew. The entire conference hall fell into a profound silence. Even Sengoku was staring intently. The din-din mushi rang a few times before connecting. The next second a laugh unfamiliar to none echoed from the din-din mushi. Fufufufu. Virgo calling me at a time like this. What has the high-level marine meeting concluded, eh? Or has that old man Sengoku already finalized the deployment? The moment the voice sounded, the entire venue fell into a deathly stillness. This was followed by a collective gasp of shock. Don Quixote Doflamingo. It really is him. Why would Virgo be contacting Doflamingo directly? High-level meeting. Deployment. He really is a spy. Enigimo's face darkened and Momosagi's fingers clenched tightly. Shitan and Momosagi exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking simultaneously. This was no longer mere suspicion. The overly familiar tone in Doflamingo's voice and his immediate inquiry about the Marine high-level meeting and deployment had sealed Virgo's identity. He was a spy planted by Doflamingo within the Marines, a venomous thorn that had been buried for many years. Sengoku stood rooted to the spot, completely silent. He had always valued Virgo, considering him steady, ruthless, and capable of maintaining order. Yet now that very trust and regard had been ruthlessly turned back against him. The deployment for the Paramount War, the arrangements for Ace's public execution, the mobilization of headquarters forces. All of it had nearly flowed entirely through Virgo's line straight to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku's face stiffened, his chest tight, with fury, shock, and humiliation. Let me handle this, he said in a low voice, reaching for the din-din mushi to extract more intelligence. But Albert didn't give him the chance. Clutching the din-din mushi, he spoke directly, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The laughter on the other end ceased abruptly. You're not Virgo. Doflamingo's voice turned icy. Who are you? Albert replied calmly, Albert. Many in the chamber tightened at the name, already anticipating that no good would follow. And indeed, Albert's tone was remarkably placid, as if announcing something trivial. Virgo is dead. I just removed the spy you planted in the Marines. There was a brief silence on the line. Then Doflamingo's voice turned completely cold. Army General Albert. Fufufu. So it's you. How amusing. Arriving at Marineford and immediately targeting my man. Albert cut him off. Spare me the nonsense. Stay put in Dressrosa and wait for me with your neck bared. They'll be there soon to take your life personally. With that, Albert hung up without waiting for a reply. The din-din mushi clicked off. The entire chamber fell into a deathly silence. Sengoku, who had hoped to pry for more information, found his plans abruptly shattered by Albert's words. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his frustration. What more could he say? Virgo's identity had been confirmed, in the most direct and humiliating manner possible. The high-ranking Marines in the room wore complex expressions. Moments ago, some had defended Virgo, questioning Albert's accusations against a colleague. Now looking back, it felt like a slap to their own faces. Enigimo fell silent, Momosagi fell silent. Gion couldn't utter a word for a long time. Was Virgo's death unjust? Not at all. This was no ordinary pirate. This was a spy who nearly sold out the entire Paramount War intelligence. If he had lived, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sengoku closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his anger remained, but it was now laced with complexity and resignation. He looked at Albert and finally spoke. I was wrong about this. The chamber stirred. The fleet admiral had admitted fault. But Sengoku ignored their gazes, his eyes fixed on Albert, his voice heavy. I misjudged earlier, thinking you were making an issue out of nothing. Now I see you were right. Virgo was indeed Doflamingo's mole in the Marines. If you hadn't exposed him today, the deployment and execution intelligence for the Paramount War might have already been leaked. His face darkened further. If it had come to that, the Marines would have faced a catastrophe. So regardless of the process, I owe you my thanks for the outcome. And my earlier aggression was rash. I apologize. The fleet admiral's words, spoken before the highest echelons, carried immense weight. Many officers watched in silence. But Albert's expression remained unchanged. Apologies. Gratitude. These meant nothing to him. He acted not for the Marines' approval or Sengoku's kind words. He tossed the din-din mushi back to Sengoku. Sengoku caught it instinctively. The next moment, Albert's voice, low but unyielding, cut through. Prepare a warship. Now, head to Dressrosa immediately. The chamber fell silent for 2 seconds. Sengoku's face darkened, veins bulging on his hand, but he gritted his teeth and gestured to Branyu. Do as he says. Give him the fastest ship. Yes, sir. Albert turned and left without another word. Tashigi and several officers hurried after him, their steps swift. Only when his tall figure had completely disappeared did Gion let out a long breath and click his tongue. In all my years, I've never seen Fleet Admiral Sengoku apologize to anyone. He stared at the direction Albert had gone, his expression indescribably complex. That man carries immense weight. Akiji, leaning against a pillar, tugged at his eye patch and said in a low voice, it's not weight, it's power. In a situation like the Paramount War, whoever can exert more control saves more Marine lives. Albert's combat strength isn't just reinforcement, it can directly sway the battle. Gion couldn't help but grin, so that's why the fleet admiral bowed his head. Anyone else would have been slapped away long ago. Akiji replied flatly, anyone else wouldn't have earned his apology. A lazy voice chimed in from the side. Oh, does that mean Kazan was also showing him respect yesterday? Kizaru strolled over, hands in pockets, a smirk on his face. You shouted your attack so loudly, yet not a single piece of ice came out. I stood there watching for ages wondering if you'd switch to performing acrobatics. Gion almost laughed, but stifled it. Akiji's face darkened as he glanced sideways at Kizaru. Borsellino, if you're that bored, why not fight him yourself? Kizaru waved his hands immediately. No, I'd like to live a few more years. Besides, Sakazuki yesterday was bad enough. I don't want to end up in the infirmary too. Akiji snorted and ignored him. But Gion's curiosity was piqued. He stepped closer. Seriously, what ability does he have? He killed Virgo from that distance with a single gesture. Yesterday at the docks, he took down Sakazuki and suppressed even your freezing power. This is beyond mere strength. Is it fire? Haki? Something else? Akiji was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Unfathomable. Gion was taken aback. Even you can't see through it. This is beyond mere strength. Is it fire? Haki? Something else? Akiji was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Unfathomable. Gion was taken aback. Even you can't see through it. This is beyond mere strength. Is it fire? Haki? Something else? Akiji was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Unfathomable. Gion was taken aback. Even you can't see through it. This is beyond mere strength. Is it fire? Haki? Something else? Akiji was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Unfathomable. Gion was taken aback. Even you can't see through it. This is beyond mere strength. Is it fire? Haki? Something else? Akiji was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Unfathomable. Gion was taken aback. Even you can't see through it. This is beyond mere strength. Is it fire? Haki? Something else? Akiji was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Unfathomable. Gion was taken aback. Even you can't see through it. Akiji nodded. I originally thought his heat was just abnormally intense enough to overpower Sakazuki's magma. But yesterday when I stood before him, I realized it wasn't that simple. It wasn't that my ability failed, it was that his power suppressed my eyes to the point where I couldn't even form it. That feeling wasn't like ordinary flames, nor was it simple devil fruit dominance. If I had to describe it, Akiji lifted his head, recalling the suffocating heat from yesterday's noon, his voice growing heavier. It was more like a sun pressing directly against your face. Shaitan felt a chill run down his spine. A sun? Borsellino drawled from the side. That is quite an exaggeration. Sakazuki's magma is already unreasonable enough, but in his hands it was like a tiny flame. Kazan's ice was the same, it couldn't even be released. I've seen many monsters in my time, but he's the first of his kind. Shaitan swallowed hard and asked again, what about that strike where he killed Virgo from a distance? Akiji shook his head. I didn't see it clearly. If you didn't see it, neither did I. So, I'll give you some advice, don't provoke him. Shaitan retorted instinctively, why would I provoke him? Akiji looked at him, his tone flat. Because you have a sharp tongue and no shortage of nerve. Someone like Albert, he might talk to you if he's in a good mood, but if he's not, he'll put you on the ground with a wave of his hand. He's not Sakazuki, and he's not me. That man turns faster than the weather at sea. Shaitan's mouth twitched. He wanted to retort, but the image of Virgo's corpse made him swallow his words. Just then he looked around and frowned. Wait, where's Gion? Wasn't she just at the venue? How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Borsellino stroked his chin and said lazily, oh, you mean Momosaji? She's already left with Albert. Shaitan was stunned. Left? Borsellino nodded with a sly smile. That's right. I saw her board the ship myself before it set sail. By now she's probably on her way to Dressrosa with Albert. What a... Shaitan's voice shot up and he exploded. She went to Dressrosa with him. What is she doing there? Borsellino shrugged. You'll have to ask her that. But she's already on the ship. Even if you chase after her now, you probably won't catch up. Shaitan's face turned green as he gritted his teeth and glanced toward the harbor. He had been tempted to charge over and confront Albert. But the next second the image of Virgo lying in a pool of blood flashed through his mind. Along with the sight of Akaina's half-mangled body, Shaitan's anger instantly deflated. His mouth twitched a few times before he finally muttered, forget it. She's ruthless. Borsellino chuckled, choosing not to provoke him further. Akiji glanced toward the infirmary and started walking. Stop staring at the ship. Let's go. Shaitan snapped back to reality. Where? Akiji said calmly, to see Sakazuki. He was badly injured yesterday. He's probably still bedridden. Borsellino turned as well, dragging out his words. And it wouldn't hurt to see if he gets even more furious and worsens his condition. Akiji glanced back at him. You'd better say that to his face once we're inside. Borsellino shrugged, wearing an innocent smile. Meanwhile, in the fleet admiral's office, Sengoku slammed his hat onto the desk as soon as he entered. That Albert has absolutely no sense of decorum. I am the fleet admiral of the Marines, yet I feel like I'm just taking orders from him. Garp sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, crunching on Sunbay noisily. You're just realizing that now? That kid never gave anyone a second thought. But don't get too worked up. Just bear with it for a few days. Sengoku glared at him. Bear with it. Easy for you to say. Whitebeard has already made his move, and Shanks has arrived in his territory. That lunatic Kaido is restless too, shuffling his forces around, clearly wanting to get involved. The four emperors are already stirring up a storm, and now Albert insists on going after a warlord. If he really decimates the warlords, the Marines will lose a key ally on the surface. How am I supposed to plan for the coming war? Garp grinned. You're just afraid he'll make a bigger mess. Sengoku snorted. It's not fear, it's certainty. That man doesn't know how to hold back. I've already called Kong the commander-in-chief. Now my only hope is that he can step in and rein Albert in. Garp brushed the crumbs off his hands. If he can be reined in, great. If not, it's no surprise. After all, that kid doesn't even respect you much. Sengoku's temples throbbed, but he couldn't argue, because it was the truth. And at that very moment in the castle atop Dressrosa's plateau, Doflamingo had already kicked over the table in front of him. Virgo is dead, and that bastard Albert is heading straight for me from Marineford. The veins bulged on his forehead, his face dark and terrifying. A so-called army admiral who came out of nowhere dares to step on me. What the hell is he? The family executives in the hall remained silent. It was clear to everyone that the young master was truly furious this time. Soon Treble entered briskly, clutching an intelligence report. Dofla, I found out. He's no ordinary officer. His name is Albert, personally appointed by Kong. The world government's headquarters created an entirely new position just for him. Army Admiral. And this position is unique to him. There was none before, and at least for now there is none after. Doflamingo took the report, scanned it quickly, and his visible fury gradually subsided, replaced by a colder expression. A position personally created by Kong. Fufufu. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he's not a Marine's card, but a monster unleashed by the world government's headquarters. He tossed the report onto the table, his grin spreading, but his laugh was icy. Good. Very good. Since his identity is real, there's no room for carelessness. Notify everyone. All family executives are to enter full combat readiness. Seal the port first, make it the first line of defense. No one retreats. Well, strip a layer of his skin first. Sugar is not to show herself. Have her disguise and hide, then strike when he gets close. Also activate the birdcage ahead of schedule. At these words, several people around him looked up. Treble quickly asked, Dofla, activate it now. Isn't it too early? Doflamingo raised his hand, his fingers slowly spreading, his smile growing ever more dangerous. Early. For a madman daring to charge alone from Marineford, no hour is too early. If the harbor can be held, good. If not, the birdcage will be the final wall. I will lock down all of Dressrosa first. Keep outsiders out, and those within from causing chaos. Does he think himself so formidable? Then I will throw the entire family, the whole island, and every prepared measure upon his head. Doflamingo strode step by step to the window, gazing down at the kingdom below, his voice turning icy. Tell everyone. Do not treat him as an ordinary enemy. Mobilize every man available, deploy every means at our disposal. Let that army general arrogant enough to arrive early and provoke understand. Dressrosa is not a place he can come and go as he pleases. This time I will ensure he never returns. The warship cleaved through the waves, charging straight toward Dressrosa. The sea wind was fierce at the bow, the marine flag atop the mast snapping loudly. The entire ship was accelerating. The sailors on deck wore grim expressions, none daring to utter a word. Tashigi, clutching a din-din mushi in both hands, walked from the cabin to the deck, her steps slowing with each stride. Her palms were slick with sweat. Though the din-din mushi was light, she felt as if she carried a piece of red-hot iron. For the man standing at the bow was Albert. She still couldn't forget everything that had happened yesterday and today. Jack the Drought sunk by his fist across the sea. Fleet Admiral Akenu gravely burned before the entire headquarters and carried to the infirmary. Vice Admiral Virgo, unable even to finish a sentence, cut down by his raised hand. This was no ordinary strength. This was a monster who could crush anyone he disliked beneath his heel. Yet just this morning this man had worn another face. Gentle, polite, even smiling, speaking with measured calm, like a noble scion from a prestigious family. She had actually believed it then. Now Tashigi felt utterly foolish. She had been deceived by that facade. By noon it was as if his very soul had been replaced. Dominant, tyrannical, he showed no deference even to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, overturning the table and slaying without hesitation. What made her scalp tingle was that Sengoku had ultimately ordered her to accompany the ship for liaison and guidance. Liaison. Guidance. In truth, she was to stay by this monster's side and follow his commands. The more Tashigi thought, the more distressed she grew, her steps faltering. MMR. Albert. She stopped a few paces away, her voice tight, respectfully offering the din-din mushi. It's Marine headquarters calling. Albert stood at the bow, his white coat billowing his tall figure like a wall. Without turning, he asked flatly, who? Tashigi swallowed hard and whispered, it's Commander-in-Chief Kong. Only then did Albert glance at her. That single glance made Tashigi's heart clench. She instinctively stepped back half a pace. The pressure was overwhelming. Even meters away, she found it hard to breathe. The old man's call, Albert said casually, taking the din-din mushi. Tashigi's eyelid twitched. Old man. That was the commander-in-chief of the entire military Kong. Even thinking such a term felt disrespectful, yet Albert spoke as if referring to the most ordinary person. The moment the din-din mushi connected, Kong's voice barely containing his fury came through. Albert, do you have any idea what you're doing? The roar made even the nearby sailors instinctively shrink their necks. Tashigi trembled. Even from this distance, she could feel the rage on the other end. Albert's expression remained unchanged. Speak your mind. Kong's voice grew heavier. Who authorized you to move against Doflamingo? The warlords are recognized naval forces of the world government. with the Paramount War imminent headquarters had already planned to summon them to aid the Marines against Whitebeard. You killed Virgo without authorization, singled out Doflamingo, and now lead a ship to attack. You're causing trouble for the Marines and the entire military command. Do you realize the 5 elders are already displeased? Turn the ship around immediately and return to Marineford. Now. The Den Mushi's aged face was nearly distorted from shouting. Tashigi stood behind, barely daring to breathe. The commander-in-chief had personally ordered, sparing no harsh words. Sengoku had indeed found someone capable of reining in Albert. At that thought, Tashigi felt a slight relief. If the ship turned back to headquarters, she wouldn't have to go to Dressrosa, wouldn't have to approach monsters like Doflamingo, and Albert wouldn't be caught in this storm where death lurked at every moment. She was even ready to turn and order the helmsman to change course. But the next second she froze completely, because Albert said not a single unnecessary word. After listening without even lifting his eyelids, he simply raised his hand. Slap. The call ended. Tashigi stood rooted and the nearby sailors were all stunned. Ended. That was Commander-in-Chief Kong's call, one of the highest authorities in the Marine Army and Air Force systems. Yet Albert, without a single response, simply hung up. Tashigi opened her mouth, her mind blank. She suddenly realized she had underestimated everything. This man wasn't difficult to talk to. He simply disregarded those so-called highest orders. Albert casually tossed the Den Mushi back into her arms and said flatly, "So noisy." Tashigi fumbled to catch the Den Mushi still reeling. After a moment, she ventured softly, "Mr. Albert, should we turn back to headquarters?" She asked quietly, already bracing for a scolding. Albert didn't even look at her, his voice cold. "Turn back. Continue. Full speed ahead." The helmsman's face stiffened. He glanced at Tashigi and then at Albert, utterly uncertain. Who to obey, Commander-in-Chief Kong or Admiral Albert? Such a dilemma would baffle anyone. Albert's gaze sharpened, his voice deepening. "Didn't you hear? I said full speed ahead." At those words, the air on the deck seemed to sink. A chill ran down the helmsman's spine. He dared not hesitate any longer and shouted, "Yes, sir." Full speed ahead. The warship surged forward with renewed speed, its bow slicing through the waves more fiercely, sending great sheets of white foam exploding to either side. Tashigi, clutching a Den Mushi, was utterly speechless. Hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask again, "But just now, the fleet admiral ordered us to return." Albert finally turned his head and replied indifferently, "I misheard." Tashigi stood frozen, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Misheard? That excuse was far too absurd. Yet despite the sheer ridiculousness of the statement, she found herself utterly unable to refute it, because the one who said it was Albert. And it was Albert, the very man who had dared to hang up on Kong himself. After a few seconds of silence, Tashigi could only retreat quietly, putting more distance between herself and him. All she wanted now was to stand at the edge of the deck, as far away from that figure as possible. Meanwhile, at the port of Dressrosa, the docks were fully arrayed for battle. All 11 of Doflamingo's top executives had arrived. Their 11 figures stood in a line at the forefront of the port, like a wall pressing against the sea. Some carried weapons, some crossed their arms, some wore cold sneers, and others remained silent. But regardless, every one of them exuded a fierce aura that deterred anyone from drawing near. It wasn't for show, it was a killing intent honed from real combat. The very air around the port seemed taut with tension. Out at sea, a few merchant and transport ships had initially intended to dock for supplies, but upon seeing the port's formation, the faces of those on board turned pale. "Turn around. Don't go near there. The Don Quixote family is all out. Only a fool would approach and die." Several ships hastily altered course, giving the port a wide berth, as if any delay would cost them their lives. On the docks, the toy laborers were still toiling away. Some carried crates, some pushed carts, some scurried back and forth. A moment's hesitation meant a beating, so none dared to stop. Yet despite their fear, their gazes involuntarily drifted toward the front of the port. Those 11 top executives standing there sent a chill through everyone's heart. A wooden soldier gritted his teeth and whispered, "All of them are out. Something big is really about to happen." A wind-up doll beside him muttered, "When has the Don Quixote family ever made such a show of force? 11 top executives guarding the port together. Who would dare to dock?" Another toy shaped like a plush bear let out a bitter laugh. "A ruthless and merciless family. Even one of them alone is enough to terrify outsiders. Now that all 11 are together, forget one Albert. Even an entire army would be crushed by them." The wooden soldier bent down to lift a crate, his voice filled with despair. "That guy Albert is pretty arrogant, isn't he? Daring to defy the Marines and calling out to kill our young master. But how far can arrogance get him? When he sees this lineup, he'll probably not even dare to bring his ship ashore." Several toys stole glances at the sea while moving cargo. The row of executives at the port stood as steady as an unshakable, impenetrable fortress. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while others' eyes held only numbness. After a moment, the plush bear toy sighed deeply. "In the end, it's our misfortune, expecting an outsider to save us. Don't dream. The Don Quixote family is so vicious and ruthless. Who would dare to truly fight them? Just wait. That Albert will probably be scared off before he even reaches the shore." The wooden soldier was silent for a while before finally muttering, "Then our whole lives will probably be like this. forever as toys, forever doing their labor, with no hope of liberation in sight. On the other side, the warship continued its straight course toward Dressrosa. The sea wind was strong, and the Marines on deck all had tense faces, barely daring to speak above a whisper. No one could forget what had happened just a few hours ago. Now the quietest spot on this ship was the bow. Albert stood there. His white coat billowed, his golden hair blown back by the wind, his towering silhouette like a wall, intimidating anyone nearby from even approaching. Just then a commotion arose from the rear deck. "Who's there?" "Halt!" As several Marines turned around, a slender figure had already vaulted over the railing and landed steadily on the deck. The newcomer wore a long sword at her hip, was tall and graceful, and her black hair swayed in the wind. It was Momosaji Gion. Tashigi was startled. Vice Admiral Momosaji. Momosaji ignored the surprised looks around her and walked straight toward the bow. As she drew closer, her steps involuntarily slowed. Though she was also an admiral candidate with no low rank or status, the closer she got to Albert, the heavier the oppressive feeling in her heart became. It wasn't a mere difference in strength, but an indescribable reverence, as if approaching a sun hanging directly overhead. Stopping a few steps behind Albert, Momosaji took a deep breath and spoke first. "Mr. Albert, I boarded without permission. This is my discourtesy." Albert glanced at her sideways. Momosaji got straight to the point. "I came to apologize to you in person. Back at headquarters, I harbored doubts about you and even intended to test you. But now I admit I underestimated you. Also," she paused briefly before voicing her true thoughts, "I also wanted to see with my own eyes if you can truly fulfill your bold claim of annihilating the 7 warlords." As her words fell, the Marines on deck were stunned. So direct. Tashigi was taken aback as well. She had expected Momosaji to make some excuse, but this admiral candidate had laid everything bare from the start. Even more astonishingly, after speaking, Momosaji instinctively straightened up and saluted Albert. The moment she did, she herself was stunned. Even Momosaji hadn't expected to salute Albert out of pure instinct. As a fellow admiral candidate, she had never reacted this way toward a Kainu Akiji or Kizaru. But now her body had moved faster than her mind. Albert looked at her and suddenly laughed. "Quite bold, boarding my ship without permission and wanting to see if I can wipe out the warlords. Gion, are you here to get yourself killed?" At these words, Momosaji's heart tightened. She had managed to stay composed, but Albert's casual question made her stiffen with tension. She had no doubt that this man was truly capable of it. Tashigi, watching from the side, felt her eyelids twitch, and even her breathing grew shallow. But the next second, Albert merely averted his gaze and said indifferently, "Still, you're a bit more tolerable than those useless wretches in the conference hall. At least you're honest. If you want to watch, then stay and watch." Only then did Peach Rabbit slowly let out a sigh of relief, unaware that her palms had become slick with sweat. After she stepped aside, Tashigi mustered her courage and approached. "Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit." Peach Rabbit glanced at her, her tone softening. "Just call me Gion." Tashigi bit her lip and whispered, "Vice Admiral Gion, there's something I don't understand. I am actually terrified of Mr. Albert. Why did you dare to approach him so boldly?" Peach Rabbit let out a bitter laugh. "Who said I wasn't scared? I'm scared too, and no less than you." Tashigi was stunned. "Huh." Peach Rabbit gazed at the figure on the bow and said softly, "Yesterday at noon, even just watching from afar felt like a sun was pressing down on me. You followed him all the way, watched him crush Jack, severely wound Akainu, intimidate Akiji, and instantly kill Virgo. Honestly, Tashigi, you've already shown great courage. Anyone else would have had weak knees by now." Tashigi blushed and shook her head frantically. "It's not courage, I just couldn't escape." Peach Rabbit couldn't help but laugh. "That's still better than most." Tashigi, seeing her laugh, felt her tension ease a little and whispered, "Actually, I was startled when I saw you salute him earlier." Peach Rabbit's smile stiffened, then she sighed with resignation. "You're not the only one. I was startled myself. Don't mention this to anyone." Tashigi nodded immediately. "I won't." They exchanged a glance, and both saw an indescribable awkwardness in each other's eyes. Both feared Albert, both felt their hearts tighten under his pressure. Yet both were bound to this ship. At that moment, they inexplicably shared a tacit understanding of mutual sympathy. Unconsciously, their conversation grew longer. The warship cut through the waves. Before long, the coastline of Dressrosa appeared on the horizon. From afar, a row of dark figures stood at the port. They were not Marines nor royal guards, but the top executives of the Don Quixote family. All 11, not one missing. Peach Rabbit's face darkened. As expected, they're all here. Tashigi adjusted her glasses, her voice tense. "This lineup is too overwhelming." At the port, the 11 executives showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they were brimming with excitement. As if they had been waiting a long time for the main event to arrive. Diamante stood at the front and picked up a Den Mushi. "Young Master, the Marine ship has arrived." From the other end of the Den Mushi came Doflamingo's laughter. "Fufufu. Good they're here. Give our guests a proper welcome." Diamante grinned. "Understood, young master." Doflamingo's instructions over the phone made the smiles on the 11 executives' faces turn savage. "Finally here. Daring to call for the young master's life. Quite bold. Let's stop him at the port first. Marines or army, once they're here, they'll all kneel." Peach Rabbit stared at the row of executives, feeling the pressure mounting. Without hesitation, she strode quickly to stand behind Albert and snapped to attention. Mr. Albert, please let me engage them. They'll hold them off while you go straight for Doflamingo. These people are not weak. If they join forces, it'll be troublesome. Before she could finish, Albert spoke indifferently. Troublesome. He looked at the 11 figures at the port, his tone dripping with contempt. A bunch of small fry delivered in a bundle. Do they even qualify as trouble? Peach Rabbit and Tashigi were both taken aback. Before they could react, Albert stepped forward, grabbed the railing with one hand, and leaped directly off the warship. Boom. The moment he landed, the stone slabs of the port exploded. A massive cloud of dust surged into the sky, and the ground trembled violently. The Marines on the ship all changed color, while Peach Rabbit and Tashigi were utterly stunned. They had been planning how to divide forces and delay the executives, but Albert didn't even bother to listen. He simply crashed straight into the enemy's formation. From the dust, Dellinger emerged first, his face full of disdain. Just you alone. Did the Marines and Army run out of men, sending only slap? Before he could finish his sentence, a hand shot out from the dust, moving as fast as a flash of white light. Dellinger couldn't even react. His head and upper body were slammed into the ground by that single slap. With a loud crash, the ground burst apart, sending rubble flying. When the dust cleared, only half of Dellinger's body was visible. His head was completely embedded in the crater, lifeless. The port fell silent. The executives who had been sneering moments before were all frozen. Diamante's pupils contracted, and the contempt on several executives' faces vanished instantly. One slap. Dellinger. Dead. Don't just stand there. Diamante was the first to roar. All together. Kill him. The remaining 10 executives no longer dared to be careless. With bloodshot eyes, they charged. Some attacked from the front, some flanked from the sides, and others leaped into the air. One of the 11 top executives was dead. 10 remained. But their killing intent was still terrifyingly fierce. The toy laborers on the shore turned pale, their hands trembling as they carried boxes. It's over. They're all coming. 10 top executives attacking together. How can this be stopped? On the warship, the Marines held their breath. Peach Rabbit gripped her sword tightly, and Tashigi hugged Shigeru, not daring to blink. Then they saw it. Albert didn't stop. He simply continued walking toward the direction of the Hill of the King. One step. The first executive charging at him was punched through the chest, sent flying backward, and fell silent upon landing. 2 steps. The second man, lunging from the side, had just raised his weapon when Albert struck him with a backhand, snapping his neck and slamming him sideways into a port piling. 3 steps. The figure descending from above hadn't even landed when Albert reached up, grabbed him by the face, and smashed him into the ground. The stone slab burst, and the man lay still. 4 steps. As an executive approached, his face was scorched black by the searing heat wave, screaming in agony. The next second, Albert kicked him, shattering his ribcage. 5 steps. Diamante roared and swung his sword, but before the blade could fall, Albert casually punched him, sending both man and sword flying. He crashed through a wall and went silent. 6 steps. An executive attacking from behind was struck by Albert's elbow, without him even turning around. Half of his body collapsed instantly. 7 steps. Another lunged forward, and Albert grabbed his throat with a snap, crack, and he was dead. 8 steps. The attacks converging from both sides were forced back by the terrifying heat radiating from Albert. One of them burst into flames, instantly screaming and rolling on the ground before going still. 9 steps. The last 2 cadres charged forward together, teeth gritted. One of them was sent flying by Albert, slap, his head smashing into a stone pillar. The other tried to turn and flee, but a kick landed on his back, sending him face first into the ground, never to rise again. 10 steps. Albert took the final stride, and the harbor fell into utter silence. All 10 cadres lay defeated, not a single one able to withstand a single move. On the warship, Momosaji and Tashigi were completely stunned. They had thought these elite fighters would at least pose some resistance to Albert, but they didn't even have the right to make him pause. At the King's Plateau, in the Royal Palace Hall, Doflamingo held a den mushy, its mouth still agape, but only static came from the other end. Hello, Diamante. Can you hear me? Speak. The smile on his face gradually faded, and his brow tightened. Moments ago, the harbor had reported that Albert had landed, and that the 11 top executives would join forces to crush him at the docks. Yet in such a short time, the call had dropped. Not hung up, but severed. As if the person on the other end didn't even have the chance to finish speaking. Doflamingo stared at the den mushy, his fingers clenching bit by bit. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. The next second, he whipped his head around and barked at the family members in the hall. Go check. Now head to the harbor. I need to know what the hell happened there. Yes, sir. A few subordinates had just rushed out when hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace. A soldier stumbled in, almost rolling through the entrance, his face pale, his paper legs trembling. Oh, Lord. Young master. Doflamingo's eyes turned icy. Speak. The soldier's throat bobbed violently, his voice distorted. The harbor has fallen. Lord Dellinger, Lord Diamante. All 11 top executives. They're all dead. The words struck the hall like a hammer blow. Dead silence. Doflamingo's expression froze solid, then he bellowed. What did you say? The soldier dropped to his knees, his forehead pressed hard against the floor. All 11 top executives. Annihilated. Albert has already left the harbor and is heading toward the palace. Doflamingo's breath caught, and a sharp twitch pulled at the corner of his eye. Annihilated. 11 men, not a single survivor. He had spent years pouring countless efforts into building the Don Quixote family to this point. And now all 11 top executives hadn't even held out for a moment before being wiped out by one man. Doflamingo's face turned a shade of green. He had of course taken Albert seriously before, but seriousness and this utter loss of control were two entirely different things. He had assumed that with the combined might of 11 top executives, even if they couldn't kill Albert, they could at least stall him and force out his true capabilities. But what happened? They couldn't even stall him, they didn't even send back a single message before dying. This was no longer a matter of strength. This was a monster, an absolute monster. Fufufu. Fufufu. Doflamingo's lips twitched, his laughter turning stiff. Good, very good. I really underestimated you, Albert. But soon a fierce glint returned to his eyes. Still don't think you can waltz into the palace so easily. He turned sharply, his voice dropping to a low growl. Go summon sugar. The subordinate beside him flinched. Young master, you mean? Less talk, move. Yes, sir. The subordinate scurried away. Doflamingo stood in the center of the hall, his expression dark and menacing. Now with the 11 top executives gone, a direct confrontation was impossible, so he had to use his final card. The Hobi no Mi. If Sugar could touch Albert just once, no matter how powerful this man was, he would be turned into a toy under their control. At this thought, Doflamingo steadied himself a little. He glared in the direction outside the palace, a grin spreading across his face. Fufu. Fufufu. Albert, you'd better not believe Dressrosa is that easy to invade. Meanwhile, on the road from the harbor to the royal city, Albert walked forward step by step, not fast, yet no one on the entire street dared to block his path. The bodies strewn across the harbor had terrified everyone. Vendors cowered behind shop doors, soldiers hid in corners, and few even dared to breathe loudly. But despite the fear, the crowd of onlookers grew larger, because the pressure emanating from Albert was too intense, too conspicuous. White-clad, golden-haired, with a physique so imposing it was almost grotesque, his shoulders as broad as a wall, his chest and arm muscles straining against his clothes. It wasn't just a little muscular, it was a sight that made one's scalp tingle with awe. That's Albert. He single-handedly killed all 11 top executives. Too terrifying. Some people by the roadside went weak in the knees while others stared wide-eyed. Especially a few young women, despite their fear, couldn't help stealing glances at Albert. This build, it's insane. I've never seen a man so strong. Even his walk seems to radiate light. Are you crazy? He just killed people. I know, but he really is. Their voices dropped lower, but their faces grew redder. Just then Momosaji and Tashigi also jumped off the warship and hurried onto the street. Tashigi looked at the gleaming eyes all around, stunned. They're still in the mood to stare at that. Momosaji's mouth twitched. You think everyone is as scared as you, eh? Tashigi adjusted her glasses and whispered, right now I'm only feeling fear. Momosaji didn't respond because her attention was fixed entirely on the towering figure ahead. She had seen enough from the ship during the harbor battle. But up close the sensation was utterly different. The heat, the pressure, the overwhelming dominance that regarded no one with importance. It was crushingly intense. Momosaji let out a breath and murmured, all 11 top executives crushed in 10 steps. With strength like that, no wonder even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had to bow his head. Tashigi, staring at Albert's back, whispered, I used to think the 3 admirals were terrifying enough. But now I realize even among monsters the gap can be this vast. As they spoke, a little girl suddenly pushed through the crowd. She was short with a round face, tears glistening in her eyes, clutching her arms as if deeply wronged. She stumbled into the middle of the street, looked up at Albert, and spoke in a soft voice. Big brother. I'm lost. Can you take me to find my family? The moment she spoke, many around her froze. Such an adorable little girl, yet she chose this very moment to stumble before Albert. It was practically a death wish. Tashigi's heart softened at the sight of the child. A child this young, wandering alone out here. Momosaji frowned and stepped forward quickly. Little girl, come over here. It's dangerous ahead. But the little girl ignored them entirely, approaching Albert with a pitiful look, her eyes brimming with grievance. Big brother, I'm scared. Will you hold me? As she spoke, she spread her arms and lunged toward Albert's leg. Among the crowd, several women couldn't bear to watch. A child so young, he wouldn't. No matter how fierce, he wouldn't harm a child. Someone pull her away. But the next second, everyone's voices caught in their throats. For the instant, the little girl's palm touched the hem of Albert's trousers. Boom. A blinding burst of flame erupted from her arm. A blood-curdling scream tore through the entire street. That tender hand, as if it had touched the very sun, had its flesh seared black upon contact. The fire didn't come from outside, as she herself had ignited it. More precisely, the moment she touched Albert, she was violently set ablaze by the terrifying heat radiating from his body. Tashigi's expression shifted, and she blurted out, Mr. Albert. She's just a child. Momosaji instinctively stepped forward, her brows deeply furrowed. You. But before she could finish, the little girl, clutching her arms, stumbled back several steps in sheer terror. The innocence and pitifulness in her eyes vanished, completely replaced by nothing but disbelief. You recognized me all along. How could you possibly know who I am? I clearly. She cut herself off mid-sentence, her tone having completely transformed, with not a trace of the lost little girl remaining. Everyone around was stunned, Momosaji and Tashigi frozen in place too. Tashigi especially almost dropped her glasses. She's not an ordinary child. Sugar stared intently at Albert, her face twisted in pain. Why, how could you tell? Albert didn't even turn his head, too lazy to acknowledge her, and continued walking toward the palace. Such a lowly creature wasn't even worth a second glance. But though he ignored her, the fire on Sugar didn't stop. The flame like a clinging maggot crawled from her arm upward. She slapped at it frantically, rolled on the ground, screamed at the top of her lungs, but it wouldn't go out. Save me, young master, save me. The fire grew larger and larger. In mere seconds, she was engulfed in the inferno. Everyone on the street stood frozen in shock. Momosaji and Tashigi remained rooted to the spot, utterly speechless. Finally, the screams came to an abrupt halt. All that remained was a small pile of black ash scattered by the wind. The very next second after Sugar turned to ash, the entire Dressrosa erupted into chaos. At a street corner, a toy bear carrying cargo transformed back into a middle-aged man with a loud pop. In the plaza, a wooden puppet pulling a cart reverted into an old man, his face streaming with tears. In an alley, rows of wind-up soldiers and cloth dolls turned back into humans one after another as cries, shouts, and screams exploded everywhere. I am back. Honey, can you see me? Is it you? You didn't die. Weren't you long? My child is alive. Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was Doflamingo who turned us into toys. I remember everything now. The entire kingdom boiled over like a pot of hot oil that had been violently overturned. Some wailed as they embraced their loved ones, others knelt on the ground, pounding it in fury. Still more war faces filled with rage and hatred. The erased memories had returned, the stolen lives had been restored. Momosaji stood in a daze watching the scene unfold, finally understanding. So that's how it is. Tashigi's face was pale, her voice trembling. That little girl was Doflamingo's hidden trump card. If she had touched Mr. Albert, Momosaji let out a slow breath, her expression immensely complex. The consequences would have been far worse than this. Tashigi lowered her head, her ears turning red. She had thought Albert was about to harm a child, but it turned out that Albert was the one in real danger. Thinking about it, Tashigi felt her face burn with shame and embarrassment. Momosaji felt the same. She gazed at the figure continuing toward the palace, and after a moment of silence murmured, "We misjudged him." Inside the palace, another soldier came stumbling in. "Young master, it's terrible." Doflamingo's face was already grim beyond measure. "What now?" The soldier's voice was almost tearful. "Lady Sugar is dead too. The powers of the hobby fruit are undone. Oh, all the toys in the city have turned back into people. The whole kingdom is in chaos now. They're shouting our names everywhere. The city has completely erupted." Doflamingo's mind went blank, and he stood frozen stiff. Sugar gone too. His last trump card gone as well. The Smile Factory, control of the kingdom, the family executives, the hobby fruit. The empire he had painstakingly built over so many years had been smashed to pieces by Albert in just this short span of time. No, not just half. It was utterly shattered. Doflamingo stood there, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He finally understood one thing: he was no match for Albert. If he didn't call for reinforcements now, he would truly die here today. The next second, Doflamingo lunged for another exclusive den mushy on the table, his fingers turning white from the force of his grip. He took a deep breath and dialed directly. The den mushy rang a few times. Doflamingo, abandoning all pretense, gritted his teeth and growled into the receiver, "Kaido, help me. He'll secure the Smile production line for you. The subsequent supply won't be cut off either. But you need to act now and kill Albert for me." Meanwhile, just as Sugar's screams ceased, a familiar chime sounded in Albert's ears. Target eliminated. Sugar Pride, send template integration 60, current progress reached 60. Albert glanced at the panel and his brow immediately furrowed. Only 0.5. He had assumed that Sugar, a key figure who controlled countless toy people across the kingdom, would grant a more substantial progress increase. But the reward was pitifully small. Adding in the 11 top executives under Doflamingo he had previously crushed, the template progress had only barely advanced to 60. Not slow, but certainly not fast. Albert stared at the row of numbers on the panel, his gaze quickly dropping to the prompt below. 70, unlock random gift pack. That was what truly interested him. 10% more. Albert slowly raised his head, looking toward the direction of the Plateau of Kings, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Don Quixote Doflamingo, I hope you won't disappoint me." Meanwhile, on Onigashima, the moment the den mushy connected, Doflamingo's voice, laced with suppressed fury, transmitted through. "Kaido, Dressrosa is in grave trouble. The Navy sent a monster army. General Albert. Jack is gone and my officers have been slaughtered in droves. You need to." Before he could finish, Kaido's impatient sneer came through the line. "Worroro. Doffy, have you lost your nerve? Don't you know what the Navy's top priority is right now? They're about to publicly execute Roger's son. That old man Whitebeard could strike Marineford at any moment. At a time like this, would the Navy divert an admiral just to deal with you? Ridiculous." Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead as his voice dropped several octaves. "I'm telling the truth. That guy." Kaido cut him off directly. "Stop your blathering. Can't even hold on to a single Dressrosa, and you're calling me to complain. You made this mess. You clean it up. Snap." The din mushy hung up instantly. The palace hall fell into a deathly silence. Doflamingo clutched the din mushy, his fingers tightening inch by inch, every vein on his forehead bulging. That bastard Kaido didn't believe him at all. No, to be precise, he simply couldn't be bothered with him. Fufufu. Very well. Doflamingo's smile went rigid, but his eyes grew colder. Since no one can be relied upon, I'll have to rely on myself. The next second, he raised his hand abruptly, and countless nearly invisible threads shot up from around the palace. Swish, swish, swish. Strand after strand, dense and crisscrossing, instantly enveloped the entire palace and the castle behind it. Not to trap enemies, but to defend. For the first time, he used the birdcage as a pure defensive barrier. High above, the threads wove into a massive hemispherical cage, firmly locking down the entire castle. Sunlight struck the threads, casting a cold, sinister gleam, their sharpness enough to make one's scalp tingle. Standing within the birdcage, Doflamingo looked up, and the grin finally returned to his face. Albert, you think you're so tough? Then try cutting through this. My birdcage isn't something just anyone can sever. With that, he turned and strode deeper into the palace. Now the only thing he could do was huddle within this absolute barrier and contact the world government as quickly as possible. If reinforcements arrived, he might still have a chance to turn the tables. At that very moment, all of Dressrosa had descended into chaos. With Sugar's death, the power of the Hobi no Mi was completely undone. One by one, toys reverted to human form in the streets, factories, plazas, and harbors. Some wept, bitterly clutching their heads. Others fell to their knees, pounding the ground in anguish. But most of all, they remembered everything, the memories that had been erased. It was Doflamingo. He turned us into toys. My husband didn't die. He was turned into a toy. That bastard deceived us all. Fury, sobs, and shouts instantly swept across the entire kingdom. At this moment, the Riku royal family stepped forward. King Riku appeared in person, exposing before countless citizens every vile deed Doflamingo had committed over the years. And the true savior of this nation was finally revealed to everyone. It wasn't Doflamingo. It was Army General Albert Sama who saved us. He fought his way into the harbor, cut through the officers, and stormed the capital. The one who saved Dressrosa is Albert Sama. As the news spread, the crowd erupted. Let's find Albert Sama. Help him take down Doflamingo. Follow King Riku. Today that bastard must pay. In an instant, a tide of citizens surged toward the Plateau of Kings. At the front, King Riku led the way, his expression both fervent and complex. He never imagined that in the end, the one to pull Dressrosa from the depths of despair would be an army general from the headquarters of the armed forces. Elsewhere on the outskirts of the palace, the massive birdcage had firmly ensnared the castle. Momosaji stood at the forefront, her hand on her long blade, her expression grim. She had tried several times already, but the result was always the same. Again, Momosaji barked, stomping her foot and launching herself into the air. Soru, Jeppo. In a flash, she was midair, jet black armament hockey quickly coating her blade, its edge honed to its peak. Open up. The long sword slashed down fiercely. Clang. A piercing explosion erupted. The blade struck the birdcage's thread, throwing off a shower of sparks, but the thread didn't bend even a fraction. Gritting her teeth, Momosaji shifted horizontally and unleashed several more slashes. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew wildly, the noise jarring. Yet each thread remained firmly in place. Uncuttable. No matter how fiercely she channeled her armament hockey, no matter how she combined it with the 6 powers of the Navy, she couldn't completely break through this defense. Landing back on the ground, Momosaji's chest heaved slightly, her grip on the sword tightening. It was truly frustrating. As a Navy admiral candidate, she was considered a top-tier powerhouse wherever she went. Yet here she couldn't even split a single layer of defense set by Doflamingo. Standing nearby, Tashiji's face was equally grim. Vice Admiral Guion. Still no good. Momosaji paused for a moment before murmuring no. She looked at the castle trapped within the birdcage, then shifted her gaze to the tall figure not far away, a warmth stirring in her chest. She couldn't cut it. But when Albert arrived, Doflamingo could only scurry into his birdcage, barely clinging to survival. Facing the same warlord, the same level of trouble. The gap between her and Albert was immense. Momosaji let out a slow breath. Once she believed the Navy already housed enough strength and enough champions of justice. But only at this moment did she truly understand what it meant to enforce justice that overpowers everything and sees it through to the end. Not compromise, not balance, certainly not deciding which pirates can be worked with. It was kill when killing is due. This man was the one who truly put the word justice into solid practice. Just then the sound of heavy footsteps came from behind. King Riku had arrived with a throng of citizens. Albert Sama, we've come to help you. Everyone together. In an instant, a jumble of hammers, iron bars, ropes, knives, and axes surged forward. Some pulled at the threads, others swung their tools and struck hard. Still others charged ahead with gritted teeth, knowing full well they couldn't even touch it, yet determined to contribute in some way. Hurry, let's relieve Lord Albert of his burden. Smash this damn thing to pieces. The scene instantly descended into chaos. At that moment, Albert stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed upon his system panel as he mentally calculated how much progress Don Quixote Doflamingo could contribute. Before he could finish his calculations, a surging tide of people had encircled him completely. It was far too noisy. Albert's brow furrowed, his expression instantly turning icy. Enough. The moment those two words left his lips, the surrounding clamor came to an abrupt halt. He raised his head, sweeping his gaze over the gathered citizens, his tone devoid of any courtesy. Gion and Tashigi, clear these people out. Momosaji and Tashigi were taken aback for a moment before promptly acknowledging the order. Yes, sir. Just as they were about to move, someone in the crowd hastily spoke up. Lord Albert, we've come to help you. That's right. Many hands make light work. We can't just stand by and watch you fight alone. King Riku also stepped forward, his face brimming with gratitude. Lord Albert, please allow us to contribute what little we can. Albert listened, his expression utterly impassive. Help me. He looked upon these countrymen, his tone lofty and dripping with undisguised arrogance. Do mere mortals even qualify to relieve my burdens? Step back. Don't waste my time with your pathetic strength. His words were harsh, yet few among those present could muster any anger. For everyone understood that this man before them was indeed entitled to speak thus. He had carved a bloody path from the harbor, trampling the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family to death, within 10 paces, single-handedly overturning the entirety of Dressrosa. If they were to charge and far from being of any help, they would likely only cause more trouble. Momosaji and Tashigi swiftly began dispersing the crowd. Everyone fall back. Do not approach. Make way for Mr. Albert. Though reluctant, the citizens obediently retreated. King Riku led the withdrawal, clearing the open ground before them. Soon the area in front of the birdcage was once again empty. Only then did Albert stride forward, walking straight up to the dense web of threads. Momosaji instinctively tightened her grip on her sword, her voice low. Mr. Albert, be careful, these threads. Before she could finish, her words died in her throat. For Albert had already raised his hand and grasped them directly. Not a tentative probe, not a slash, but a bare-handed, forceful grip. Everyone around held their breath. The next moment, sizzle. The instant Albert's palm touched the birdcage's threads, a piercingly harsh, scorching sound erupted. Those threads, originally indestructible and unseverable even by Momosaji, were instantly heated to a glowing red in his grasp. Then a blazing line of fire shot out along that single thread. One thread became 2, 2 became 10, 10 multiplied into 100. The fire spread frantically across the entire birdcage like a heavenly net suddenly set ablaze, engulfing the castle's entire periphery in the blink of an eye. High above, the colossal birdcage transformed from silver-white to a blazing crimson. Then in the next instant, boom, the entire birdcage erupted into flames. Countless threads vaunted as unbreakable and uncuttable writhed, fractured, and melted under that terrifying heat like thin snow beneath a direct sun, unable to endure even a single breath. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The dense sounds of snapping formed a continuous roar. One breath, two breaths. By the third breath, the massive birdcage enveloping the entire castle had been burned clean away, leaving not even a trace of ash. Momosaji was stunned, Tashigi was stunned. King Riku and the countless citizens behind him all stood agape, staring blankly at the scene before them. It left everyone present utterly shocked and astounded. Mary Geoise, Pangea Castle. Within the chamber of power, 5 figures sat on a sofa. On the table lay the emergency intelligence just delivered. Dressrosa. Army General Albert, having incinerated the birdcage and slain the Don Quixote family executives, was now closing in on the hilltop castle. Target warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The portly Elder Star clutched the intelligence paper, his face dark and menacing. The next second, he slammed his hand onto the table. Bang. How dare he? What exactly does this Albert think he's doing? The warlords of the sea are a system personally recognized by the world government, and Doflamingo is a man we have tacitly permitted to remain. An army general dares to openly hunt him down in Dressrosa. Where does he think the world government stands? And where do we, the 5 Elder Stars, stand? The bespectacled sword-wielding Elder Star sat cross-legged nearby, his long blade laid across his lap, his expression equally frigid. I said long ago that such a man should not be entrusted with great responsibility. The stronger one is the more aloof and difficult to control they become. From the moment he became army general, he has never truly respected the rules. Today he dares to disregard Kong's orders. Tomorrow he will defy us, the 5 Elder Stars. The portly Elder Star snorted. Not tomorrow. He is doing it now. Kong called earlier, saying he ordered Albert to return, and Albert simply hung up the den mushy. If he dares to hang up on the commander-in-chief, who does he still respect? The tall Elder Star sat opposite, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, his voice low and suppressed. Doflamingo cannot die. He controls the underground weapons channels and has dealings with many powers in the New World. Kaido's Smile production line is also deeply tied to him. More importantly, his value in the circulation of the heavenly tribute and his control over the underground intelligence network are irreplaceable. Such a man may not be clean, but he is useful. With the Summit War on the horizon and the Marines about to clash with Whitebeard, Doflamingo's death now would throw the New World's clandestine networks into chaos. The curly-haired Elder Star interjected in a deep voice, a warlord can die, but not now. And certainly not at the hands of the world government's own people. What would the world think? We have just put forward the warlord system as a counterbalance to the pirates, and now an army general turns around and kills one. Isn't that slapping our own faces? The portly Elder Star grew increasingly furious, slapping our faces. He is already doing it. Killing Virgo, cornering Doflamingo, incinerating the birdcage, and now he's about to enter the castle to kill. This is no ordinary insubordination, it is an open challenge to the authority of the world government. He grabbed the Den Mushy, his voice hard as iron. Get me Dressrosa immediately. I will personally order him to stand down. Dressrosa before the hilltop castle. With the birdcage incinerated, the entire castle lay exposed before everyone. The entrance, once sealed by countless threads, was now nothing but a patch of scorched broken marks. King Riku stood at the forefront of the crowd, still reeling from what he had just witnessed. He had seen with his own eyes the birdcage that Momosaji could not cut despite using all her strength, reduced to nothing by Albert's bare hands. It took only 3 breaths. This cage that had suffocated everyone in Dressrosa was simply gone. So, this is the power of an army admiral. King Riku's voice trembled. The citizens around him stood agape, their mouths opening and closing in stunned silence. Some still clutched iron bars, others had been ready to rush forward and help just moments ago, but now everyone understood that their so-called assistance was utterly meaningless. Before such power, they didn't even qualify to approach the battlefield. Tashigi clutched Shigeru, her throat dry. Vice Admiral Gion. That was Doflamingo's birdcage just now. Momosaji tightened her grip on her sword. She understood far better than Tashigi just how troublesome that thing was. Razor-sharp, unyielding, with a terrifyingly vast coverage. Even she, an admiral candidate of the Marines, had struck it with all her might, yet failed to leave a true fissure upon its surface. But Albert merely raised his hand and grasped. It burned away. Not severed, not shattered, utterly incinerated. Momosaji gazed at Albert's back and murmured, "This is no longer a battle of the same tier." Albert paid no heed to the stunned gazes behind him. He simply strode step by step toward the castle. His footsteps were not heavy, yet each one seemed to land upon every heart present. Within the castle's great hall, Doflamingo stood high above, peering through the shattered window at the outside. The birdcage was gone. The final line of defense he had personally deployed had been burned to ash by Albert before everyone's eyes. In that moment, a strange sensation sprouted within his heart for the first time. Fear, absolute primal fear. Not the wariness he felt facing Kaido, not the calculation he employed against the world government, nor the exhilaration of confronting a formidable foe. It was the terror of watching his adversary approach, yet realizing that every means at his disposal was powerless to stop him. Fufu. Fufufu. Doflamingo let out a chuckle, but the sound was brittle and harsh. His fingers clenched until they turned white, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. 11 of his top executives were dead. Sugar was dead, the birdcage was shattered, and Kaido refused to believe him. Now the only one who could save him was the world government. No, to be precise, the 5 elders. If the 5 elders spoke, no matter how arrogant Albert was, he could not continue his assault. They were the supreme authority of the world government, the command that stood at the apex of this sea. Doflamingo stared fixedly at the figure, drawing ever closer outside, grinding his teeth audibly. Hurry. Hurry up. Don't you still need me? If you don't act now, I'm really going to die. Just then the Den Mushy at Albert's waist began to ring. Brew brew, brew brew. The sound was not loud, yet it made everyone hold their breath. Momosaji furrowed her brow, and Tashigi instinctively looked over. King Riku and the surrounding citizens were so tense, they dared not even speak. Albert halted his steps, glanced down at the Den Mushy, and casually answered it. The next second, the snail's face swiftly transformed into the visage of the portly 5 elder. Majestic, somber, radiating a fury that looked down from on high. Albert. The portly 5 elder's voice exploded from the Den Mushy. Cease immediately. Doflamingo of the 7 warlords of the sea is a legitimate combat force recognized by the world government and a key figure to be conscripted for the upcoming Paramount War. Your unauthorized attack on Dressrosa and slaughter of the Don Quixote family executives constitute a severe overreach of authority. Now, by the authority of the 5 elders, I command you to halt all operations, immediately return to Marineford, and refrain from laying a hand on Doflamingo. These words carried clearly. Momosaji heard them, Tashigi heard them, and King Riku heard them as well. The citizens behind them also paled at the proclamation. The 5 elders, the supreme rulers of the world government. When such a figure personally issued an order, who would dare disobey? Tashigi's face went white as she whispered, "The 5 elders themselves have commanded." Momosaji said nothing, merely fixing her gaze on Albert. She too was uncertain how Albert would choose. Even though she had seen him hang up on Kong, the 5 elders were a different matter entirely. Kong was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The 5 elders, however, were the ones truly seated at the apex of the world government. Inside the castle, Doflamingo, upon hearing this voice, let out a huge sigh of relief. A grin crept back across his lips. Fufufu. Here it is, finally here. Albert, no matter how arrogant you are, so what? You dared to defy Kong, but dare you defy the 5 elders? The world government is not the Marine headquarters, and certainly not your army headquarters. If you touch me, you slap them in the face. Doflamingo watched Albert outside, and the fear in his heart finally subsided a little. He was safe. As long as Albert wanted to remain within the world government system, he had to stop. From the Den Mushy, the portly 5 elders' voice grew colder. Albert, I will say it once more. Return immediately. This is an order, not a negotiation. Everyone's eyes were on Albert. At this moment, even the enraged citizens of Dressrosa dared not speak. Of course they wished Albert would kill Doflamingo, but with the 5 elders personally commanding, who could still advance? Albert looked at the Den Mushy, his face utterly devoid of expression. Then he raised his hand. Smack! The Den Mushy was casually thrown to the ground. The next second Albert brought his foot down. Crack! The shell of the Den Mushy shattered, and the voice ceased abruptly. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Tashiji's glasses nearly slipped off as she stood frozen in place. King Rika's mouth was slightly agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. Even Momosagi's pupils contracted slightly. She had imagined Albert might argue, might sneer, might simply hang up. But she never expected that Albert wouldn't even bother to reply. He simply crushed the 5 elders' Den Mushy underfoot. Inside the castle, Doflamingo's just relaxed expression instantly froze solid. How dare he? He couldn't believe it. Those were the 5 elders. How could Albert dare to disregard them so blatantly? Just then the Den Mushy at Momosagi's waist suddenly rang. Brew brew, brew brew. Momosagi looked down, her expression shifting slightly. She answered the call. The Den Mushy again transformed into the face of the portly 5 elder, but this time the fury was barely contained. Momosagi Gion, as a Marine Admiral candidate, you will stop Albert immediately. Bring him back to Marineford right now. If you continue to allow him to act, you will be defying the orders of the world government and will be dealt with under military law. The portly 5 elder's voice was harsh. Your admiral nomination will also be permanently revoked. At these words, Tashiji's expression changed drastically. The admiral nomination. That was a position Momosagi had striven for over many years to reach. Only one step away from the Marine's supreme combat power. Now the 5 elders were threatening her with it. The weight was immense. Momosagi gripped the Den Mushy, her knuckles tightening little by little. From the snail, the portly 5 elder continued. Do you hear me clearly? Stop, Albert. This is your last chance. All eyes around turned to Momosagi. Albert also halted, turning sideways to look at her. Gion. His voice was flat. You're going to stop me. Momosagi lifted her head, meeting his gaze. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through her mind. The regulations of Marine headquarters, the oppressive authority of the 5 elders, the weight of her position as an admiral candidate, and the citizens of Dressrosa who had only just returned from being toys. Lives stolen, families erased, a nation trampled under Doflamingo's heel for so many years. If even a man like this couldn't be slain, then what meaning did so-called justice hold? Momosagi slowly exhaled. She looked at the Den Mushy, her voice steady. I'm sorry. From the snail, the voice of the portly elder deepened. What did you say? Momosagi lifted her head, her gaze no longer wavering. I choose to follow justice, not to prolong the life of a pirate like Doflamingo. With that, she raised her hand and cast the Den Mushy directly to the ground. Her long blade slid half an inch from its scabbard, a flash of cold light. The Den Mushy was cleaved in two on the spot. Tashiji's heart gave a violent lurch. The citizens behind King Riku erupted into an uproar. Momosagi, a Marine Admiral candidate, had also defied the 5 elders. Albert glanced at her, his tone indifferent, not entirely displeasing. Momosagi offered a wry smile, but did not retreat. Yet the 5 elders were clearly not giving up. Soon Tashiji's Den Mushy also began to ring. Tashiji's face paled. She looked down at the snail, her hand trembling slightly. Mine. Bracing herself, she answered. The portly elder's voice rang out again. Tashiji, you are a Marine officer. Immediately cooperate with the surrounding Marine forces to intercept Albert. All Marine fleets patrolling near Dressrosa have received orders and are heading for the Hill of Kings at full speed. Every one of you must stop him. Tashiji bit her lip, her face ashen. Stop Albert. How could she possibly stop him? More importantly, was she truly willing to obstruct someone for a man like Doflamingo? Momosagi glanced at her, speaking in a low voice. Tashiji, think carefully. Tashiji looked up, her eyes falling on the weeping citizens in the distance, the parents and children clinging to each other in sorrow. She then turned her gaze toward the castle, toward the Doflamingo, whom countless people despised. Finally, she closed her eyes. I'm sorry. I can't do it either. She raised the Den Mushy with both hands and smashed it fiercely against the ground. Smack! The snail shattered. Tashiji's face was still pale, but her eyes had hardened with resolve. Albert said nothing more, merely continuing his advance toward the castle. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Dressrosa, several Marine patrol ships, having received their orders in succession, all altered course to converge near the Hill of Kings. Hurry! The 5 elders have personally ordered the interception of Army General Albert. All hands prepare to land. Target the Hill of Kings. The faces of the Marine soldiers were taut with tension. They had no idea what was truly unfolding on the scene. But an order from the 5 elders was not something any dared to take lightly. Above the royal palace, Doflamingo watched Albert's relentless approach, the composure on his face shattering completely. Madman. You're all madmen. You trample on the 5 elders' command. Momosagi disobeys, and even a mere colonel dares to defy them. Albert, do you have any idea what you're doing? If you kill me, the world government will never let you go. You'll be stripped of your rank, held accountable, and personally dealt with by the 5 elders. Albert's steps did not falter. Doflamingo's voice grew more frantic, veins bulging on his forehead. I am a celestial dragon. I hold the secrets of the world government. I am a warlord. I have arms dealings with Kaido and the threads of the heavenly tribute. Killing me doesn't just affect Dressrosa. You're challenging the entire order. Albert finally looked up at him, his gaze as cold as if he were observing an insect. Are you finished? Doflamingo's breath caught in his throat. Albert said flatly, an ant always mistakes the rock behind it for the sky. Doflamingo, you were never irreplaceable. You were just a slightly more conspicuous bug in the trash heap. Doflamingo's face twisted in an instant. You call me an ant? Fufufu. You dare to call me an ant? He could no longer suppress the fury and terror churning within him. Countless white threads erupted from beneath his feet in a frenzy. The ground, the walls, the castle pillars, all were transformed into a surging sea of threads in that moment. Awakening. The entire Hill of Kings was engulfed as if by a white tide. Albert. Doflamingo's arms flung wide, veins bulging on his forehead. Do you really think I only have the birdcage? Do you truly believe I Don Quixote Doflamingo would be swatted away like some worthless fool? 16 colossal pillars of thread coated in armament hockey burst forth from the sea of threads. Their tips were as sharp as spears covered in jet black hockey, and they all aimed at Albert with a piercing shriek. 16 holy bullets, God's judgment. Boom. The 16 bullets were fired simultaneously. The earth was torn asunder, the air rent by sharp explosive cracks. Momosagi's expression changed. She drew her blade in an instant. Tashigi stumbled back half a step in fright. King Riku and the citizens cried out in alarm as they were forced back by the shockwave. Fall back. Get back now. Each of those 16 black pillars was powerful enough to pierce a castle wall. Now all of them were converging on Albert alone. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his face a mask of savagery. The 16 holy bullets slammed violently into Albert. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending rubble flying. A massive cloud of dust instantly swallowed the area ahead. The entire Hill of Kings trembled. Doflamingo panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the center of the dust cloud. Momosagi's fingers tightened on her sword hilt. Tashigi's heart was in her throat. The next second the dust was swept away by a wave of heat. Albert stood exactly where he was. His white clothes were unblemished, his skin unharmed. He hadn't moved even half an inch. All 16 holy bullets wreathed in hockey had halted before his body and beside his shoulders as if they had struck an immovable sun. Their tips were charring, melting, and crumbling away. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. This is impossible. That was my awakening technique. That was armament hockey. Albert lifted his eyes, his voice cold, overreaching. Those 4 words shattered Doflamingo's composure more than any attack could. He tried to command the sea of threads to attack again, but Albert had already raised his hand. A ball of golden flame coalesced in his palm. At first it was the size of a fist. The next moment it expanded into a dazzling miniature sun. A terrifying wave of heat spread instantly. The flagstones of the Hill of Kings began to glow red. The air warped, and everyone nearby was forced to retreat step by step. Momosagi's face went pale. Everyone get back. Fall back now. Tashigi pulled King Riku, retreating. The surrounding citizens scrambled away in panic. But Doflamingo could no longer retreat. Locked in place by that sun, his body felt as if an invisible mountain were crushing him, making even breathing a struggle. Albert gazed at him, the sun in his palm, slowly rising. Merciless sun. As his words fell, the golden sun crashed down with a thunderous roar. Doflamingo managed only half a scream. No. In the next instant the sun swallowed him whole. A blinding, searing golden light, and a wave of terrifying, scorching heat engulfed everything. Doflamingo's body blackened and crumbled rapidly in the blaze, dissolving into a pile of ash that was swept away by the scorching blast. Almost simultaneously, the marine forces dispatched to intercept him stormed the plateau of the king. The moment they arrived, they witnessed with their own eyes Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, reduced to ashes beneath that golden sun. Don Quixote Doflamingo was no more. The Marines who had just charged up stood frozen in place, their rifles not even raised. They had been ordered to intercept Albert. But upon arrival, they saw Doflamingo, a warlord, burned to cinders by that golden sun. No struggle, no counterattack. Not even a corpse remained. Didio, Doflamingo, dead. A warlord of the sea. Killed. Right after the 5 elders gave their orders. A Marine lieutenant's lips were dry, his voice trembling. The soldiers behind him turned pale, none daring to step forward. They had come to carry out orders. But now the target stood before them, and even a warlord had been burned to ash. Who would dare to stop him? Just then a system notification chimed in Albert's ear. Target eliminated. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Target classification: 7 warlords of the sea, core figure of the underworld, illegal ruler of Dressrosa, sin of pride, template integration, 60-63 integration progress, increased 3 congratulations host. Passive skill unlocked: sun within the heart. When external sunlight is absent or the host cannot draw upon the sun's power, you may forcibly summon 6 hours of solar magic. Usable once per day? Albert glanced at the panel. 63. Doflamingo had contributed a decent amount, but not enough to satisfy him. As for the newly unlocked passive skill, it was somewhat intriguing. Without sunlight, he could still forcibly summon 6 hours of solar magic. This meant that the depths of the sea, enclosed spaces, or even places deliberately shielded from the sun would no longer be a limitation. Albert's expression remained calm, as if this were merely a matter of course. No, son, he stated flatly, his voice low, yet audible to everyone nearby. Then I shall raise it myself. As these words fell, the plateau of the king fell silent once more. Momosaji stood not far away, her grip on her sword tightening bit by bit. She had just witnessed the 5 elders order a halt, seen Doflamingo invoke his celestial dragon status, the world government's secrets, his underground channels, and his dealings with Kaido. Any one of those would have been enough to trouble the highest echelons of the Marines. Yet Albert had not retreated a single step from start to finish. He crushed the 5 elders din mushi. He ignored all of Doflamingo's threats. Then a single sun descended, and it was over. Momosaji watched that tall, imposing back, her chest heaving with emotion. She had always believed that justice required order, procedure, and commands from above. But now she suddenly felt that some villains lived so long precisely because everyone was waiting for orders, everyone was bound by the rules. A man like Doflamingo did not deserve to be judged until the very end. He deserved to die, to be burned to ash like that. Tashigi stood beside Momosaji, her face still pale. Yet the way she looked at Albert had completely changed. The fear remained, but above it was an undeniable, burgeoning reverence. She had seen too many Marines speak of justice. She had also seen too many criminals spared again and again because of their status, connections, or interests. She had never understood why. Now she saw a man who killed evil by his own judgment, regardless of the cost, regardless of status, and regardless of the 5 elders' commands. He was no ordinary powerhouse. In Tashigi's heart at that moment, Albert seemed like a deity standing within the sun. Cold, arrogant, yet his light pierced through all the filth and darkness. Mr. Albert. Tashigi murmured, a note of reverence in her voice. She didn't even notice herself. Momosaji heard it, but did not correct her. Because in her heart, she felt the same. Meanwhile, the Marine forces that had arrived on orders finally snapped out of their stupor. The lead colonel's face was grim as he steeled himself to step forward, his pace far slower than usual. He had no choice. The scorch marks from where Doflamingo had been incinerated still stained the ground, and the acrid smell of heat lingered in the air. Each step forward felt like walking into the mouth of a volcano. Admiral Albert. The colonel snapped to attention and saluted, his voice tight. We are here on orders from the world government. He hurriedly pulled a command document sealed with the highest grade wax from his coat. This is a summons personally signed by the 5 elders. You are ordered to cease all actions immediately and return to Marine headquarters at Marineford within 1 day to undergo a joint investigation by the world government and Marine headquarters. The surrounding soldiers immediately stiffened their postures. But stiff though they were, none dared to actually raise their rifles. Just Albert standing there was enough to make their blood run cold. Momosaji's expression turned icy cold. She stepped directly in front of the colonel. A summons. Her voice was laced with suppressed fury. Didn't you just see what happened to you? What kind of man is Doflamingo? How many people in Dressrosa have been turned into toys over the years? How many families destroyed? How many citizens enslaved? He controlled a kingdom, deceived the world, conspired with the underworld, and even planted a spy like Virgo in the Marines. Now that he's dead, instead of investigating his crimes, you come with a summons from the 5 elders to arrest the man who killed him. The colonel's face stiffened under Momosaji's tirade. Of course he had seen. All of Dressrosa was still in chaos, with cries echoing everywhere and citizens who had just regained their human forms. Anyone who wasn't blind could see the atrocities Doflamingo had committed over the years. But the problem was orders were orders. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Vice Admiral Momosaji, I am merely following orders. This is personally signed by the 5 elders, not an ordinary directive. Momosaji glared at him coldly. So you only know how to follow orders. If an order told you to protect a pirate, would you do it? If an order told you to ignore the suffering of these people, would you do that too? Do you wear that uniform for justice or to stand guard over the world government's fig leaf? At these words, many Marine soldiers' expressions changed. Some lowered their heads, unable to meet Momosaji's gaze. Others gripped their rifles tighter, their lips pressed pale. The colonel, forced into a sweat, still raised the summons high. Vice Admiral Momosaji, I understand your anger. But a soldier's duty is obedience, and this incident is extremely serious. Admiral Albert arbitrarily killed a warlord of the sea, defied the Gorasia's direct orders, and crushed the din mushi of the highest authority. According to the latest directive, the Gorasii have decided to personally investigate this matter at Marineford. His voice grew heavier. The scale is comparable to the incident of Zephyr's defection back then. This is the highest level of accountability from the world government. Admiral Albert must return within a day, or we will all bear the consequences. The Zephyr defection incident. At those words, the surrounding Marines fell silent. It was an old wound the Navy least wanted to mention. Now that the Gorasii had elevated Albert's case to the same level, it showed just how severe the situation had become. Momosaji's expression also darkened. She wasn't afraid of losing her admiral candidate nomination. But she knew that once the Gorasii intervened personally, what Albert faced next wouldn't be ordinary questioning. It would be a true trial. Seeing Momosaji's silence, the colonel gritted his teeth and continued, so please step aside. We must take Admiral Albert back. He then moved forward with a few soldiers. But the next moment figures blocked their path. Not Momosaji or Tashigi, but the citizens of Dressrosa. At the front, a middle-aged man who had just been turned back from a toy spread his arms, standing firmly before the Marines. On what grounds are you taking Lord Albert away? He saved us. Doflamingo turned me into a toy for 10 years and my wife and children forgot me. Where were you Marines? Where was the world government? Another elderly man leaning on a cane pushed forward, his voice trembling, but shouting loudly. Doflamingo harmed us for so many years, and no one cared. Now that Lord Albert has killed him, you show up quickly. Want to take him away? Then walk over us first. The crowd ignited, completely boiling over. That's right. No one is taking Lord Albert away. He is our savior. Arrest us instead. Doflamingo deserved to die. Someone like him should have died long ago. More and more citizens surged forward forcibly, pushing the summoning Marines aside. Those Marine soldiers, despite carrying weapons, dared not lay a hand on these ordinary people. The colonel was shoved back several steps, nearly dropping the summons. Move aside. Everyone move. This is a world government order. But no one listened. The people wept, shouted, and pushed, forming a living wall that firmly shielded Albert behind them. King Riku also stood before the crowd, bowing deeply to Albert. Lord Albert, all the people of Dressrosa will remember your grace. Had you not acted today, this country would have continued living in lies and slavery. No matter how the world government judges you, in our hearts, you are the savior of Dressrosa. At that moment, countless people knelt. Lord Albert, savior, thank you for saving us. A thunderous roar echoed before the king's plateau. Momosaji watched, her throat tightening slightly, while Tashigi's eyes reddened. This was the will of the people, the true answer from those who had been saved. Yet Albert's face showed no emotion. Gratitude, worship, savior. These things meant nothing to him. He killed Doflamingo because the man deserved to die, and because it could advance the template progress. As for their thanks, he neither wanted nor needed them. Albert stepped past the crowd. The crowd instantly fell silent, parting to make way for him. He walked to the edge of the king's plateau and leaped down. His tall figure fell from the castle heights, crashing onto the street below. The ground trembled slightly. Everyone was stunned. Albert had already started walking toward the port, with Momosaji and Tashigi quickly following. Mr. Albert, the Marine colonel, seeing this, hurriedly chased after him with his men. Please wait. The summons has been issued. You must return to Marine headquarters immediately. Admiral Albert. He chased him all the way to the port, his voice hoarse from shouting. Albert stopped before the gangplank of the warship and finally glanced at him. Just that one look froze the colonel in his tracks. A chill ran down his spine, and the courage he had mustered dissipated. Albert said calmly, "Did I say I wasn't going back?" The colonel was startled. You're willing to return to Marineford? Of course. Albert stepped onto the gangplank, his voice eerily calm. Doflamingo is dead. Now it's time to settle this matter once and for all. Instead of relief, the colonel felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Settle it once and for all? That didn't sound like someone going back for interrogation. It sounded more like he was going to Marineford to settle accounts with the Gorosei as well. The soldiers behind him exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Momosaji boarded the ship behind Albert, and Tashigi quickly followed. Before boarding, Tashigi looked back at the port where the citizens of Dressrosa still stood. Some wept, some waved, some knelt on the ground, unwilling to rise. Lord Albert, thank you. Please return safely. The cries came in waves, but Albert did not look back. The warship soon set sail. The sea breeze stirred white waves as the vessel slowly departed Dressrosa's port. Momosaji stood on the deck, watching the kingdom recede, her heart unsettled. Tashigi, holding Shigeru, whispered, Vice Admiral Gion. Going back will be troublesome, won't it? Momosaji looked toward the tall figure at the bow. Yes. Her voice was soft but firm. But if killing someone like Doflamingo warrants a trial, then that trial itself should be seen clearly by everyone. Tashigi pressed her lips together and nodded firmly. At the bow, Albert stood with his hands behind his back. The cheers of Dressrosa, the Marines, summons the Gorosei's fury, all passed by him like the sea breeze. His face remained calm, but his lofty aloofness weighed so heavily that no one on the ship dared speak loudly. Meanwhile, the news raced back to Marineford at top speed. Marine headquarters, the fleet admiral's office. Sengoku had just received the report, and the documents in his hand nearly crumpled. Doflamingo is dead. Albert killed him in defiance of the Gorosei's orders. Momosaji and Tashigi also openly disobeyed commands. Brandu stood before the desk, his forehead drenched in sweat. Yes, Marshal. Confirmation from Dressrosa. Doflamingo has been incinerated, and almost all of the Don Quixote family's top executives have been wiped out. With Sugar's death, the powers of the Hobi Nomi have been lifted, and a large number of toys in Dressrosa have reverted to human form. The Riku royal family and the citizens have publicly declared their support for Admiral Albert. Sengoku's head throbbed with the news. He had known Albert's trip to Dressrosa would lead to trouble, but he never imagined the situation would explode so quickly, so thoroughly. Even a direct order from the five elders couldn't stop it. Doflamingo was dead. This wasn't just a slap in the face to the warlord system. The supreme authority of the world government had been trampled under Albert's feet. The den mushi soon rang. Buruburuburu. Sengoku saw the special line, and his expression soured further. He answered, and almost immediately the roar of the fat five elder came through. Sengoku. The tribunal will convene tomorrow at 8 in the morning. At Marine headquarters, all high-ranking Marines Army representatives and world government inspectors must be present. Albert must face public discipline. Another of the 5 elders spoke, his voice as cold as ice. This is no ordinary violation of regulations. He defied our orders, killed a Shichibukai without authorization, and shattered the dignity of the world government systems. If he is not severely punished, how can the world government ever command the seas again? The sword-wielding 5 elders' voice was even harsher. Gion of the Momosaji and Tashigi are also to be included in the list of those to be held accountable. Sengoku, you are to make the arrangements. Tomorrow at 8 the tribunal must begin on time. The call ended, leaving the office in a terrifying silence. Sengoku sat in his chair, pressing his palm against his forehead, feeling a splitting headache. Garp sat on the sofa chewing on rice crackers, but this time, he wasn't laughing. After a long moment, Garp muttered, "This time it's really blown up." Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, "Obviously. My head is about to explode. The summit war hasn't even started yet. Whitebeard hasn't arrived, Kaido is stirring, and Shanks is restless. And now we're going to hold a tribunal within our own ranks first. And the one on trial is Albert." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, yet he had no outlet for his fury. Try Albert. How? What would the punishment be? If they truly pushed him too far, who would clean up the mess? But the 5 elders had given the order, everyone must be present at 8 tomorrow morning. Sengoku rubbed his brow, his voice heavy. Issue the orders. The tribunal will convene tomorrow at 8. All headquarters high-ranking officers are required to attend. Brand New immediately stood at attention, sir. At the same time, the intelligence birds of the World Economy newspaper, the Den Den Mushi of the underworld, and urgent bulletins within the Marines all sent out the news that was shaking the seas. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a Shichibukai, had been slain by Army Admiral Albert. Defying orders from the world government and the 5 elders, Albert had executed the warlord on the spot. This news also spread swiftly to the other Shichibukai. It was like a cannonball smashing violently into the heart of the entire ocean. From the first half of the Grand Line to the depths of the New World, from marine branches to the black market underground, from kingdom nobles to common pirate crews. The first reaction of everyone who received the intelligence was almost the same. Unbelievable. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a Shichibukai. The underworld broker, the king of Dressrosa, the madman who did business with Kaido. A man like that had been publicly killed by Army Admiral Albert. And he did it even after the 5 elders had personally ordered him to stop. The uproar was almost as great as the news of Port Gasti. Ace's public execution. Doflamingo is dead. Are you kidding me? Aren't the Shichibukai recognized by the world government? Don't they have legal plundering rights? Legal my ass. The guy has been burned to ashes. An Army Admiral. Since when did Marine headquarters have a monster like that? He's not a Marine, he's in the Army. I heard he was personally appointed by Kong himself. Isn't that the same thing? They're all under the world government. That's what makes it so terrifying. A man from the world government killed a Shichibukai that the world government itself recognized. On island after island, pirates clutched newspapers, their faces turning uglier by the second. For all the years the warlord system had existed, what pirates feared most was never the warlord's loyalty, but the skin they wore. Recognized by the world government, tacitly approved by the Marines. As long as you wore that skin, no matter how many dirty deeds you did, you could stand in the sunlight. But now Doflamingo was dead, killed by someone within the world government's own system. Suddenly, all pirates began to panic. What the hell is the Marines planning? Are they going to wipe out the Shichibukai before the Summit War? Then who would dare take the position of a Shichibukai now? Forget taking the position, even those who are already Shichibukai probably can't sleep at night. Army Admiral Albert. Remember that name. Never mess with him from now on. The new world was already chaotic. Whitebeard was heading to Marineford, Kaido was restless, and Shanks' movements were unpredictable. With Doflamingo's death, the undercurrents that had been hidden beneath the surface were now exposed for all to see. The underground weapons channel was severed, the Smile production line was broken, and Dressrosa had changed hands. The world government's showpiece, the Shichibukai system, had been shattered by Albert's actions. Onigashima. Boom. A massive gourd of sake was smashed onto the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Sake splashed everywhere, and the potent smell of alcohol forced the nearby pirates to step back instinctively. Kaido sat on his throne, his colossal form like a small mountain, his face dark and terrifying. Doflamingo is dead. Who did it? His voice was low, but it pressed down on the assembled pirates so heavily they dared not raise their heads. Queen Smile had vanished. He clutched the intelligence report, his tone much heavier than usual. Not a Marine. Kaido looked up. Not a Marine. It was an Army Admiral Albert. Queen gritted his teeth and said, he stormed Dressrosa, first cleared out the Don Quixote family's officers, then killed Sugar, and finally, defying the 5 elders' direct order, he burned Doflamingo to ashes. An Army Admiral. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. You're Ororo. Since when does the army dare to meddle in the affairs of the new world? That fool Doflamingo couldn't even protect his own turf. Dying is no surprise. Queen's expression, however, remained grim. Boss, Doflamingo's death is a big problem. The Smile factory is gone. Our supply of artificial devil fruits has been cut off. Kaido waved his hand impatiently, then set up a new one. If Dressrosa is lost, find another island. If the factory is destroyed, build another one. If a man like Doflamingo dies, just prop up another. The more he spoke, the more irritated he became. He grabbed another sake gourd beside him only to remember he had just smashed the last one, which only fueled his rage. Jack, why hasn't he returned from the errand I sent him on? As these words were spoken, Queen's expression turned utterly grim. He paused for a moment before raising his hand to have a package brought forward. The package was peculiar, wrapped in thick oilcloth and bound tightly with coarse rope loop after loop. Several pirates trembled slightly as they carried it. Kaido's brow furrowed deeply at the sight. What is that? Queen didn't answer immediately, instead walking over to tear the ropes apart one by one. The oilcloth was pulled back. What lay exposed was a massive ivory tusk, its break rough and edges stained with dried blood. In the hall, every member of the beast's pirates froze. Someone's throat convulsed violently, their voice trembling. Thighs. Queen's face was ashen. Jack's tusk. Kaido's fingers clenched slowly, joints cracking audibly. Who sent it? Queen pulled a piece of paper from beneath the package bearing only a single name. Albert. No explanation, no superfluous words. It was as if the item was tossed over solely to convey one thing to Kaido. Jack is in my hands, or already dead. Kaido stared at the paper, the fury on his face gradually shifting into a smile. Urororo. Good, very good. Killing Doflamingo, cutting off my smile supply, and now delivering Jack's tusk right to my doorstep. Is he afraid I won't realize he's provoking me? Queen sweated profusely. Boss, this Albert is no ordinary man. Even the 5 elders couldn't stop him. Kaido rose abruptly, his massive frame making the entire hall feel cramped. No ordinary man. Then he'll crush him all the harder. He stomped the ground, shattering at his roar, echoing across Onigashima. Gather our forces. I'm going to the army headquarters myself. I want to see how many lives this Albert has daring to trample over me, Kaido. At the same time on Amazon Lily, Empress Hancock sat on her throne holding 2 items. One was a conscription order from Marine headquarters. It demanded she go to Marineford to participate in the battle against the Whitebeard Pirates. The other was a freshly delivered intelligence report. Doflamingo was dead. Sandersonia stood nearby, her expression tense. Sister, a warlord being killed. Could this be a signal that the Navy is purging the warlords? Marigold also frowned. If they dare to kill Doflamingo, then we. Hancock didn't speak immediately. She stared at the report for a moment, then snorted coldly. No, this isn't the Navy's doing. Sandersonia was taken aback. It's not. Hancock tossed the report aside, her tone proud and composed. If the world government wanted to move against the warlords, they wouldn't have had the 5 elders personally intervene to stop it. Doflamingo was killed by that Albert. It was his personal act. Moreover, he's been summoned by the 5 elders to stand trial at Marineford. At this, Hancock's expression softened slightly. She despised the world government and the Navy. But even more, she dreaded drawing the attention of a monster who could kill even Doflamingo without hesitation. At least for now, I needn't worry about that man suddenly attacking Amazon Lily. Sandersonia breathed a sigh of relief. And the conscription order. Hancock lifted her chin, saying coldly, set it aside for now. I have no interest in Whitebeard or the Navy. But this Albert. She paused, her voice lowering. Even daring to defy the 5 elders. He's a troublesome man. On Korigana Island, Dracul Mihawk sat by the window, a newspaper and the world government summons before him. He read slowly. Doflamingo was killed. Dressrosa was overturned. The 5 elders' orders were defied, and Army Admiral Albert was summoned for trial. These words strung together even made Mihawk pause in his drinking. Army Admiral. Mihawk murmured the title. There was no camaraderie among the warlords. He cared little whether Doflamingo lived or died. But for someone to strike at a warlord at such a time and trample the 5 elders' commands, that was intriguing. He picked up the summons, his gaze lingering on the words Marineford. Since he's heading to Navy headquarters, perhaps he'll get to see him. How will someone who dared to strike a warlord face the wrath of the 5 elders? Mihawk set down the newspaper, tapping his sword hilt lightly. How exciting. In another sea, Marshal D. Teach sat in his cabin, his face as dark as stone. Intelligence was spread across the table. Doflamingo was dead. Albert was to be tried by the 5 elders. The warlord system was shaken and Marineford was under lockdown. Every piece of news struck a heavy blow to his plans. Ziaha. He laughed twice, but there was no joy in it. Jesus Burgess couldn't help asking, Captain, what's wrong? Does Doflamingo's death affect us? It affects everything. Blackbeard slammed the table, making the cups jump. Why do you think I secured the warlord position? It was to use this conscription order to enter Navy headquarters legitimately. Then during the chaos of the Paramount War, I'd find a way to impel down and recruit some truly worthy underlings. Finally, I'd wait for that old man Whitebeard to fall and take his tremor fruit. He grew angrier as he spoke, teeth grinding. But now, Albert killed Doflamingo. All the warlords are under scrutiny. The 5 elders are conducting the trial themselves, and Navy headquarters will surely clamp down hard on every summoned warlord. It won't be so easy for me to fish in troubled waters anymore. Lafitte tipped his hat. Captain, perhaps we can still wait for an opportunity. Blackbeard's face darkened. An opportunity? An opportunity like the Paramount War won't come twice. That bastard Albert has trampled all over my path. He grabbed the newspaper, glaring at the name, Army Admiral Albert. Ziahaha, just don't let me find an opening. As evening approached, the returning warship cut through the sea, heading toward Marineford. On deck the sailors dared not make much noise. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning the trial would begin. The 5 elders would be present, the Navy's high command would be there, and representatives from the army would also attend. And the one on trial was Albert. This weight pressed down on the ship, making it hard for anyone to relax. Momosaji stood by the railing gazing at the sea dyed red by the setting sun, and suddenly spoke softly to Shiji. "Moi." Tashigi approached, holding Shigeru, her voice barely a whisper. Momosaji paused for a few seconds before speaking. "Do you think it would be too abrupt if I applied for a transfer to the army?" Tashigi was taken aback. "Transferred to the army?" Momosaji nodded, her expression complex. "I used to believe the Navy was vast enough sufficient to uphold justice. But these past few days I've realized there are things the Navy dares not do yet, Mr. Albert does. He doesn't ask for permission from above, cares not if the opponent is a warlord nor who stands behind them. If they deserve death, he kills them." Tashigi listened stunned. Momosaji whispered, "To be honest, I'm a little curious to follow him, to see how far his version of justice can go." Tashigi said cautiously, "But, Mr. Albert is terrifying." Momosaji's expression froze. Her mind flashed to Albert overturning the table in the meeting hall, slaying Virgo with a single stroke, crushing the din mushi of the 5 elders, and incinerating Doflamingo with the sun. That aloofness, that arrogance, that oppressive aura that made one dare not meet his gaze. Momosaji took a soft breath, her voice dropping. "Indeed, he is terrifying." Tashigi nodded vigorously, as if finally finding a confidant. "Every time I stand beside Mr. Albert, I feel like I'm on the edge of a volcano. It's more frightening when he's silent, and equally so when he speaks. When he hung up on Fleet Admiral Kong, I nearly thought I'd be silenced too." Momosaji couldn't help but chuckle. "You're fine. I severed the din mushi right in front of the 5 elders today." Tashigi recalled the scene and lowered her head awkwardly. "I smashed mine too." They exchanged a glance. Though they might face censure together tomorrow, at this moment, they both found it absurd and amusing. Momosaji said softly, "So wanting to follow him is one thing, actually transferring is another. I fear I might say one wrong word and be deemed an eyesore." Tashigi nodded in profound agreement. "Same here. I deeply admire Mr. Albert, but the thought of following him daily makes my legs go weak." Momosaji finally burst into laughter, and Tashigi joined in. The sea breeze swept across the deck as they laughed softly, shoulders trembling, savoring a rare moment of respite. Just then a figure appeared silently behind them. Both Momosaji and Tashigi's laughter ceased almost simultaneously. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of robes, not even a trace of breath. Yet a chilling sensation crept up from behind. Tashigi's nape stiffened, her fingers tightening around the hilt of Shigeru. Momosaji was quicker. Instinctively she grasped her sword hilt and unleashed her Kinbunchika haki. But what made her heart sink was nothing. She sensed nothing. Her observation haki had failed to detect even a hint of presence. This was wrong, terribly wrong. She was a vice admiral candidate of Navy headquarters, standing at the forefront in physical arts, swordsmanship, and haki. Forged through years of training under Garp, tempered by the old man's brutal blows, she was far beyond an ordinary vice admiral. Even a peer approaching should not have eluded her detection. Unless the opponent's level was absurdly high or they simply did not wish to be found. Momosaji's alertness spiked instantly. Tomorrow was the trial. The 5 elders, Navy High Command, and Army representatives all had their eyes on this returning warship. For someone to appear silently behind her and Tashigi at such a time was no trivial matter. Nearby Marine guards also sensed something amiss and turned. But before they could see the newcomer, they felt a weight on their chests, their voices caught in their throats, unable to utter a sound. Then a gentle voice sounded from behind the 2 women. "What are you laughing about?" The voice was soft, calm, even casual. It lacked the suffocating arrogance of the day, nor the terrifying heat that seemed to burn everything at noon. Yet precisely because of this, Tashigi shuddered. She knew that voice all too well. "MMR. Albert." Tashigi spun around, and in the next second she froze. Standing behind them was indeed Albert. But this Albert was utterly different from the one during the day. The sun had sunk beneath the sea, leaving only a dark crimson afterglow on the horizon. Without sunlight, his form, which had loomed imposingly over the deck like a giant during the day, had returned to normal. He was still tall and straight with broad shoulders, his golden hair gently stirred by the sea breeze. His white clothes were immaculate, as if he hadn't just cut through a nation. His expression no longer bore the lofty, almost cruel indifference of noon. His features were gentle, his tone elegant, like a man stepping out of an aristocratic ball. Tashigi stared at him, her mind flashing back to her first encounter with Albert. He had been like this then. Gentle, polite, composed in speech. Even standing idly, he gave an impression of noble birth, strength, and charm. She had been captivated by this demeanor, even believing that Mr. Albert might not be as fearsome as rumored. But what followed had shattered that notion completely. Jack was sunk, Akainu gravely wounded. Virgo was slain with a single blow, and Doflamingo turned to ash by the sun. Now seeing this gentle facade, Tashigi felt not relief, but deeper reverence. For she had learned that when this man was gentle, he was not necessarily harmless. He had merely sheathed his sun, but the sun remained the sun. "You? Why are you here?" Tashigi's voice tightened as she instinctively straightened. Momosaji, however, was slower to react, having never seen Albert so gentle. In her memory, Albert was the monster who killed Virgo publicly in the meeting hall, the madman who crushed the 5 elders' orders in Dressrosa, the son that incinerated a warlord. But now the presence behind her was nearly silent, his voice impossibly gentle, compounded by her observation hockey's complete failure. Momosagi's mind reached only one conclusion: enemy attack, and one capable of bypassing her perception. Fall back, she barked. Without fully turning, her body moved first. Her long blade remained sheathed, for at such close range drawing would be slower. Her greatest strength lay not only in swordsmanship, but also in physical combat. As a powerhouse who reached vice admiral candidate status through sheer physical prowess and hockey alone, without a devil fruit, Momosagi's close combat was terrifying. Especially her long legs. Countless pirates had never even seen her blade before having their ribs shattered by her kick. In this moment, it was pure instinct. The deck shuddered as her lithe form spun jet-black Busashoko hockey, instantly coating her entire right leg. Her long leg tore through the air, producing a sharp, explosive roar, and swept fiercely toward the figure behind her. That kick was too fast, so fast that the Marines on deck could not even track it with their eyes. A black blur flashed, and the air itself seemed cleaved apart by an invisible colossal axe. Admiral Momonga. Daisuke's face instantly drained of color. She finally realized Momonga had misjudged the situation. But it was already too late. Momonga's kick had already launched. She held nothing back, full force unleashed. Daisuke's scalp prickled. She nearly hurled herself forward. Stop. That's Mr. Albert. Her voice cracked, warped beyond recognition. Others might not know, but she knew all too well the consequences of offending Albert. Virgo had merely stepped forward to object, and was cut down in a single blow. Doflamingo invoked the Celestial Dragon's authority and the 5 Elders' decree, yet vanished without even a trace of ash. Earlier at Marine headquarters, Admiral Akainu himself had been seared so severely he collapsed into the infirmary. Momonga was formidable, but she possessed no devil fruit nor any resistance to extreme heat. Should that kick land squarely upon Albert, whether it could harm him remained uncertain. But Momonga herself would almost certainly suffer catastrophic backlash from his terrifying thermal aura. At best, she'd be left gravely wounded, scarred for life. At worst, her entire leg might be lost forever. The very thought made Daisuke's heart stutter to a halt. She reached out to intervene, but the gulf between her strength and Momonga's was insurmountable. Before her hand, even Rose Momonga's strike had already swept past her field of vision. Several Marines on deck stood frozen in shock. Admiral Momonga. Don't. That's Admiral Albert. Yet every warning came a heartbeat too late. Momonga's kick now hovered mere inches before Albert's face. And at last she saw the man behind her: golden hair, white robes, gentle serene features. Albert. Momonga's pupils contracted violently. Disaster. She tried to withdraw the strike, but a technique unleashed at full power could not simply be halted on command. Her armament hockey already shrouded her leg. Her muscles were taut with explosive force. The air itself tore asunder beneath the blow. Even if she forced a sudden stop, the recoil would send her own vital energy surging violently backward. Worse still, the distance was too short. There was no time left. Daisuke's face turned ashen. Only one thought echoed in her mind: it's over. Admiral Momonga is finished. In that very instant, Albert's aura shifted. One moment, he was as tranquil as a night breeze. The next, an overwhelming apocalyptic pressure detonated outward. Though no sun hung in the sky, a blazing solar disk seemed to ignite within his very core. The sun within activated. Peak noon-level magical power descended in an instant. Boom. The warship lurched violently downward. The deck groaned, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. The sea rippled outward in concentric waves under an invisible shockwave. Sails billowed, taut masts groaning under unbearable strain. The Marines who had stood nearby crumpled instantly, knees buckling, as if crushed by divine weight. The helmsman's face paled. He clutched the wheel with trembling hands, teeth chattering uncontrollably. What is this? It's Admiral Albert's presence. But the sun has already set. How can this feel like high noon? No one could answer. They dared not even lift their heads. That oppressive force weighed down like a true midday sun, blazing overhead, turning even the sea wind scorching hot. Daisuke staggered backward 2 steps, raising a hand to shield her face. Behind her glasses, her pupils trembled violently. It was happening again, this sensation returning once more. She'd felt it before, at the harbor, in the conference hall in Dressrosa. Yet now at sunset, Albert still radiated that same terrifying zenith-level magical intensity. Her awe surged anew, deeper and more profound than ever. And in that same breath, Momonga confronted that power heathen. Her foot hovered less than a palm's breadth from Albert. Yet that infinitesimal gap felt like crossing an entire sun, searing, crushing, impassable. A surreal delusion flickered in her mind, that her kick was not aimed at a man, but flung defiantly toward the blazing orb of high noon itself. Then Albert raised his hand. His motion was unhurried, even languid, almost dismissive. Yet that single hand closed unerringly around Momonga's kicking ankle. Snap! A soft, crisp sound. Momonga's armament haki-wrapped kick, powerful enough to shatter steel, froze midair, suspended utterly. Albert's grip locked onto her ankle like iron vice, immovable, absolute. Momonga froze rigid as a statue. She remained balanced precariously on one foot, the other trapped in Albert's grasp, her body leaning slightly forward from momentum, caught mid-rotation, leg raised high. The pose was deeply awkward and perilously vulnerable. Worse, she could distinctly feel warmth radiating from Albert's palm, penetrating even through her armament haki, creeping steadily inward. Not flame, not direct burning, but something far more dreadful, an invisible ambient inferno slowly coiling up her ankle like liquid fire. Should Albert choose, she had no doubt her ankle would shatter, or char to blackened ash in the next instant. What truly paralyzed her, however, was Albert's gaze. They were impossibly close. Close enough to see the quiet gravity in Albert's downcast eyes, close enough to feel the unearthly sovereign authority emanating from his very being. And Albert too saw the tattoo revealed along her thigh, the spider insignia. Her kick had lifted her hem, her armament haki had tightened the fabric, rendering the marks starkly visible at such proximity. Albert's gaze lingered for only a fleeting second. No expression, no judgment. Yet Momonga's chest constricted, sharply seized by a sensation wholly unfamiliar to her. Not the bitterness of defeat by a superior foe, not the humiliation of being overpowered, but something deeper, more primal awe and raw instinctive fear. As if this man truly stood atop the apex of all living things. Her pride in haki, martial prowess, speed, and strength reduced to absurdity beneath that single effortless hand. Momonga's throat went dry as she dared not move a muscle. Her ankle remained firmly in Albert's grasp, and even retracting her leg felt unthinkable. Silence swallowed the deck whole. Daski's face paled further. She hurried half a step forward, then hesitated, unwilling to draw nearer. Mr. Albert. Her voice trembled unmistakably. Admiral Momonga meant no offense. She mistook your sudden appearance behind us for an enemy ambush. Nearby Marines nodded frantically, yet none dared utter a word. They simply stared, hearts pounding at the sight of Momonga's ankle held fast in Albert's grip. Momonga, the Vice Admiral candidate famed throughout Marine headquarters for peerless strength. Trained personally by Vice Admiral Garp, her haki and physical mastery were legendary. Yet her full-power kick had been caught casually, without making Albert retreat even half a step. The sheer magnitude of that disparity left them too stunned even for astonishment. Momonga drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing down the panic rising in her chest. She lifted her gaze to meet Albert's, her voice stripped of earlier ease, now edged with a tremor she herself did not yet perceive. Mr. Albert, I sincerely apologize. I never intended to offend you. You appeared behind us without warning, and my observation haki detected no trace of your presence whatsoever. I mistook you for an assailant and reacted instinctively. Having spoken, her heart hammered wildly. Each word had been chosen with solemn care. There was no excuse, no evasion, for she knew well that playing clever tricks before Albert was utterly futile. If this man truly wished to hold her accountable, no reason she offered could shield her. Momosagi's ankle was still held in his grip. That scorching heat grew increasingly distinct, like an invisible ring of fire slowly tightening against her skin. She dared not lower her head nor struggle. She could only face Albert's towering stature and terrifying aura. At such close range, the awe she had felt for this sun-like powerhouse during the day was magnified to its extreme. For the first time, Momosagi realized with crystal clarity that the gap between herself and Albert was no ordinary disparity in strength. It was a chasm she could never cross, no matter how hard she tried. The heat around her ankle intensified, as if even her armament haki was being seared taut. Momosagi's throat bobbed slightly, and a primal fear stirred deep within her. She had never been a coward. To become a candidate for Marine Admiral was not a matter of luck or empty reputation. Having trained under Garp for years, she had faced countless vicious pirates and brushed the brink of death more than once. Yet at this moment, an uncontrollable terror surged within her. Confronting Albert up close was utterly different from observing him from afar. Suddenly she understood with painful clarity that before this man, she was no admiral candidate at all, merely a slightly stronger weakling. And in the presence of absolute power, the only thing a weakling should do is remain silent. Mr. Albert, Tashigi, forcing down the suffocating fear that weighed on her chest, stepped forward nonetheless. Her face was pale, but her voice was urgent. Please don't blame Vice Admiral Momosagi. She truly did not mean to offend you. Albert did not look at her. His gaze remained fixed on Momosagi. Momosagi's heart tightened, and she immediately spoke. Mr. Albert, I apologize for my earlier attack. She spoke quickly, yet dared not sound perfunctory. Before she could finish, Albert raised his wrist. Momosagi's pupils contracted sharply, and the next second she was lifted directly into the air by him. With a single hand gripping her ankle, her body, which had been planted on the deck, was torn from the ground by that terrifying force. The world spun wildly. Before Momosagi could react, she was already hanging upside down in midair. Her black hair cascaded downward, her hem fluttered messily in the sea breeze. She could only instinctively tense her body, her hands pressing against the long sword at her waist, and her clothes, her face flushing hot and pale in turn. Humiliation, disgrace, and worse, she dared not even struggle. The hand clamped around her ankle was like an iron vice, the searing pain drilling into her bones with every passing moment. She could even feel the imprints of Albert's fingers being pressed into her skin. The sailors on the deck were all stunned. Vice Admiral Momosagi. She's... being lifted. But she's an admiral candidate. No one dared speak loudly. They had all seen how swift Momosagi's kick was just moments ago. Yet Albert with a casual grab had rendered this Marine headquarters admiral candidate unable even to touch the ground. Such a sight was even more hair-raising than an outright defeat. Tashiji's face went white, and she quickly stepped forward again. Mr. Albert. Her voice trembled. Please calm down. Vice Admiral Momosagi has already apologized, but she truly meant no harm. Momosagi, hanging upside down, felt her breath grow ragged. Forcing down her shame and fear, she said in a low voice, Mr. Albert, I was discourteous. Please, forgive me this once. As the words left her mouth, a complex emotion stirred within her. When had she ever spoken to anyone in such a tone? Even before Fleet Admiral Sengoku Garb or the three admirals, she had never been so utterly subdued. But now she felt no resentment at all. For she knew very well that she was still alive only because Albert had not truly lost his temper. Albert looked down at her, his voice calm and devoid of warmth. Gion. Momosagi's body tensed. Yes. Next time don't thrust your leg in front of me. His words were light, yet they silenced the entire warship. I may not always be so easygoing. As his voice fell, he casually flicked his arm. Momosagi felt her ankle release, and her body suddenly lost all support. Bang! She was thrown onto the deck. Though she managed to adjust her posture before landing, the force still numbed her shoulders and back. The wooden deck let out a dull thud. Tashiji rushed over, Vice Admiral Momosagi. She knelt down and reached out to support her. Are you all right? Are you injured? Momosagi sat on the deck, her chest heaving. She did not answer immediately, but instead looked down at her ankle. There clearly imprinted was a red handprint. The marks of his fingers were distinct, as if branded onto her skin. The area was still hot, and even her entire leg felt weak. Staring at that handprint, waves of fear surged within her. If Albert had truly used force, just now her foot would have been crippled. No, perhaps she would have been casually tossed into the sea without even the right to resist. Yet beneath that fear, an indescribable strange emotion began to surface. Her mind involuntarily replayed the image of that hand, forceful, scorching, inescapable, and the overwhelming pressure of Albert looking down at her, as if dominating everything. Momosagi's heart skipped a beat, and her ears burned uncontrollably. She quickly turned her face away and pulled her hem down to cover her ankle. Tashiji was deeply worried. Vice Admiral Momosagi, why is your face so red? Were you burned? No. Momosagi answered too quickly, betraying a hint of fluster. She cleared her throat softly, forcing her voice to steady. It's just some disordered blood flow. I'm fine. Tashiji was clearly unconvinced. Are you sure? Mr. Albert's heat was terrifying just now. Should you see the ship's doctor? No need. Momosagi stood up with Tashiji's help, trying to appear less disheveled. It's just a little pain in my ankle, nothing serious. Tashiji looked at her tightly concealed ankle and murmured, but that move just now really scared me. I was scared too, Momosagi replied instinctively. As soon as the words left her mouth, she fell silent herself. Tashiji was also taken aback. They exchanged glances, but neither laughed, for the words were true. In that instant, both of them had genuinely believed something terrible was about to happen to Momosagi. Tashiji pursed her lips and lowered her voice. Mr. Albert now seems even more frightening than during the day. Momosagi looked toward the bow. He can unleash the power of noontime, even without sunlight. Her voice was very low. Such a thing is too absurd. After speaking, she noticed that the area ahead had become eerily quiet. Momosagi looked up. The bow was empty. Albert, who had been standing there moments ago, had vanished. Tashiji also turned her head, stunned for a moment. Where's Mr. Albert? A Marine beside her swallowed hard and said cautiously, He was just here. Another quickly added, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Tashiji let out a long sigh of relief, her whole body loosening like a taut rope, her shoulders slumping slightly. Good that he's gone. She murmured softly. I was truly afraid he would press further just now. Momosagi also breathed a sigh of relief, yet as that breath left her, an inexplicable emptiness stirred within her heart. She stared at the empty deck before the bow, and the image of Albert looking down on her from moments ago surfaced in her mind again. That oppressive aura still lingered around her ankles, searing and unsettling. Momosagi abruptly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. No, what was she thinking? She was a vice admiral of the Marines, a candidate for admiral. She had nearly been thrown overboard by her ankle by Albert just now. How could such a strange thought arise? Tashiji noticed her odd expression. Vice Admiral Momosagi. Momosagi immediately composed herself. It's nothing. She raised a hand to tidy her hair, her voice regaining its calm. We arrive at Marineford at 8 tomorrow morning. The real trouble begins then. Tashiji's ease vanished at those words. The trial. The 5 elders themselves would attend. She, Momosagi, and Albert were all on the list of those to be held accountable. That night no one would sleep soundly. 9 o'clock in the evening. Marineford Marine Headquarters Pier. At this hour the port was usually guarded, but never with such stifling tension. Rows of Marines stood on either side of the pier, their backs ramrods straight, barely daring to breathe. In the distance, a large ship, flying the world government flag, slowly docked. The vessel was enormous, brightly lit. At its bow stood a line of men in black. Uniform suits, uniform sunglasses, weapons at their hips, faces utterly expressionless. CP-7. They had formed an early guard, clearing a vast open space in front of the pier. Ordinary Marines dared not approach. The world government's people are here. I heard the 5 elders came in person. Really the 5 elders? Over Admiral Albert's matter. Nonsense. Doflamingo was killed, and the 5 elders' Din Mushi was crushed. How could this be trivial? But rushing from Mary Geoise to Marineford overnight. This is too urgent. It means the 5 elders are truly enraged. The hushed murmurs were quickly suppressed by a glare from an officer, and everyone immediately fell silent. The gangplank was lowered. A short, stout figure descended from the ship. He wore a black suit, his face deeply lined, his build heavy, yet his steps were quick. Each step seemed charged with fury. The CPE-7 members immediately bowed their heads. My lord. The portly 5 elders ignored them. As soon as he set foot on land, he demanded coldly, "Where is Sengoku?" A Marine officer hurried forward. The fleet admiral is waiting in his office. The portly 5 elders' expression darkened further. Waiting. He's quite comfortable staying put. With that, he strode directly toward the headquarters building. The CP-7 agents immediately followed a dark mass that pressed down on the Marines at the pier, who dared not even lift their heads. Along the way, no one dared to stop them. Inside Marine headquarters, officers who had received word quickly made way. They had seen important figures before, but the 5 elders visiting Marineford in person overnight was a rarity. Especially on the eve of the Paramount War. Everyone understood that this time Albert had truly wounded the world government. Outside the fleet admiral's office, the Marine guard was about to announce him when the portly 5 elders shoved the door open. Bang! The door slammed hard against the wall. Inside the office, Sengoku sat behind his desk, his expression already grim. Garp was also on the sofa holding a rice cracker, but not crunching it as usual. The moment the portly 5 elders entered, his gaze locked onto Sengoku. Sengoku. His voice was cold and heavy. Where is Albert? Sengoku looked up. He is still on his return voyage. Return voyage. The portly 5 elders slammed his hand on the desk. Bang. The documents on the surface trembled. When he killed Doflamingo, you told me he was on his return voyage. When he crushed my Din Mushi, you told me he was on his return voyage. Sengoku, how exactly are you running the Marines? The air in the office grew heavy. Sengoku frowned, but did not immediately retort. The portly 5 elders' fury did not abate. Kong ordered him to return, and he hung up. I ordered him to stop personally, and he crushed the Din Mushi. Momosaji Gion and Tashiji. One cut the Din Mushi, the other smashed it. Does Marine headquarters have any discipline at all? Or was all this tacitly approved by you? Sengoku's face darkened. You suspect me? The portly 5 elders sneered. Should I not? Albert left Marineford with a ship, and the Navy provided him a warship. Momosaji Gion followed, and Tashiji was on board too. At Dressrosa, when the Marine patrol ships arrived, not a single person could stop him. Now Doflamingo is dead, the warlord system has been slapped in the face, and the world government's authority has been trampled. Sengoku, tell me, was there no connivance from the Marines in all this? Sengoku felt his temples throb. He was not without anger, but throughout this entire affair, he was the one who had suffered the most. When had Albert ever listened to him? If he could truly control Albert, would things have escalated to this point? Sengoku took a deep breath and said in a suppressed voice, Albert is not a Marine. The portly 5 elders said coldly, he was on a Marine warship. He killed a warlord recognized by the world government. And now the mess he created is to be tried at Marine headquarters. Sengoku stared at him for a moment, then decided not to argue further. It was pointless. Explaining to the 5 elders how uncontrollable Albert was would be futile. These people had sat in Mary Geoise for too long, always believing a single order could subdue anyone. Very well, then let them see for themselves, hear for themselves. Let them experience firsthand just what kind of man Albert was. Sengoku said in a low voice, the warship he is on will arrive at Marineford at 8 tomorrow morning. The portly 5 elders narrowed his eyes. 8 o'clock. Yes, Sengoku replied, looking at him. The trial is also set for 8 tomorrow morning. At that time, high-ranking Marine officers will be present, army representatives will attend, and world government inspectors will also be there. If you wish to interrogate Albert and decide his fate, I will not interfere. The portly 5 elders' expression eased slightly, but remained stern. You had better mean what you say. Sengoku nodded. Of course. He paused, his tone so calm it betrayed no hint of anger. Albert's interrogation and disposition are entirely in your hands. The night pressed down upon the sea. At 10 o'clock in the deep of night, the returning warship did not cleave the waves at full speed, but sailed towards Marineford at a leisurely, unhurried pace. The bow had few lights, and the sea breeze was cool. Several naval patrol ships trailed far behind, none daring to overtake the vessel ahead. Though they sailed the same sea under the same Marine flag, the sailors on those ships dared not even draw near. That's Admiral Albert's ship up ahead, isn't it? No question who would dare pass it. I heard the 5 elders have already arrived at Marineford. The trial is set for 8 tomorrow morning. A trial for Admiral Albert. Is that true? Of course it is. Doflamingo was burned to ashes, and the 5 elders' Din Mushi was crushed underfoot. How could there not be a trial? So are we escorting him back now? Are you insane? How dare you say that? A veteran sailor nearby, his face pale, hissed in a low voice, escort him. Do you have 9 lives to dare escort him? The young sailor shrank his neck and fell silent immediately. Many on deck were catching the breeze. The day's events weighed heavily, suffocating them. They dared not return to their cabins, nor could they sleep, so they stood by the railing gazing at the silhouette of the ship ahead. But the more they looked, the more a chill crept into their hearts. For that ship was too quiet. On other warships there were at least hushed conversations, footsteps, and night watchmen patrolling. But on Albert's ship, the forward half of the deck was nearly deserted. It wasn't that no one was on duty, it was that no one dared to approach. All the sailors instinctively huddled at the rear, their steps hushed. The reason was simple. Albert was on the deck. He stood alone at the bow, his white robes stirred by the night breeze, his golden hair glinting faintly in the lamplight. Now he no longer exuded the terrifying sun-like pressure of midday. His figure was tall and straight, his features gentle, his demeanor as elegant as a noble scion. Had one not known what happened during the day, a first glance would have marked him as a man of exceptional grace. But the problem was everyone on board knew. This seemingly gentle man had just hours ago burned Warlord of the Sea Doflamingo to ashes. He had carved through Dressrosa, crushed the 5 elders Den Den Mushi, and even Vice Admiral Momosaji, a candidate for admiral, had been hoisted by him with a single hand. Who would dare judge him by his face alone? Don't go forward. Behind, a sailor carrying a canteen tried to head to the front deck only to be yanked back by a comrade. The sailor was startled. I just need to change a lamp. Change what lamp? If it's broken, fix it tomorrow. The comrade held him tight, his voice a bare whisper. Don't you see Admiral Albert up ahead? The sailor's face paled. I didn't notice. Didn't notice? If you walked over and disturbed him, who would save you? They all fell silent at once. No one thought the words an exaggeration. During the day in Dressrosa, everyone had witnessed firsthand what it meant to be truly inviolable. For a moment the rear deck grew even quieter. Just then a sailor emerged cautiously from the cabin carrying a tray. On the tray were not drinks or ordinary meals, but lit candles one by one. Behind him several cooks and attendants worked together to bring out a long table. The table was placed in the center forward part of the deck. A white cloth was spread, silverware set out, and candelabras lit one after another. Soon a succession of lavish dishes was brought forth: grilled fish, rich soup, sea beast, steak of fruit tower, and several well-preserved bottles of red wine. The forward deck suddenly resembled a noble's banquet. The sailors at the rear watched dumbfounded. What's going on? Who would host a dinner at a time like this? Haven't you heard? It was ordered by Admiral Albert. Ordered by him. For whom? No one dared to answer, for they soon saw Tashigi being escorted out by an attendant. Clutching Shigeru, she stood at the cabin door completely rigid. She looked at the long table on the deck, then at Albert, standing nearby. The expression on her face went beyond mere tension. What was happening? She had thought she could return to her cabin and catch her breath. The day's ordeal from Dressrosa had left her heart never once settling. The summons from the 5 elders, the trial, Vice Admiral Momosaji nearly offending Mr. Albert. Every incident was terrifying enough. And now Mr. Albert had invited her to dine on deck. A candlelit dinner. Tashigi's mind was in a whirl. She instinctively looked for Momosaji, only to find her standing at the rear deck, her expression equally complex. Momosaji did not approach. She merely shot Tashigi a look that said, "May fortune favor you." Tashigi. That single glance only made her more anxious. "Miss Tashigi, Mr. Albert requests you take your seat," the attendant whispered, his voice also tense. Tashigi swallowed hard and could only steel herself to walk forward. The closer she got to Albert, the faster her heart pounded. Though night had fallen and Albert no longer radiated the scorching pressure of midday, Tashigi could not control her nervousness. Her mind was filled with the day's images: Doflamingo turning to ash beneath the golden sun, Vice Admiral Momosaji suspended upside down by her ankle, the 5 elders Den Den Mushi crushed underfoot, and the handsome, heart-stirring face of Albert in his gentler moments. Tenderness, danger, refinement, dominance. These 2 utterly opposing sensations coexisted in Albert. And what was worse, she found that despite her fear, she was still drawn to this very quality. Tashigi reached the table, her body ramrod straight. "Mr. Albert." Albert turned and nodded slightly to her. "Sit." His voice was very gentle, but Tashigi's heart tightened, and she immediately sat down. She sat perfectly upright, her hands on her knees, not daring to touch the cutlery. The candlelight on the long table flickered softly, casting Albert's features in an even softer light. He took his seat opposite her, his bearing composed, as if the man who had carved through Dressrosa that day was not him. "Why aren't you eating?" Albert picked up his napkin, his tone casual. Tashigi looked at the excessively lavish food before her, her lips moving, but she dared not touch her knife and fork. She wasn't not hungry, as she simply couldn't eat. She couldn't fathom Albert's character at all. In the morning he could speak to her gently, at noon he could kill in public, in the evening he could crush the 5 elders Den Den Mushi, and at night he could gracefully arrange a dinner. This abrupt shift between hot and cold was utterly terrifying. Tashigi hesitated for several long seconds before finally speaking, her voice cautious. "Mr. Albert, did you call for me to give some order?" Albert looked up at her. "Must there be an order?" Tashigi immediately lowered her head. "No, that's not what I meant." Her voice grew anxious. "I just thought. You must have many matters to consider today, and the trial is tomorrow morning. I didn't expect you to invite me for a meal at this hour." Having said that, she felt she had spoken too much, and promptly fell silent. Albert, observing her nervous demeanor, let out a faint smile. It was not the condescending cold smirk from earlier in the day, but a gentle one that eased the tension in her heart. I promised you this morning that I would have dinner with you. Tashigi was stunned. Albert picked up his wine glass, his tone still calm. There were many matters during the day, they delayed me. So I changed it to now merely to fulfill that promise. Tashigi stared at him blankly, feeling as though something had gently brushed against her heart. The promise from this morning. Of course she remembered. Back then Albert still wore a gentle and refined demeanor, casually mentioning he would treat her to dinner. But too many things had happened afterward, too terrifying. Tashigi had long assumed it was just an offhand remark. She hadn't even dared to bring it up again. After all, he was the army general, a man who dared to openly defy even the Marine Fleet Admiral, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and the 5 elders. And what was she? Merely a Marine petty officer. No, even if she were promoted to officer, she would still be insignificantly small before Albert. How could someone like that truly remember a casual promise? Yet Albert remembered. Not only did he remember, but on this turbulent night, he had specially arranged a dinner. Tashigi was momentarily speechless. Her anxiety hadn't completely vanished, but another emotion surged within her. Surprise, gratitude, and a faint flutter she dared not acknowledge. She looked up at Albert. In the candlelight, his expression was gentle, his posture elegant, and his voice unhurried. Had she not witnessed his fierce and decisive ruthlessness, Tashigi might have truly believed the man before her was merely a noble-born, well-bred young master. But precisely because she had seen it, her feelings were all the more complicated. A man who could trample even the highest authority of the world government, yet remembered his promise to someone as insignificant as her. Mr. Albert. Tashigi's voice softened considerably. I didn't expect you to remember. Albert replied calmly. I naturally remember what I have promised. Tashigi's fingers tightened slightly. On the rear deck, many Marines were secretly watching this scene, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. They dared not approach nor make a sound. But none of them expected that the man who was as terrifying as the sun during the day would be sitting patiently before candlelight at night, dining with Tashigi. Momosagi stood in the distance, her eyebrow arching slightly. She glanced down at the faintly throbbing red mark on her ankle, then looked at Tashigi, who had been invited to sit. A subtle, indescribable feeling stirred within her. Before Albert, she herself had been warned while being held by the ankle, yet Tashigi was invited to a candlelit dinner. The disparity was far too great. Unaware of Momosagi's thoughts, Tashigi finally picked up her knife and fork, carefully cutting a small piece of fish. It tasted wonderful. Yet she ate very slowly, every movement tinged with restraint. Albert didn't rush her, only occasionally asking, afraid of me? Tashigi's hand trembled, nearly dropping her fork. She quickly shook her head, but felt the denial was too insincere, so she could only whisper a little. Albert looked at her. Only a little. Tashigi blushed, her voice growing even softer. A lot. After saying this, she herself was extremely nervous. But Albert merely let out a soft laugh. At least you're honest. Hearing this, Tashigi felt a slight relief. She gathered her courage and looked up. Mr. Albert, are you really going to face the trial tomorrow morning? Albert's tone was indifferent. If they wish to hold a trial, let them. Tashigi couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried? Albert gazed towards the distant sea, his voice low. I am not the one who should be worried. Tashigi's heart skipped a beat. That statement was so characteristic of Albert. Calm, arrogant, yet irrefutable. She asked no further, for she suddenly understood that tomorrow morning's trial might not be the 5 elders unilaterally interrogating Albert. Who would be interrogating whom was uncertain. The dinner proceeded very slowly. The sea breeze blew, making the candlelight flicker. Tashigi gradually relaxed from her initial stiffness. Yet every time she inadvertently looked up and saw Albert's gentle face, she would recall the sun that had fallen during the day. Her heart would uncontrollably beat a little faster. The night deepened. The warships trailing behind still dared not overtake, only following from a distance. Across the entire sea, Albert's warship was the quietest. So quiet it seemed everyone was waiting for tomorrow. The next morning, at daybreak, the silhouette of Marineford had already appeared on the horizon. The warship arrived at the Marine headquarters port precisely before 8 o'clock. The docks were already filled with Marines. Sengoku's orders had been passed down last night. The trial would commence promptly at 8. High-ranking Marines, world government inspectors, and army representatives had all entered the conference area. The atmosphere throughout the headquarters, from the port to the main building, was oppressively tense. No one dared speak loudly. Everyone knew who was to be tried today. The Army General Albert. He had killed Jack the Drought, severely wounded Akainu, instantly killed Virgo, incinerated the birdcage, and slain Doflamingo. He had also publicly crushed the 5 elders, Den Mushi. How could anyone not be tense when such a figure was returning to headquarters to face trial? Inside the conference room, the portly elder stood by the window, looking down at the warship slowly docking in the distance. He had barely rested last night, his rage simmering all evening. Seeing that ship, now his expression darkened further. So that is Albert. His gaze fell upon the figure at the bow. White attire, blonde hair, a slender build, and a gentle countenance. He did not look like a thug nor a madman, and certainly not someone who could make the entire Marine headquarters tense. The portly elder's frown deepened. He had originally thought that the man for whom Kong had pushed against all opposition to establish the position of Army General would at least possess an aura that commanded immediate fear. But as he saw it now, it was merely an excessively young man. He was handsome enough and his bearing was passable. Yet beyond that there was nothing remarkable. What did Kong see in him? The portly elder snorted coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. To create a separate position of army general just for this man. And the moment he takes power, he disobeys orders and kills a warlord of the sea without authorization. No matter how problematic Doflamingo was, he was still a warlord recognized by the world government. If he wanted to kill him, he should have requested permission first. Now he tramples on the orders of the 5 elders and defies the systems of the world government. The portly elder grew angrier with every word. In the meeting room, several world government inspectors bowed their heads, not daring to interject. Sengoku sat beside the main seat, his expression grim, yet he remained silent. He had made it clear the night before the interrogation and handling of Albert were entirely entrusted to the portly 5 elders member. Since the other insisted on dealing with it personally, let him. Sengoku only hoped now that this elder wouldn't speak too harshly. Otherwise, if things truly got out of hand, the entire marine headquarters would suffer. The portly elder, however, did not look at Sengoku. His attention remained fixed on the figure at the harbor. Albert had already disembarked with Momosaji and Tashigi following behind him. The moment the portly elder saw Momosaji, his expression grew colder. Momosaji Gion should also face severe punishment. As a marine vice admiral candidate, she not only failed to stop Albert, but also severed the Den Den Mushi before my eyes. And that Tashigi, a mere marine officer, dared to smash the Den Den Mushi as well. Marine headquarters has become increasingly undisciplined over the years. He then turned to look at Sengoku. Is this how you train your soldiers? Sengoku's eyelid twitched, but he still said nothing. Garp sat in the back, for once not eating his rice crackers, merely bowing his head, as if he had heard nothing. Seeing no one refute him, the portly elder grew even more dissatisfied, and turned his gaze back to the window. Albert walked unhurriedly, his expression calm, even carrying a hint of gentleness. Yet the marines on both sides of the pier stood rigidly straight, not daring to lift their heads. The portly elder observed this, his contempt deepening, all bluff and bluster relying solely on Kong's backing. Today let's see if he can still act so arrogantly. Just then the Den Den Mushi in his pocket suddenly rang. Brew, 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 brew. The portly elder frowned, reached in, and took out the Den Den Mushi. When the call connected, the face quickly transformed into that of Kong. The portly elder's gaze instantly turned several degrees colder. He almost immediately guessed the reason. Kong calling at this time was surely to plead for Albert. After all, Albert was the army general he himself had elevated. If Albert were severely punished at the trial, it wouldn't just be Albert who lost face, but Kong as well. Thinking this, the portly elder let out a cold laugh. Kong, your call is certainly timely. On the other end of the line, Kong's voice was deep. Where are you now? The portly elder's tone was sarcastic. I'm in the marine headquarters meeting room. Albert's warship has already docked. If you're calling to plead for him, don't bother. This time his mistake is no small one. Defying the orders of the 5 elders, killing a warlord of the sea without authorization, openly undermining the authority of the world government system. I don't care how highly you regard him, nor why you insisted on giving him the position of army general. Today he must face punishment. There was a moment of silence on the line. Then Kong's voice became noticeably more urgent. Don't act rashly. The portly elder's face darkened. Rashly. Kong, are you teaching me how to do my job? Kong suppressed his voice. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The portly elder said coldly. Albert ignored my orders, stomped my Den Den Mushi into pieces before everyone in Dressrosa. Now he's arrived in Marineford, and you tell me not to act rashly. When he killed Doflamingo, why didn't he think of not acting rashly? When he had Momosaji and Tashigi defy orders, why didn't he think of not acting rashly? Kong, do you truly believe that because he's your man I can't touch him? The meeting room grew even quieter. Sengoku looked up at the portly elder, then lowered his head, sighing inwardly. Those words were too absolute. Garp rubbed his nose, but said nothing. On the other side of the Den Den Mushi, Kong's breathing grew heavier. Just hear me out. The portly elder cut him off directly. There's nothing to discuss. The trial begins at 8. Marine High Command, Army representatives, world government inspectors will all be there. Today I will publicly hold Albert accountable. If he confesses, I may consider sparing his life, merely stripping him of his rank, and sending him to Mary Geoise for confinement. If he dares to defy me further. The portly elder's voice turned completely frigid. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. This time Kong did not remain silent. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an uncontrollable urgency. Have you lost your mind? The portly elder's face instantly turned ugly. Kong, mind your tone. But Kong was beyond caring, speaking rapidly. I warn you one last time, don't provoke Albert at the trial. Don't use your authority as a 5 elders member to pressure him, don't force him with world government orders, and above all, don't talk about punishing or confining him to his face. The portly elder laughed in fury. What, you think he would dare lay a hand on me? Kong, have you overestimated him? I am one of the 5 elders, one of the highest authorities of the world government. He is merely an army general. Would he dare kill me here at Marine headquarters in front of everyone? On the other end of the Den Den Mushi, Kong's voice was terrifyingly heavy. You think I made this call to protect Albert? The portly elder sneered. Isn't that the case? Kong said, each word deliberate. I am not calling to save Albert. I am calling to save your life. The entire room froze for a moment. The world government inspectors kept their heads down, their breathing barely audible. Sengoku, sitting off to the side, felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his mouth. Garp, holding a rice cracker, stopped mid-motion. Those words were incredibly heavy. What status did a Five Elders member hold? The pinnacle of world government power, one of the apex figures among the celestial dragons. On these seas, not even a marine fleet admiral, let alone a king of a member nation, would dare to defy them. Yet with this one sentence, Kong had essentially told the portly elder in front of everyone that he could die, and that he would die at Albert's hands. The cold smile on the portly elder's face slowly faded. He gripped the den mushy, his fingers tightening gradually, his voice frighteningly icy. Kong, what did you just say? On the den mushy, Kong's tone grew even more frantic. Don't you understand yet? Don't provoke Albert. I'm not joking. He is not a Kainu, not Akiji, not Kizaru, nor is he some ordinary officer you can suppress with a single command. The portly elder's eyelid twitched. So what? Are you saying that I, a member of the Five Elders, should fear an army general? Kong's voice suddenly shot up. You fool. Boom. The moment those words were uttered, the meeting room felt as if struck by lightning. The world government inspectors' scalps tingled. The CP7 members standing at the door had their faces rigid behind their sunglasses. Sengoku jerked his head up, a single thought echoing in his mind. It was over. Garp stopped chewing his rice cracker, his eyelid twitching as he muttered under his breath, that old fool Kong has really lost his temper. The portly elder star's face instantly darkened. The oppressive aura of the celestial dragon's highest authority bore down on the conference room like a slab of iron. The tone that had barely contained its fury moments ago turned icily frigid. Calm. The portly elder star enunciated each word deliberately. Who are you calling a fool? On the other end of the den mushy, Kong seemed to realize his mistake, his breathing halting for a brief instant. In his agitation, he had misspoken. These were no ordinary men. They were the Five Elders, the celestial dragons, the true pinnacle of the world government. For so many years, it was always the Five Elders who admonished others. When had the tables ever turned for someone to insult them publicly? Especially in the Marine headquarters conference room before Sengoku, Garp, the world government inspector, and CP7. Kong's heart sank, but the words were already spoken, impossible to take back. The portly elder star's voice came again, sharp as a blade. How dare you? Kong, do you think that becoming the commander-in-chief of the armed forces gives you the right to speak to me with such disrespect? You are nothing but an old military hound raised by the world government. The face I've given you is for your years of service to the world government, not for you to climb over my head and run wild. No one in the conference room dared to speak. Sengoku's expression soured, and even Garp fell silent. The words were too harsh, but the one who spoke them was a Five Elder. Even Kong, commander-in-chief, had to endure it. The portly elder star sneered and continued, no wonder you hold Albert in such high regard. You are birds of a feather. One man knows no rules, kills a warlord of the sea without authorization, and dares to crush my den mushy. The other, as commander-in-chief of the armed forces, has forgotten the most basic sense of hierarchy, even daring to call me a fool. Arrogant, insolent, and knowing no bounds. Kong, you two are truly alike. On the other end of the den mushy, Kong's face was twisted with extreme displeasure. He could ignore the portly elder star's insults and endure even more scathing words. What he feared most now was not being held accountable for his slip of the tongue, but the portly elder star actually meeting Albert face to face. That was the truly catastrophic event. Kong knew better than anyone that the portly elder star was no ordinary bureaucrat. The Five Elders had not attained their positions by status alone. They wielded the deepest powers of the world government and possessed strength and hidden cards beyond the imagination of outsiders. The portly elder star himself was no feeble old man to be trifled with. Even placed among the Marines' top combat forces, he would not be inferior to any admiral. And behind him stood the entire might of the world government. The ancient weapon Uranus Imsama. Those forces hidden in the shadows of 800 years were the true foundation that kept the world government standing to this day. But the problem was that the man named Albert on the other side was equally abnormal. Kong had seen Albert in action and had personally heard report after report. Jack the Drought was crushed, Akainu severely wounded, Virgo instantly killed, and Doflamingo turned to ash under the merciless sun. That man was absurdly strong and his arrogance was equally extreme. He feared neither the fleet admiral, nor the commander-in-chief, nor the Five Elders. And he would certainly not bow his head just because they were celestial dragons. If the portly elder star were to publicly pressure him, or even utter words about stripping him of his rank and imprisoning him in Mary Geoise, Kong could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Killing Doflamingo had already dealt a severe blow to the warlord system, but that could still be explained away as eliminating a villain. However, if Albert were to lose control and discipline of Five Elder, the nature of the incident would change entirely. It would not be the unauthorized killing of a warlord, it would be trampling the highest authority of the world government into the mud. At that point, the world government would no longer weigh pros and cons. Retaliation without regard for cost would surely come. And what time was it now? Whitebeard was poised to strike Marineford at any moment. The Marines had already deployed every available force for the Paramount War. In the New World, Kaido, Shanks, and Blackbeard were all restless. The Marines had to defend against Whitebeard, keep an eye on the other emperors, and maintain order throughout the Grand Line and the Four Blues. At this critical juncture, if Albert were to completely sever ties with the world government, the entire sea would be thrown into chaos. Kong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in his chest. He could no longer provoke the portly Elder Star, no matter how harsh the words he had to endure them. That was a slip of the tongue just now. Kong spoke in a low conciliatory tone. I apologize. In the conference room, many were stunned. Who was calm? The former fleet admiral, now the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Many Marine officers present had grown up on legends of him. A man like him had actually taken the initiative to humble himself and admit fault. Sengoku's brow furrowed deeper. He knew Kong's temper all too well. If the situation weren't truly perilous, Kong would never have lowered his stance so much. Yet the portly Elder Star showed no sign of relenting. He stared coldly at the Den Mushi, his tone still haughty. Apologize. Kong, you had better remember your place. You may command the Marines, the army, even the entire armed forces. But you have no right to command me, much less to show disrespect to the 5 elders. This time, in consideration of your many years of service, I will not pursue it immediately. But if it happens again, regardless of your position as commander-in-chief, I will not show leniency. Kong clenched his fist, then slowly released it. I understand. The portly Elder Star snorted. Good that you understand. Kong immediately added, but I still must ask you to refrain from direct contact with Albert for now. The portly Elder Star's face grew colder. You still intend to speak for him? It's not speaking for him. Kong gritted his teeth and said, I am doing this for the sake of the bigger picture. Right now the Marines' entire focus is on the Paramount War. Whitebeard is coming. Kaido has already been provoked by the incidents with Jack and Doflamingo, and Shanks is unlikely to stay quiet. The new world is on the verge of chaos. If you and Albert clash again at Marineford, the consequences will spiral out of control. The portly Elder Star said disdainfully, out of control. He's just an army general. Kong, have you been scared witless by his achievements? I admit he has some strength. But having strength does not mean he can defy the world government. This sea has survived to this day not because of him. It is because of the world government, us 5 elders, and the order that has been maintained for 800 years. Kong immediately retorted, I do not deny the world government's foundations, but Albert will never back down because of this. The more you try to suppress him with your status, the more likely he is to overturn the table. He has already crushed your Den Mushi. Do you truly believe he will show restraint when facing you in person? The fat 5 Elder Star's gaze grew even more sinister. These words pierced his heart like a thorn. The scene of the Den Mushi being crushed underfoot was virtually equivalent to grinding his face into the ground in front of everyone in Dressrosa. How could he ever swallow this humiliation? That's why I must interrogate him personally, the fat 5 Elder Star said coldly. Let the Navy High Command, the Army representatives, and the world government inspectors all see clearly. The world government's orders are not something he can trample on as he pleases. Nor is the warlord system something he can destroy at will. Kong, you need not persuade me further. This trial must proceed today. Kong suppressed his impatience. We can hold the trial, but at least wait until I arrive. The fat 5 Elder Star frowned. Wait for you? Yes, Kong replied rapidly. I am heading to Marineford right now. Do not provoke Albert alone before I get there, nor issue any extreme measures publicly. Wait until I arrive to discuss this further. The fat 5 Elder Star sneered. You want to come and back him up? Kong's voice grew heavy. I want to avert a major catastrophe. Aren't you going to interrogate him? Fine. My presence will at least provide a buffer. You know as well as I do that I recommended Albert for the position of Army General. My intervention would be more appropriate than you confronting him alone. The fat 5 Elder Star did not respond immediately. In the meeting room, Sengoku's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. If Kong could arrive in time, there would indeed be another voice to temper the situation, at least better than having the fat 5 Elder Star clash heat-in with Albert alone. Garp also raised his eyelids and gave a rare nod. But the arrogance on the fat 5 Elder Star's face did not diminish. Kong, have you forgotten? The trial begins at 8 o'clock. Albert has already come ashore. Everyone is waiting. You want me to delay the trial for you? Kong immediately said, delay it by half a day. The fat 5 Elder Star said coldly, impossible. Then 1 hour. Impossible. 30 minutes. The fat 5 Elder Star's tone was already laced with impatience. I said impossible. Kong's breath hitched. Must you be this stubborn? The fat 5 Elder Star said flatly. You were the one who elevated Albert to the position of Army General. You failed to control him. Now that trouble has arisen, you expect me to wait for you to clean up the mess. Kong, you overestimate yourself. Kong was silent for a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a tone of supplication. Consider this my plea. Do not confront Albert beforehand. Do not pressure him alone. Wait until I reach Marineford. This time, everyone in the meeting room heard clearly. Kong was truly begging. It was not a command nor advice, but a plea, setting aside his pride as commander-in-chief to beg the fat 5 Elder Star. Sengoku's expression grew even more grim. The ominous premonition in his heart intensified. The fat 5 Elder Star, however, found it utterly absurd. In his view, Kong's behavior only proved that Albert could not be kept. An army general who could make the commander-in-chief stoop to such a level. This was no meritorious servant, but a menace and immense threat. Enough. The fat 5 Elder Star's voice was harsh. Kong, I've heard enough. The trial will proceed on schedule. Albert must face judgment. As for you, come if you wish. But do not try to instruct me with that pathetic tone. Kong cried out urgently, "You!" Click. The Den Den Mushi was hung up. The sound in the meeting room ceased abruptly. The Fat Five Elder Star put away the Den Den Mushi, his face still dark. He swept his gaze over the others and said coldly, "Prepare the trial." No one dared to object. On the other end of the line, Kong stood in his office holding the disconnected Den Den Mushi, his face as grim as iron. Several adjutants beside him dared not speak. They had heard everything. Kong had cursed the Five Elder Star, then apologized and bowed his head, even nearly begging him to wait. Yet the Fat Five Elder Star had still hung up. Kong slowly set down the Den Den Mushi, veins bulging on his forehead. He was not afraid of the Fat Five Elder Star dying nor of Albert causing trouble. He feared that once these two clashed, neither would yield. One was the supreme authority of the celestial dragons, accustomed to looking down on everything. The other was a monster so arrogant he believed even the sun rose at his command and never held the powerful in regard. How could their meeting not spell disaster? Kong spun around abruptly, his voice exploding, "Prepare a ship." The adjutant immediately snapped to attention, "Commander." Kong strode out with heavy, urgent steps. "Dispatch the fastest warship. Now immediately race to Marineford." "Yes, sir." The adjutant rushed out to relay the order. Kong did not slow his pace. His cloak billowed behind him, his expression more solemn than ever. Now all he could do was gamble. Gamble that the warship was fast enough that they could buy a little more time at Marineford. Gamble that he could arrive before the Fat Five Elder Star and Albert truly tore into each other and avert an uncontrollable cataclysm. At the high-level conference area of Marine headquarters, after hanging up, the Fat Five Elder Star did not immediately leave the window. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down at the port below. In the distance, Albert had already stepped onto the dock of Marine headquarters. White clothes, golden hair, a tall and slender figure, his step steady. Momosaji and Tashigi followed behind him. The surrounding Marines automatically cleared a path. No one dared approach, no one dared speak loudly. This scene only deepened the chill on the Fat Five Elder Star's face. Quite the show of arrogance. He snorted silently, unleashing his Kenbunchika haki. An invisible perception pressed down from the high-level conference area through the plaza, through the crowd, settling on Albert. Though the Fat Five Elder Star was corpulent, he was no mere figurehead issuing orders from Mary Geoise. Reaching the position of a Five Elder Star required more than status. True strength was the deeper foundation. His Kenbunchika haki could cover a vast expanse of Marine headquarters. An ordinary vice admiral standing before him could not hide even the fluctuations of their internal energy. Now he probed Albert again and again. His aura was steady, his power fluctuations unremarkable. There was none of the terrifying heat described in the daytime reports, none of the overwhelming pressure that could incinerate a birdcage or burn Doflamingo to death. Nor was there any unapproachable conqueror's haki. The Fat Five Elder Star frowned and intensified his Kenbunchiku. A second time, a third, a fourth. The result was the same. Albert's aura was at best only slightly stronger than that of an average Marine vice admiral. Among the headquarters vice admirals, he might rank in the upper tier. But there was a clear gap between him and admiral level. As for comparing him to himself, the disdain in the Fat Five Elder Star's eyes deepened. Far too weak, at least 3 levels beneath him. He wouldn't even need to exert his full strength. A little seriousness would be enough to subdue a fellow of this caliber. Absurd. The portly Elder Star murmured, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. A world government inspector beside him hastily bowed, "Your Excellency." The portly Elder Star did not turn around, his gaze fixed on the figure beyond the window. The outside world has grossly exaggerated this Albert's prowess. Slaying Jack the Drought, gravely wounding a Kainu, incinerating the birdcage, defeating Doflamingo. It makes him sound like a monster, yet from what I see, he is nothing more. The inspector dared not retort. No one in the chamber dared challenge such a judgment from an Elder Star. Sengoku, seated nearby, felt his brow twitch at those words. He wished to speak, but held back. He had warned them the previous night, and Kong had practically pleaded with them, yet the portly Elder Star remained obstinate. To speak now would only convince the Elder Star that Marine headquarters was also propping up Albert. The portly Elder Star grew more assured, his gaze sweeping over Momosaji, who followed behind Albert. He sensed Momosaji Gion's aura clearly. Solid, sharp, abundant with haki. Though she fell just short of a true Marine admiral, she was far superior to an ordinary vice admiral. This was the caliber expected of an admiral candidate. Using Momosaji as a benchmark, the portly Elder Star compared Albert, once more finding no difference. Albert's aura was less stable than Momosaji's. It seems my observation haki was correct. The portly Elder Star's lips tightened, his tone growing colder. It's not that Albert is too strong, but that the army is too weak. Kong has been far too eager in his attempts to expand the army's authority these years. With the army's overall strength lacking, he had no choice but to force a so-called army general into the spotlight. Coincidentally, this Albert killed a few somewhat notorious figures, so Kong seized the chance for an extraordinary promotion. With this, the contempt in the portly Elder Star's heart completely overshadowed his earlier anger. He had genuinely feared Albert might be an uncontrollable monster. Kong's frantic tone on the Den Den Mushi had even given him a moment's doubt. But now, seeing him firsthand and probing with his observation haki, he found it laughable. Kong was old and Sengoku was easily intimidated. An army general only slightly stronger than an ordinary vice admiral could make these men panic. It was a disgrace to the high command of the world government. Protect my life. The portly Elder Star recalled Kong's words, his face darkening again. Kong, you've truly regressed with age. Let me see if this Albert still dares to be as insolent before me as he was on the Den Den Mushi. No sooner had he spoken. Outside the window, Albert, crossing the plaza, suddenly halted. Without any warning, he raised his head, looking directly at the window of the high-level meeting room from hundreds of meters away. In that instant, the portly Elder Star's gaze collided with Albert's. Boom. The portly Elder Star's heart pounded violently. Despite the window, the height, and the vast plaza between them, when that gaze fell upon him, he felt as if he were being looked down upon from a higher dimension. Not the gaze of a strong man upon a weak one, nor a hunter upon his prey. It was more like the sun in the sky glancing down at a speck of dust on the earth. The portly Elder Star's pupils constricted. His body reacted faster than his mind, lurching backward. He retreated from the window 1 step, 2 steps his back, nearly colliding with the conference table. The inspectors in the meeting room were stunned. Even the CP7 members looked up. No one understood what had happened. The portly Elder Star's face stiffened, his breath catching for a moment. He had retreated. In that moment, he had instinctively averted his gaze from Albert's. How was this possible? He was an Elder Star, one of the highest authorities of the world government. He had seen countless powerhouses, observed marine admirals, reviewed intelligence on the 4 emperors, and even knew the deepest secrets of this sea. Yet just now he had recoiled because of a single look from an army general. The portly Elder Star's fingers slowly clenched, his expression turning extremely ugly. Impossible. He muttered to himself, it's just an illusion. My observation hockey judgment is not wrong. His strength could never reach that level. He forcibly suppressed that inexplicable dread and walked to the window again. This time his movements were noticeably slower. He looked down once more. In the plaza, Albert still stood there. Then Albert smiled. A faint smile devoid of mockery or anger. Yet to the portly Elder Star, that smile made his heart sink further. What did it mean? Had he seen through his probing? Or perceived his judgment? Or was that look just a warning? For a moment, the portly Elder Star could not fathom it. This inability to comprehend made him deeply uncomfortable. He activated his observation hockey again, locking onto Albert fiercely. But the next second, Albert's figure vanished. Simply disappeared from the plaza while locked in his hockey. It wasn't a speed so great it left an afterimage, nor was he obscured by the crowd. In his perception, the target had simply ceased to exist. The portly Elder Star's face changed instantly. He frantically expanded his observation hockey, sweeping across the plaza, the corridors, the docks, every corner near the conference building. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The Albert he had been tracking moments ago was as if erased from this space. For the first time, the portly Elder Star truly furrowed his brow. What is happening? In the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku had just returned to his office when a knock came at the door. Enter. The door opened, and Albert walked in. Clad in white, his expression serene. As if the entire sea shaking from his killing of Doflamingo last night had nothing to do with him. Sengoku looked at him, his emotions a tangled mess. There was anger, recognition, but mostly a headache. You're here. Sengoku put down the documents, staring at Albert for a few seconds. I finished reading the report on Dressrosa. Albert did not sit standing before the desk, and Sengoku was silent for a moment, then spoke. Doflamingo deserved to die. Silence filled the office at these words. Sengoku looked up, his voice deepening. He controlled Dressrosa, colluded with the underworld, turned citizens into toys, and planted Virgo in the Marines. Any one of these crimes, if proven, would warrant his execution. From the perspective of justice, I acknowledge your killing of him. Albert looked at him, saying nothing. Sengoku rubbed his brow, his tone growing heavier. But the problem is you acted too directly and with too little regard for the consequences. The elders personally ordered you to stop. You crushed the Den Den Mushi and involved Momosaji and Tashiji. Now the elders are enraged. The World Government Inspectors CP7O and Marine High Command are all here. At 9 in the morning, an investigative hearing will be held regarding your actions. Albert's tone was flat. An investigation of me? Yes. Sengoku looked at him. The protocol is extremely high, almost on par with the incident of Zephyr's defection back then. The fat Gorosei is presiding personally. He rushed to Marineford overnight, and he's in a foul mood. You should understand he's not here to hear your explanations. Albert still showed no reaction, and then Sengoku took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly. Albert, I know you're not afraid of the Gorosei, nor of the world government's censure, but this is no ordinary time. The Paramount War is about to begin. Whitebeard could arrive at any moment. Marine headquarters cannot afford chaos, and the world government cannot afford to break with you now. So during this inquiry, don't stir up trouble. Albert looked at him. You want me to bow my head? Sengoku's brow furrowed. Not bow your head, just stabilize the situation for now. Don Quixote Doflamingo is already dead. The matter cannot be undone. I will mediate for you in the assembly. I will ensure you retain your position as army general. As for Momosaji and Tashiji, I will do my best to suppress the matter and prevent them from bearing heavy sanctions. Sengoku's tone rarely carried a note of earnestness as he said this. But the prerequisite is that you don't resort to violence in the venue nor publicly shut down the Gorosei's words. As long as you don't overturn the table, I can find a way to drag this out. At least until the Paramount War is over. He looked at Albert, his gaze extremely earnest. Consider this a personal request from me, the Fleet Admiral. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Sengoku had braced himself for a rebuttal. Given Albert's usual temperament, he might have sneered, said the Gorosei were nothing, or simply turned and walked away. Yet surprisingly, Albert just nodded calmly. Fine. Sengoku was taken aback. What did you say? Albert said flatly, I want cause trouble in the venue. Sengoku stared at him for several seconds, as if confirming he hadn't misheard. Albert's expression was very calm, with neither sarcasm nor impatience. The heavy stone that had been pressing on Sengoku's heart all night finally eased a little. At least Albert didn't start by threatening to burn the Gorosei to ashes. It's best that you think this way. Sengoku let out a breath, his tone also softening. I was really afraid you wouldn't even enter the meeting room and just take everyone down. Albert didn't reply. Sengoku assumed he acquiesced and continued, it starts at 9. Go to the waiting area for a while. Someone will notify you when to enter. Remember, leave it to me. Albert turned and walked towards the door. When he reached it, he paused. Sengoku. Fleet Admiral. Sengoku looked up. Albert's tone was very faint. What I agreed to is not actively causing trouble. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Sengoku sat behind his desk, his brow just beginning to furrow, but quickly relaxed. Not actively causing trouble. This was already far better than he had anticipated. At least he's still willing to be reasonable. Sengoku muttered under his breath, finally feeling a bit more at ease. He even thought that perhaps after Dressrosa, Albert realized the matter couldn't be escalated further. As long as Albert was willing to cooperate quietly, this inquiry still had room for maneuver. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, letting out a long breath. At least it didn't turn out for the worst. 9 o'clock in the morning. Marine Headquarters Supreme Conference Hall. The doors were tightly shut. Outside, Marines lined the corridors, their footsteps muffled to a minimum. Inside the hall, nearly all high-ranking Marine officials were present. Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, the Staff Department, the Inspection Department, the Military Justice Department. Representatives from the Army also sat on one side, their expressions graver than the next. World government inspectors sat in the front row, while CP-7 members were stationed at the four corners of the hall. The scale of this inquiry targeting Albert was dauntingly high. Many veteran Marines sat in their seats, their faces grim. The last time they had seen such a formation was during the Zephyr incident. Now it was Albert's turn. The fat Gorosei sat to the left of the main seat, his face dark and gloomy, with two senior CP-7 members standing behind him. He didn't speak, yet the pressure of his very presence weighed heavily on the entire hall. No one dared to converse casually. Even the usually hot-tempered officers sat obediently. Kizaru arrived early. He didn't sit in a conspicuous spot, but leisurely circled to a corner, choosing a seat at the back, where he was less likely to be called upon. He tucked his hands into his sleeves, his shoulders slightly slumped, looking like he was ready to slack off at any moment. How terrifying. Kizaru swept his gaze across the hall, then looked towards the fat Gorosei at the main seat. A Gorosei member attends in person. Fleet Admiral Sengoku presides, and even CP-7 is here. Mr. Albert has stirred up quite a storm this time. A nearby Vice Admiral lowered his voice and asked, Admiral Borsellino, what do you think will happen today? Kizaru drawled, who knows? But this old man has a feeling it's best to sit further away today. The Vice Admiral's face stiffened, and he silently moved his chair half an inch to the side. Just then the doors to the hall opened again. Thump thump. The sound of a cane hitting the floor echoed, and many turned to look. Akainu entered. He was still wrapped in bandages, his face paler than usual, his marine cap pulled down low. His injuries from Albert's severe blow had not yet fully healed. Yet for this assembly he still came. Akainu, leaning on his cane, walked step by step to a seat beside Kizaru and sat down. Kizaru glanced at him. Sakazuki, your injuries haven't healed, yet have they? Akainu's face was cold. I want die. Kizaru pursed his lips. You had to come in person for this kind of assembly. Akainu looked up towards the main seat, then glanced at the empty seat for the person under investigation. Of course I had to come. His voice was low, carrying an unyielding harshness, defying the Gorosei's orders, executing a warlord of the sea on the spot. Such an act no other Marine could possibly commit. Kizaru said slowly, Albert is not a Marine. Akainu snorted coldly, so he dares more than any Marine. His fingers gripping the cane tightened slightly. He didn't care whether Doflamingo lived or died. He had always looked down on the warlord system anyway. Allowing pirates to exist legally was in itself an insult to absolute justice. But what truly shook Akainu was that Albert dared to burn Doflamingo to ashes even after receiving a direct order from the Gorosei. This audacity far surpassed ordinary men and was far more ruthless than the vast majority of Marines. Akainu lowered his voice, but his gaze was heavy. That man is insufferably arrogant. Killing Virgo in the conference hall, crushing the Gorosei's Den Mushi in Dressrosa. I came today just to see for myself. Kizaru tilted his head. See what? Akainu stared at the empty seat ahead, enunciating each word, to see if Albert will bow his head to the Gorosei. At the Marine headquarters port, a ship flying the flag of the Dressrosa Kingdom was intercepted by a squad of Marines as soon as it docked. Leading them was Vice Admiral Momonga. Draped in his Marine justice coat with a sword at his hip, his expression was stern. King Riku. Momonga raised a hand to block the few before him, his voice deep. I apologize, but the Marine headquarters is under lockdown. No uninvited personnel are permitted entry. King Riku halted on the gangplank with Rebecca and Violet behind him. Weariness from their journey was etched on all three faces. King Riku especially was advanced in years and had barely slept after traveling overnight from Dressrosa. Yet his back remained ramrod straight. Vice Admiral Momonga, King Riku said, his tone utterly earnest. I am not here to cause trouble for the Marines. I know the trial for Lord Albert is to be held here today, so I had to come. Momonga frowned slightly. Your Majesty, this matter involves a top-level resolution of the world government. It is beyond the interference of member nations. Beyond interference? King Riku's voice dropped heavy with suppressed anger as he stepped forward. When Doflamingo occupied Dressrosa for 10 years, turning our citizens into toys, shattering countless families, and trampling the entire nation under his heel, where was the world government then? And where were the Marines? Now that Lord Albert has rid Dressrosa of that demon, you seek to put him on trial. Rebecca stood by, her fists clenched and eyes rimmed with red. Lord Albert saved us. She spoke through gritted teeth. If not for him, our country would still be in Doflamingo's hands. My family, my friends, and all those turned into toys would never have seen the light of day again. Violet also stepped forward, her voice low but firm. Every citizen of Dressrosa can testify to what Doflamingo did all these years. He deserved to die. Lord Albert was right to kill him. Momonga fell silent. He knew full well what Doflamingo had done. Reports from Dressrosa had been arriving at Marine headquarters one after another. Sugar's Hobie Nomi, Doflamingo's illegal rule, the Don Quixote family's underground dealings, and the fact that Virgo had infiltrated the Marines. Any one of these revelations was enough to send a chill down one's spine. But the issue was that the world government's trial wasn't merely about whether Doflamingo deserved to die. It was about whether Albert dared to defy the Goricius orders. King Riku, Momonga sighed. I understand your feelings, but you cannot enter today's session. Then please deliver a message for me. King Riku said without retreating a single step, looking at Momonga, his voice deliberate and clear. Tell Fleet Admiral Sengoku, tell the Goricii, tell everyone present. Dressrosa will forever support Lord Albert. We will never accept any punishment against him. Momonga's expression shifted slightly. The Marines around the port looked up, exchanging bewildered glances. The weight of those words was immense. A king of a world government member nation openly supporting the army general on trial right in front of a Marine vice admiral. This was no ordinary plea, it was taking a stand. Momonga warned in a low voice, Your Majesty, you should be cautious. I am being cautious. King Riku did not hesitate. He lifted his head, gazing at the towering Marine headquarters building in the distance. If the world government insists on punishing Lord Albert, then Dressrosa will withdraw from the world government. From this day forward, we will pay no more heavenly tribute. A shockwave rippled through the port. Withdraw from the world government. Stop paying the heavenly tribute. Has King Riku lost his mind? He said this right in front of a vice admiral. The Marines whispered among themselves, their faces a mask of shock. Momonga's expression darkened completely. Your Majesty, he stressed. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. They are not spoken lightly. King Riku replied, his aged eyes fixed on Momonga without a trace of flinching. Dressrosa was once destroyed by Doflamingo. We know too well the taste of being trampled by evil that the world government condones. If the very man who saved this nation is to be tried and punished, then what reason does Dressrosa have to remain in such a world government? Rebecca immediately stood by King Riku's side. I support grandfather. Violet nodded as well. I feel the same. The three stood before the port. Behind them were no armies, no guards, only the ship that had sailed from Dressrosa. Yet in that moment their stance was harder than anyone's. Momonga looked at them silent for a long time. He had seen many kings of member nations. Some were greedy, some cowardly, some dared not even lift their heads before the world government. But King Riku in this moment was truly staking Dressrosa's future on a single word for Albert. After a long silence, Momonga finally nodded slowly. I will deliver your message. King Riku bowed deeply. I am in your debt. Rebecca and Violet bowed their heads as well. As Momonga turned and walked towards the headquarters, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly after a few steps. Gratitude, support, even the threat of leaving the world government. Such words might move other officers. But Albert, that man was inherently aloof, standing like a sun that rose according to its own will. He killed Doflamingo not for Dressrosa's gratitude. Nor would the support of a single nation change his stance. Momonga could almost imagine Albert upon hearing these words merely uttering indifferently. How boring. At that thought, Momonga's steps grew heavier. This trial today would likely be far from peaceful. Marine Headquarters Supreme Trial Hall. The spacious hall was filled to capacity. High-ranking Marines, world government inspectors, military judiciary personnel, army representatives, and CP7 members were all present. Sengoku sat near the main seat, his hands crossed on the table, his expression grim. Garp sat in the back row, unusually without his rice crackers. Akiji leaned lazily back in his chair, his blindfold not on, his gaze fixed on the empty defendant's seat. Kizaru sat in a corner, still looking languid. Akainu sat beside him, his injuries not fully healed, his face cold and intimidating. The portly Goricii sat at the top of the dais. The table before him was eerily clean, holding only a document of accountability concerning Albert. But what truly infuriated him was not the document. It was that the man himself had not arrived. 8 o'clock had passed. 9 o'clock had passed. Everyone sat waiting. Yet the protagonist of today's trial, Albert, was still nowhere to be seen. The face of the portly Five Elder Star grew increasingly dark. He had rushed to Marineford overnight to establish his authority publicly. Yet now, before the trial had even begun, he was left hanging in this hall. It was a public slap to his face. A world government inspector whispered cautiously, "My lord, shall we send someone to urge him on?" The portly Five Elder Star cast a cold glance at him, and the inspector immediately lowered his head, daring not utter another word. Sengoku's brow twitched. He too had no idea what Albert was up to. The man had clearly arrived at headquarters, yet still hadn't entered the trial hall. He had promised not to stir trouble deliberately, but was being late considered trouble. Sengoku felt uneasy. T-Pig, seated on the other side, rubbed his chin and couldn't help but remark, "Could it be he's fled out of guilt?" At those words, many turned to look at him. T-Pig shrugged. "Just a random thought." Aokiji lifted his eyelids slightly, his tone indifferent. "No." T-Pig looked at him. "Kazan, you're so sure." Aokiji yawned, but there was no hint of jest. Given his arrogance, fleeing would be harder for him than bowing his head. He would only think that it is we who are waiting for him, not that he ought to arrive on time. As these words were spoken, many in the hall couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Absurd. But upon reflection, it was exactly the sort of thing Albert would do. The portly Five Elder Star's expression grew even more grim. "Arrogance," he said coldly. "Today, I will make him understand that before the world government, no one has the right to be arrogant." In a corner, Kizaru tilted his head toward Akainu. "Sakazuki, you look quite grim." Akainu replied icily, "What are you trying to say?" Kizaru drawled, "I'm merely concerned about your injuries. After all being so thoroughly beaten by Mr. Albert last time, it's truly admirable that you're still sitting here now." Akainu's fingers tightened around his cane. Several vice admirals nearby immediately lowered their heads, pretending not to hear a thing. Akainu's voice was low. "Physical wounds heal. Broken bones mend, burns recover. But those words, I will repay them sooner or later." Kizaru raised an eyebrow. "Which words, eh?" Akainu lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the defendant's stand. "You still have a long way to go." These words, spoken through his teeth, carried an uncontainable fury. That day when Albert had looked down at him and uttered that sentence, Akainu would never forget it for the rest of his life. More than the physical trauma, those words were like a nail driven deep into his pride. He was a Navy admiral, the highest combat power of the Marines. Yet before Albert, he was nothing more than an unworthy challenger. This humiliation was unacceptable. "I will grow stronger." Akainu's voice was heavy. "One day I will make him take back those words." After hearing this, Kizaru slowly turned to Aokiji and lowered his voice. "Kazan, with Sakazuki working so hard lately, you must be feeling the pressure, right?" Aokiji's gaze turned icy as he shot a look at Kizaru. Kizaru immediately looked up at the ceiling. How terrifying. Just then, thud, the heavy doors of the trial hall slowly swung open. All sound ceased in that instant, and countless gazes turned at once. Light from outside streamed in. A figure in white robes with golden hair strode leisurely into the hall. Albert had arrived. His expression was calm, his steps unhurried, with Momosaji and Tashigi following behind him. Both women wore stern expressions, especially Tashigi, whose fingers tightened visibly around Shigure. Though Momosaji tried to maintain composure, her brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the hall, filled with Navy high command and world government officials. Only Albert wore a faint smile. He did not look like a man coming to face trial, but rather someone attending an unimportant banquet. Sengoku felt a momentary relief upon seeing him, only for his tension to return instantly. The portly Five Elder Star sat on the high platform, his expression dark to the extreme. "Albert," his voice was low and suppressed. "You have finally come." Albert stood at the center of the trial hall, sweeping his gaze across the room. Navy High Command, World Government inspectors, CP7, Army representatives, all seated in full attendance. He let out a light chuckle. Quite a crowd. Then he looked up at the portly Five Elder Star on the platform. "Waiting specially for me." At these words, quite a few people in the hall seemed to hold their breath. Here it was. Exactly as expected. Sengoku's temples throbbed. Aokiji raised an eyebrow, and the corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched, nearly letting out a laugh. Akainu meanwhile glared coldly at Albert, his fingers clenching tighter. The portly Five Elder Star's face flushed darkly. "Waiting specially for me." Was this the kind of thing a defendant should say? He had been sitting here this whole time. The Navy High Command had been sitting here. The World Government inspectors had been sitting here. And yet upon entering, Albert dared to mock them with such a tone. The fury in the portly Five Elder Star's chest nearly erupted on the spot. He forcibly suppressed his anger, his palm pressing against the table, his voice squeezing through gritted teeth. "Take your place. Albert, this is a trial, not a place for idle chatter." Albert glanced at him and walked toward the defendant's stand. Momosaji and Tashigi halted near the accountability stand. Neither spoke. Yet Momosaji's gaze never left Albert, her heart still tight with unease. Tashigi's throat was parched, as she knew all too well the terror concealed beneath Albert's current gentle demeanor. The portly Five Elder Star was also watching Albert. No, to be precise, he was probing Albert with his observation hockey. The earlier probe at the port had led him to believe Albert was nothing special. But that glance in the plaza and the moment Albert had vanished from his perception had planted a thorn of doubt in his mind. Now, with Albert right before him, the portly Five Elder Star refused to believe he couldn't see through him. He pushed his observation hockey to its limit. An invisible web of perception descended from the high platform layer upon layer, enveloping Albert. Blood, energy, breath, muscles, hockey fluctuations, and that scorching power within him that should not exist in a human body. The portly Five Elder Star had maintained a cold expression, but in the next moment his face changed. No, utterly wrong. At dawn from the high window, the Albert he had since possessed an aura barely stronger than an average vice admiral, less stable than even Momosagi's. But now standing in the trial hall, Albert's aura had surged dramatically. Not just a little, a massive leap. That power was like a sun hidden within his body, steadily climbing from the depths. Scorching, heavy, growing, ever stronger. The portly Five Elder Star's pupils contracted slightly. How was this possible? How much time had passed? From dawn to now, only a few hours. How could a person's aura elevate to such a degree in so short a time? He remained unyielding, intensifying his observation hockey once more. During the second probe, Albert's aura was even stronger than before. The Fat Elder Star felt a jolt in his heart and immediately conducted a third probe, which revealed an even greater strength. On the fourth attempt, it was still stronger. With each sensation, Albert grew more powerful than the last moment. It was neither an illusion nor a gradual unveiling of hidden strength. Rather, it was Albert himself continuously growing stronger at a pace that completely defied reason. The Fat Elder Star's palm unconsciously tightened, causing slight cracks to appear on the table. He sat on the high platform, his expression changing for the first time. In the early morning, he had felt like an ordinary vice admiral, but now he was nearing the level of a general, and he was not stopping. He was still rising, still advancing. This extraordinary change left the usually confident Elder Star filled with suspicion and disbelief. The Fat Elder Star stared intently at Albert. He sat on the high platform, maintaining the dignity expected of an Elder Star, yet his fingers gripping the edge of the table were slowly sinking into the wood. Crack! A faint sound echoed. The nearby world government inspector heard the noise and instinctively looked up, but immediately bowed his head again. No one dared to ask, nor did anyone know what the Fat Elder Star was sensing at that moment. When hockey training reaches a profound level, each has its own ultimate form. Armament hockey, when practiced to the extreme, can be released outward, shatter bodies, or transform into flowing cherry blossoms, destroying enemies from within. Observation hockey also has two supreme directions. One is training perception to an extremely refined and precise level, allowing one to accurately judge an opponent's strength based on their aura, blood flow, hockey movement, and physical burden. Like the monster Rayleigh, who can stand in a crowd and discern who is strong, who is weak, who can threaten him, and who is merely fodder. The other is pushing observation hockey to the edge of time, enabling one to briefly foresee the future. Katakuri walks this path. The proudest aspect of the Fat Elder Star is that he has rarely managed to reach the pinnacle of both paths. He can see brief glimpses of the future and accurately assess the strength level of his enemies. For decades, he has made no mistakes. Whether it be Marine admirals, the Four Emperors' officers, or monsters of the underground world, as long as they are within the range of his perception, their strengths and weaknesses are almost impossible to hide. This is his confidence, and the reason he dares to sit here and personally judge Albert. But now for the first time he begins to doubt his observation hockey. For in his perception, Albert's aura was wildly surging. It was not a gradual increase, nor was it a gradual unveiling of hidden strength. Instead, every second, he grew stronger than the last. When Albert walked into the judgment hall, his aura was merely approaching the level of a general. With his first step, his strength surged. With the second step, it surged again. With the third step, it increased once more. By the time he stood before the judgment seat, the intense power hidden within him was nearly on par with that of a true general. And now Albert simply stood there without making a move, without speaking, and even without releasing his hockey. Yet his strength continued to rise like a sun ascending from the horizon. Higher and higher, brighter and brighter. It could not be suppressed, nor could it be blocked. The Fat Elder Star's throat tightened slightly. How is this possible? His voice was low, barely audible, as if he were the only one who could hear it. He forcibly pushed his observation hockey to the limit, the images of the future flickering before his eyes, brief, blurry, yet real. In the next second, Albert still stood there. In the following second, Albert still did not move. But each Albert in the fleeting future images was more terrifying than the last. Cold sweat began to bead on the Fat Elder Star's forehead, and he didn't even dare to blink. For if he blinked, Albert would only become stronger. This was a change beyond what a normal human could experience. He had witnessed the awakening of Zoan-type abilities, seen monstrous physiques, and understood that some powers within the devil fruits were so bizarre they could not be judged by common sense. But the speed of enhancement before him completely surpassed his understanding. Below the high platform, the judgment hall was shrouded in silence. Albert stood before the judgment seat, not taking a seat voluntarily. The Fat Elder Star did not speak either. The judgment that was supposed to commence immediately after Albert's arrival was thus stalled. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Everyone was waiting. Yet the Fat Elder Star on the high platform did not utter the first question of accountability. Finally, a vice admiral could no longer hold back and lowered his voice. Why hasn't it started yet? Everyone is here. Why isn't Elder Star saying anything? Are we waiting for some documents? Surely not. The accountability documents have long been placed on the table. Then why the delay? Whispers began to spread throughout the hall. The members of the military law department exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to remind. The world government inspector had his head bowed, deeply fearing he might be singled out by the fat elder star at this moment. Sengoku sat next to the main seat, his brow furrowing tighter. He glanced at Albert and then at the fat elder star. Albert appeared calm, so calm that he didn't seem like someone being judged, yet the fat elder star seemed off. On that plump face, the anger and arrogance that once pressed down seemed to have been suppressed by something, leaving only stiffness. Sengoku's heart sank. What is he doing? Carp, sitting in the back row, folded his arms across his chest, unusually not eating senbei. He stared at the fat elder star for a few seconds, muttering softly, "This old fellow isn't suddenly backing down, is he?" The nearby vice admirals turned pale at this remark. Only Carp would dare to say such things. Admiral Tsuru sat on the other side, gently tapping her fingers on the table, her gaze shifting between Albert and the fat elder star. She had originally thought that the fat elder star would directly set the tone the moment Albert entered. First label him, then suppress his identity, and finally force Albert to plead guilty. This would align with the world government's usual practices. But now the fat elder star had actually fallen silent, so silent that it was incomprehensible. Admiral Tsuru whispered, "Strange." "What's strange?" a nearby officer asked. Tsuru did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Albert. Albert had indeed been too cooperative today. He came to the judgment hall, without flipping the table, without making a move, and without directly mocking the elder star. Even after being late, he only said a couple of non-committal remarks. Given Albert's previous behavior, such as slaying Virgo in the conference hall and crushing the Den Mushi in Dressrosa, this could be considered an unusual restraint. But now the elder star was the one remaining silent. This was illogical. Tsuru slowly said, "This shouldn't be the rhythm." In the corner, Kizaru leaned against the back of his chair, hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression still lazy. Yet his eyes had not left Albert. Akainu, sitting beside him, had a hard expression. "What have you noticed?" "It's quite terrifying. Albert's current state is very similar to how he was during yesterday's strategic meeting." Akainu furrowed his brow. "Yesterday?" Kizaru drawled. "It was the same yesterday. It seemed fine at first, but as time went on, things became more and more off." As he spoke, he glanced toward the portly Gorosei member on the high platform. "That esteemed one seems to have noticed it too." Akainu snorted. "Noticed what?" Kizaru did not answer immediately. He recalled how during yesterday's strategy meeting, Albert's oppressive presence had grown increasingly overwhelming as time passed. In the morning, he was merely formidable, but by noon, he had transformed into a monster of an entirely different caliber. Kizaru had encountered many powerhouses and witnessed countless outlandish abilities. Yet Albert's state defied all reason. His voice dropped to a whisper. Perhaps he realized he misjudged someone. Akainu remained silent, but his fingers tightened around his cane. No one knew the terror of Albert better than he. Those words, "You're still far from it," still weighed heavily on his heart. On the high platform, the portly Gorosei member could no longer spare a thought for the murmurs below. He heard them all, every word. But now those doubts, speculations, and whispers no longer mattered. All his focus was fixed on Albert, his Kinbunshika haki sweeping over him again and again. Each time Albert's power level shattered his previous assessment. Lower admiral, mid-admiral, upper admiral. Then a breakthrough. A slight tremor ran through the flab on the portly Gorosei's face. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In his previous judgment, Albert had already crossed the threshold of admiral and stepped into a realm equal to his own. But before he could even accept this, Albert grew stronger again. The solar magic sealed within him surged upward as if it had no end. Every second, every minute, its peak climbed higher. The portly Gorosei's breathing grew heavy. Finally, he understood why Kong had made that call. "I'm not here to protect Albert. I'm here to save your life." Those words echoed in his mind once more. At the time, he had found them absurd, thinking Kong had grown senile, cowed by an army general. But now a chill ran down his spine. Kong had not been exaggerating, the old man had truly been warning him. No, he had been saving him. The portly Gorosei's fingers trembled slightly, but he immediately suppressed the tremor. He was a Gorosei. He could not show weakness here. Especially not before the Navy's high command, the Army's representatives, and the world government's inspectors. Yet the feedback from his Kinbunshika haki struck his arrogance like a series of heavy hammers. Albert had already surpassed him and was still climbing. At this rate of growth, in a little while he would be crushed to the point of being unable to even lift his head. A bead of cold sweat finally trickled down the wrinkles on the portly Gorosei's forehead. An inspector noticed it, his heart leaping. The esteemed Gorosei is sweating. He couldn't believe it. The temperature in the judgment hall was not high. In fact, due to the special location of the high-level meeting area, it was even cooler than outside. Yet the portly Gorosei was sweating. The inspector's lips moved, but he dared not utter a single word. Time continued to pass, and the trial ground to a complete halt. Over half an hour later, the murmurs in the hall could no longer be contained. "What's going on? It started past 9, and it's almost 10 now. Why isn't the Gorosei speaking? Albert isn't saying anything either, just standing there. Is this still a trial?" A major general from the military justice department couldn't help but look at Sengoku, lowering his voice. "Fleet Admiral, should we remind them?" Sengoku's expression was grim. "Remind whom?" The major general fell silent instantly. "Remind Albert. Or remind the Gorosei." Neither was someone he could touch. Momosaji stood by the accountability stand, her brow furrowing tighter and tighter. She couldn't understand why the portly Gorosei was silent, but she could feel Albert's presence growing stronger. It wasn't a release of haki or deliberate intimidation, but a higher level of oppression growing silently. She had experienced it firsthand yesterday and today, especially yesterday evening on the warship when Albert triggered the sun within his heart. That power had nearly sunk the entire vessel. Though it wasn't as explosive as that moment, this continuous intensification was even more unsettling. Tashigi, standing beside her, spoke softly. Vice Admiral Momosaji. Why hasn't it started yet? Momosaji shook her head. I don't know. Tashigi whispered. The Gorosei seems off. Momosaji glanced at the high platform and said quietly, don't speak nonsense. Tashigi immediately fell silent, but she felt the same unease. She had seen the portly Gorosei roar through a den mushy. That condescending tone, casually deciding others' fates, was almost suffocating. Yet now, with Albert standing right before him, he couldn't utter a single sentence of judgment. The scene was too strange. Time crept toward 11 o'clock, and the sunlight outside the window grew stronger. The Navy headquarters plaza was brightly lit, and the light streamed through the high windows of the Judgment Hall, falling upon Albert's white clothes and golden hair. At that moment, the portly Gorosei Kenbunshika Haki felt as if it were scorched. Stronger, even stronger than before, and the rate of increase had accelerated. If Albert's power had been climbing step by step earlier, it was now sprinting. The portly Gorosei's mind reeled. He sensed a familiar, yet instinctively fearsome pressure from Albert. It was not that of a Navy admiral, not an emperor, and not even his own level. That feeling of looking down from on high, of dominating all, reminded him of the deepest part of Pangaea, castle, the being seated upon the empty throne. Imsama. The portly Gorosei's expression changed completely. He felt a pressure from Albert that rivaled that of Imsama. Even if it was just a fleeting illusion, it was enough to shake his spirit. For he knew all too well what it meant. A Gorosei at the very apex of the world government had developed a feeling of looking up to an army general. Absurd yet real. The portly Gorosei's throat went dry, his back soaked with cold sweat. He wanted to speak, to follow the prepared indictment and condemn Albert with his first sentence. But the words caught in his throat. He suddenly wasn't sure what consequences would follow if he spoke. Would it be silence, a rebuttal, or a sun falling right into the Judgment Hall? The 11 o'clock bells rang from a distance across Navy headquarters. Dong dong dong. The somber tolling echoed into the hall one by one. Everyone realized the trial had dragged on for far too long. Albert finally looked up. He gazed at the portly Gorosei on the high platform, that same faint, composed smile on his face. Since you want to judge me. His voice was not loud, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears. Why hasn't it started? With a single sentence, the tribunal fell into absolute silence. There was no roar of fury, no overbearing aura unleashed, nor any explicit threat. Yet the obese elder star felt as though an invisible mountain was pressing down upon his head. Those plain words carried a supreme arrogance. It was not a provocation nor a mockery, but a condescension that was even more suffocating. Like one standing atop the clouds looking down to ask an ant on the ground, "Are you ready?" The obese elder star was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Albert before the judgment seat, at that face, so calm, it was almost gentle, at the terrifying aura that swelled as sunlight fell upon him. At this moment, the obese elder star was utterly disoriented. He could no longer tell whether he was judging Albert or Albert was judging him. As Albert's question fell, the gaze of everyone in the tribunal converged on the obese elder star. On the high platform, he sat motionless, but sweat trickled down the wrinkles on his forehead. Beside the accountability stand, Tashigi's fingers tightened around the hilt of Shigeru. She could sense that Mr. Albert had changed, not in appearance nor in tone, but in that intangible pressure. Moments ago, though he commanded attention, he still resembled the gentle, elegant man from the warship at night. But now, as he spoke his accusation, that sharp and commanding presence had returned. It was exactly as it had been in the conference hall yesterday. Back then, Mr. Albert was the same. He sat calmly at first, listening to the arguments. Then he rose, slew Virgo, and suppressed the entire assembly into silence. Tashigi's throat tightened as she whispered, "Vice Admiral Momosaji." Momosaji did not look at her gaze fixed on Albert's back. "Don't speak." Her voice was soft, but laced with obvious tension. She too had sensed that the aura around Albert was growing perilous. It was not mere killing intent, but a sensation of overwhelming dominance. Like when the sun rises to its zenith, all shadows must retreat on their own. In the tribunal, the Navy's high-ranking officers began to grow restless. Admiral Albert has asked a question. Why doesn't the Elder Star respond? It's been 2 hours since 9 o'clock, hasn't it? Is this a trial assembly or a standing punishment? Shoo, do you have a death wish? But the Elder Star does seem truly off. The murmurs were hushed, but the sheer number of voices made them unavoidable. Each word pierced the obese Elder Star's ears like needles stabbing his face. Of course he heard them. He could even discern every breath, every heartbeat. But he had no mind to rebuke them now. Because Albert was still growing stronger, the feedback from his observation haki grew more terrifying with each passing moment. Earlier he could barely convince himself that Albert had merely stepped into the same realm as him. But now no, the gap had widened. Albert's aura had already surpassed his own, and it was still rising. A chill ran through the obese Elder Star's heart. How could this be? How could a person's strength in just a few short hours surge from above Vice Admiral level to surpass him? This was not training, this was a monster. No, even monsters weren't this absurd. Below the high platform, Albert still stood before the judgment seat. He did not ask a second time. But it was this very silence that made the obese Elder Star feel as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. Sengoku, sitting to the side, furrowed his brow deeper. Watching the Elder Star's reaction, his sense of unease grew stronger. Had this Elder Star truly lost his nerve? It shouldn't be. When he stormed into the office last night, his ferocious expression was still vivid. Just now on the Den Den Mushi, he had spoken with such finality. He would hold a public accountability, punish Albert, and uphold the world government's authority. But now with Albert standing right before him, he couldn't even utter the first line of the judgment. Garp, sitting in the back row, twitched his lips and whispered, "I thought he was tougher than this." Admiral Tsuru shot him a glance. "Shut up." Garp pursed his lips and for once did not continue. The obese Elder Star's complexion grew uglier by the second. He was trapped in a true dilemma. Hold the trial. How? Should he speak publicly, declare Albert guilty? For killing Doflamingo without authorization? For defying the Elder Star's orders? Say that he must submit to the world government's judgment? He had rehearsed these words countless times last night. Each one could have forced an ordinary officer to bow their head on the spot. But applied to Albert, he suddenly felt uncertain. Because if Albert refused to accept it, if Albert questioned him publicly, if Albert resorted to force, this trial would instantly become a joke. No, a catastrophe. But if he didn't hold the trial? He, a venerable Elder Star, had rushed overnight from Mary Geoise to Marineford, convening the Navy's High Command, Army representatives, world government inspectors, and CP7. He had made such a grand display. And now when Albert arrived, he said nothing and then backed down. Where would that leave the face of the Elder Stars? Where would that leave the noble dignity of the Celestial Dragons? How would the Navy view him afterward? How would the world government inspectors see him? And CP7. The obese Elder Star clenched his jaw, his fingers pressing into the table. Crack. The edge of the table split a little more. He could not retreat, at least not like this. He was an Elder Star, one of the highest authorities of the world government. Even if Albert's power had skyrocketed, he might not truly dare to kill him in the Navy headquarters before everyone. Yes, he might not dare. The obese Elder Star forcibly suppressed the chill in his heart, slowly raised his hand, and braced it on the table. He prepared to stand to test the waters, not with full force, just to probe Albert's limits. Even if he could only suppress his aura a little, he could reclaim the situation. As long as everyone saw that the Elder Star could still overawe Albert, this trial could continue. The moment the thought crossed the obese Elder Star's mind, he began to channel his power. But just as he was about to rise, his observation haki suddenly triggered abnormally. The scene 5 seconds into the future flooded his mind. In the vision, he attacked with explosive force, his corpulent body moving with a speed that belied his appearance. The high platform shattered, the desk splintered. He struck a palm toward Albert, his armament haki as black as iron, causing the entire tribunal to tremble. The surrounding Navy officers retreated. CP7 members drew their weapons, and the world government inspector's face turned pale with terror. But Albert did not dodge. He did not even move a step. That palm coated in armament haki stopped less than an inch from Albert's body, as if it had collided with an invisible barrier of the sun. It could not advance, could not wound him, could not even stir his clothes. The next second, Albert raised his hand, the motion slow, as if he had been waiting there all along. His palm directly clamped onto the obese Elder Star's head. The obese Elder Star struggled, tried to erupt, to shake him off with haki. But it was useless. That hand pressed down like a stone, forcing all his power back into his body. Then golden flames surged from Albert's palm. There was no time for a prolonged scream, nor any chance to counterattack. In an instant, the entire head of the Fat 5 Elder Star was engulfed in flames, his body following suit. The black suit turned to ash, and his corpulent form was completely consumed by the raging fire before the eyes of all present. 5 seconds. No, he didn't even last 5 seconds. The vision of the future abruptly ceased. The Fat 5 Elder Star snapped back to reality, his entire body rigid in his seat, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His fingers resting on the table trembled uncontrollably. That was no ordinary premonition, it was the future. He had seen his own death. He saw himself using all his power, yet failing to harm even a single strand of Albert's hair. He saw himself being grabbed by the head by Albert and instantly incinerated to ashes. That overwhelming sense of reality made the Fat 5 Elder Star's chest feel tight, almost suffocating. He finally understood completely. Sengoku hadn't exaggerated, Garp hadn't been bluffing, and the strange reactions of Kizaru and Akainu were not without reason. Albert was not someone he could interrogate, let alone test. Before this man, his so-called status as a 5 Elder Star, the nobility of a celestial dragon, and the supreme authority of the world government all crumbled before that hand. Dignity, face, compared to his life, what were they worth? The Fat 5 Elder Star sat there, the arrogance on his face fading bit by bit. He could hear the murmurs below growing louder. What's going on? Why is the 5 Elder Star sweating so much? He can't actually be scared, can he? Don't talk nonsense, that's a 5 Elder Star. But he's been silent for so long. Admiral Albert's single question has him stumped. The Fat 5 Elder Star's face twitched violently. Under normal circumstances, he would have had CP7 drag these murmurers away. But now he couldn't even muster the will to be angry. He looked up at Albert, who was still standing there. White coat, golden hair, a calm expression, neither aggressive nor revealing any murderous intent. Yet the Fat Five Elder Star knew deep down that if he said one wrong word, the future he had just foreseen could become reality. In the judgment hall, everyone awaited his answer. The Fat Five Elder Star took a deep breath, a very slow one, as if pressing down all the arrogance in his chest. Then he spoke. His voice no longer held the icy haughtiness of the previous night. It had even softened noticeably. Don Quixote Doflamingo deserved his death. The moment these words were uttered, the judgment hall erupted. What? Did I hear that correctly? The Five Elder Star says Doflamingo deserved to die. Then what's the point of this trial? Wasn't this supposed to be about holding Admiral Albert accountable? Sengoku jerked his head up, his face full of shock. Garp opened and closed his mouth, forgetting to even put the rice cracker in his hand into his mouth. Akiji sat up a little straighter, and Kizaru's eyes widened slightly for once. Akaina's expression grew darker, staring at the Fat Five Elder Star on the high platform without a word. The world government inspectors were all dumbfounded. They had prepared a stack of materials for the indictment, even written out recommendations for punishment. Yet the Five Elder Star presiding over the trial had opened with the statement that Doflamingo deserved to die. The Fat Five Elder Star could feel the gazes coming from all directions. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and a hint of barely concealed strangeness. But he could no longer afford to care about that. He continued. Don Quixote Doflamingo for a long time controlled Dressrosa, deceived the world government, secretly operated an underground arms trade, and harmed the citizens of member nations. Although this man was a warlord of the sea, his crimes are numerous, and he is no longer worthy of that status. Albert's disposal of him, though not reported in advance, was not wrong in terms of the outcome. The judgment hall fell silent for a moment. Then hushed murmurs spread once more. Not wrong. The Five Elder Star personally admitted it. Then Admiral Albert is in the clear. All this fanfare, and it ends like this. This is ridiculous. Wasn't yesterday's talk about the scale being comparable to Zephyr's defection? The CP7 members stood at the four corners, frozen like stone statues. They had accompanied the Five Elder Star, expecting to witness the supreme power of the world government suppress an arrogant army admiral. But now they witnessed the Five Elder Star publicly changing his tune. Not only did he not pursue the matter, but he also acknowledged that Albert's killing was justified. Tashigi stood frozen, her eyes wide behind her glasses. She instinctively looked at Momosaji. Vice Admiral Momosaji, is this over? Momosaji was also somewhat dazed. She had already prepared herself to accept disciplinary action, even thinking that she and Tashigi might be stripped of their positions on the spot. But who would have thought that the Fat Five Elder Star would withdraw the trial himself? Momosaji looked at Albert's back, and a deeper layer of awe grew in her heart. This man hadn't even raised a hand, he just stood there and asked a single question. And the Five Elder Star had bowed his head. On the high platform, the Fat Five Elder Star struggled to maintain a calm facade. He no longer wanted to stay. Every second he lingered, Albert seemed to grow stronger. Every moment he faced him, the future vision of being consumed by flames became clearer. He had to leave immediately. Leave Marineford and return to Mary Geoise. As long as he returned there, at least he had Sama and the true foundation of the world government. The Fat Five Elder Star stood up and said in a deep voice, since the facts are clear, there is no need to continue this trial. The matter of Doflamingo's death ends here. Albert's actions were not wrong. The related accountability for Momosaji Gion and Tashigi is also cancelled. After saying this, he didn't even look at Sengoku. I will return to Mary Geoise and report the results. The judgment hall was left in stunned silence. Sengoku looked at the Fat Five Elder Star, unable to speak for a long time. Was it over just like that? He had rushed over last night, slammed the table, cursing the Navy's incompetence, and insisted on personally trying Albert. Today, after delaying for 2 hours, he opened his mouth and instead declared Albert innocent. The turnaround was so swift that Sengoku wondered if he had misheard. Kizaru muttered softly, how terrifying. Akaina said coldly, he's scared. This time Kizaru did not refute. Because everyone could see that the Fat Five Elder Star was eager to leave. He didn't even wait for the proceedings to conclude, didn't let the Military Justice Department announce the adjournment, and didn't let the inspectors record the aftermath. He just wanted to leave. The Fat Five Elder Star stepped down from the high platform. The CP7 members snapped out of it and quickly followed. The world government inspectors also hurriedly gathered their documents, their expressions stiff, as if they hadn't yet processed this absurd reversal. But just as the Fat Five Elder Star was about to step off the high platform and leave through the side door, Albert finally spoke again. Wait. 2 words not heavy yet, they made the obese Five Elder Star halt mid-step. His back stiffened, and the CP7 members instantly stopped, as well, no one daring to move forward. Albert stood still, his tone indifferent. As for something like the 7 warlords, if I wish to kill, I kill. The obese Elder Star's throat tightened, but he did not turn back. Albert's voice continued. If you summon me again over such trivial matters. He paused, his tone still calm. Then from now on there will only be 4 Elder Stars left in this world. A chill ran down the obese Elder Star's spine. He understood those words. The trial hall fell into utter silence, no one daring to speak or even breathe heavily. The obese Elder Star stood frozen, his corpulent body rigid for a full 2 seconds. Then without a word he fled in a fluster with his CP-7 agents and world government inspectors. The moment the obese Elder Star left, the doors of the trial hall were still swinging. His steps were so swift that the CP-7 members behind him could barely keep up. The one who had just been so lofty spouting judgments now dared not even glance back at Albert. That obese silhouette exuded nothing but panic. Albert stood before the judgment seat, white-robed and golden-haired, his expression serene. At that moment, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected host has breached the psychological defenses of one of the 5 Elder Stars using the Sin of Pride template. Target's psyche has collapsed, a defeat confirmed. Congratulations, host, on achieving a defeat. Sin of Pride template fusion progress increased. Current fusion progress, 66. Note: defeating the same Elder Star again with this template will no longer grant fusion progress. Host may switch to other 7 Deadly Sins templates to continue achieving defeats against similar targets. Albert's brow twitched slightly. 66. Only 4 away from the stage reward at 70. He had originally thought that today's trial would require real combat to count as a defeat. Unexpectedly, he had stood there the entire time without taking a single step forward, and the Elder Star had already crumbled. It turned out that defeat did not necessarily mean being reduced to ashes. As long as the opponent's pride collapsed and fear overwhelmed their dignity, the system would still deem it a victory. Albert understood. He couldn't farm progress from the obese Elder Star with the Pride template anymore, but that didn't mean it was worthless. There were other Elder Stars, and the 7 Deadly Sins templates were not limited to Pride alone. In the future, using other templates, he could crush these so-called supreme authorities of the world government one by one, and his progress would still rise. Since that was the case, there was no need to rush for a kill. A living Elder Star was more useful than a dead one, especially when he was only 4 away from 70. A flicker of anticipation stirred in Albert's heart. What would the 70 gift package contain? In the trial hall, no one had yet recovered from the scene that had just unfolded. No one knew about the system prompt in Albert's mind. They had only witnessed one thing: the Elder Star had arrived with great fanfare, traveling overnight from Mary Geoise to Marineford, accompanied by CP-7 and world government inspectors, summoning the Navy's top brass and putting on a show of publicly settling accounts with Albert. And the result? No trial was held, no accusations were made. The obese Elder Star first remained silent for 2 hours, then personally admitted that Doflamingo deserved his death and cancelled the censure of Momosaji and Tashigi. Finally, after Albert's remark, "From now on there will only be 4 Elder Stars," the obese Elder Star simply left. Though it was called a departure, everyone present could see clearly. It wasn't a departure, it was a flight. An Elder Star had been frightened off by Albert. This was so absurd that many Navy officers remained seated for a long time, not daring to move. Just now, did I see that right? The obese Elder Star really left. Admiral Albert said just a few words, and he left. That was an Elder Star. But the way he looked just now, he was clearly afraid. When the last sentence was uttered, the faces of several nearby Navy officers changed. Yet no one refuted it, because they all thought the same. Sengoku, seated beside the main chair, wore an expression of extreme complexity. He had already prepared for the worst. That Albert and the obese Elder Star would clash on the spot, the trial hall would be scorched by the sun, and Marineford would descend into chaos before Whitebeard even arrived. But the outcome completely exceeded his expectations. Albert hadn't made a move, yet the obese Elder Star had retreated first. This was even more unnerving than a full-blown battle, because it meant that Albert hadn't relied on his fists, his flames, or a direct confrontation. He had simply stood there and crushed the Elder Star's spirit. An indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up in Sengoku's heart. Over the years, though the Navy was nominally the world government's strongest armed force, it had never been the one making the real decisions. A single order from the 5 Elder Stars, and the Navy had to obey. The Shichibukai system, the Navy had to accept it despite its discontent. When a celestial dragon was in trouble, an admiral had to be dispatched. Countless times Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, had to struggle to navigate between orders and justice. Today, for the first time, he saw an Elder Star suffer a humiliating defeat, and so thoroughly. Garp, sitting in the back row, had forgotten to chew his rice crackers. After a long moment, he let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, that was truly pathetic." Admiral Tsuru shot him a glance. "Keep your voice down." Garp lowered his voice a little, but couldn't suppress his laughter. "I can't help it. Usually they act like they're above everyone, and today they got scared off by a single sentence. What a disgrace." Tsuru didn't argue. She looked at Albert, her gaze deeper than before. From Dressrosa to Marineford, what Albert had demonstrated was more than just power. He was dismantling an order that everyone had accepted for 800 years. The 5 Elder Stars are not to be offended. Celestial dragons are not to be offended. The world government's commands are not to be defied. Through his actions, Albert was telling everyone that it was only because no one was strong enough. Akiji leaned back in his chair, his eye mask hanging on his forehead, not pulled down. He gazed in the direction the obese Elder Star had left and muttered, "What a troublesome situation." He said that, but his tone carried little displeasure. Kizaru sat in the corner, a slight smirk on his lips. "How frightening." He said it softly, but it no longer had his usual lazy, teasing edge. His gaze fell on Albert, then shifted to the sun, rising higher outside the tall window. From dawn until now he had been observing. Albert's condition was indeed linked to the sun. The closer it got to noon, the more terrifying his aura became, and that arrogance grew ever more intense. When he first arrived at headquarters in the morning, Albert had maintained a mild demeanor. Entering the trial hall at 9, though composed, he hadn't fully erupted. But as time passed and the sun climbed higher, Albert's presence grew stronger by the inch. By after 11, the pressure had become so unbearable that even the Elder Star couldn't stay seated. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. Approaching noon makes him stronger. What a troublesome pattern. Akainu sat nearby, his face dark and menacing. He had come to see if Albert would bow to the 5 elders, but instead he witnessed the 5 elders bowing to Albert. This was even more shocking than he had imagined. Akainu's fingers gripping his cane tightened, the knuckles turning white. He disliked the celestial dragons, and he disliked the warlords even more. Yet the 5 elders represented the highest authority of the world government. No matter how strong a marine admiral was, he remained a blade within the world government system. And Albert? He stood in the courtroom, not even drawing his blade, yet he made those who held the blades begin to fear. Akainu felt a tightness in his chest. He had been severely wounded by Albert before, and naturally, there was resentment in his heart. But at this moment, beyond that resentment, a hard-totany admiration emerged. This man truly feared neither the celestial dragons nor the 5 elders. He even regarded them as mere ants. That kind of pride was not feigned, for he truly possessed the power to look down upon everything. Akainu knew clearly in his heart that the gap between himself and Albert was even greater than he had perceived during their last encounter. So vast that even the thought of catching up felt burdensome. Momosaji stood beside the inquiry seat, her chest heaving slowly. She gazed at Albert's back, and the faint red mark around her ankle seemed to burn again. Yesterday on the warship she had personally experienced this man's oppressive presence. Today she had witnessed the 5 elders retreat in defeat. The thought in Momosaji's heart of transferring to the army had not vanished, instead it had grown stronger. Tashigi, holding Shigeru, stared blankly at Albert. Her eyes behind her glasses glimmered faintly. Fear was still there, of course, but so was genuine respect. A man who could force even the 5 elders into a hasty retreat, yet remembered the dinner he casually promised her in the morning. This contrast made her heart race wildly. Just as the courtroom was still in chaos, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the corridor outside. Bang! The door was pushed open from the outside. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Kong, strode in. Behind him followed several adjutants, all drenched in sweat, clearly having rushed all the way. As soon as Kong entered, his gaze swept across the entire hall. The courtroom was not destroyed, and no one was dead. Albert was still standing, Sengoku was still seated, and the marine high-ranking officials were all unharmed. The taut nerve in Kong, which had been on the verge of snapping, finally relaxed a little. But he quickly noticed that the portly 5 elder on the main seat was gone. Kong's face changed. Where is he? Sengoku looked up at him. You're too late. Kong's heart skipped a beat. Has it already come to blows? Sengoku shook his head. No blows were exchanged. No blows. Kong was taken aback. Garp couldn't help but grin from behind. The fat old man ran off himself. Kong's eyelid twitched. Ran off. Kizaru leisurely added. To be precise, he declared Admiral Albert free of any wrongdoing, then hastily left with his entourage. Kong stood there silent for a long time. He had imagined countless scenarios. The portly 5 elder pressuring Albert's fury. Albert flipping the table on the spot, the portly 5 elder retaliating. Sengoku and Garp stepping in to mediate, Marineford erupting prematurely. But he never expected that the portly 5 elder would back down and leave on his own. After a moment of silence, Kong could only let out a long sigh. I advised him long ago, but he wouldn't listen. He had to humiliate himself. The words were not harsh, yet they brought a wave of satisfaction to many Marines. Indeed, self-inflicted humiliation. If the portly 5 elder had not come, he could at least have preserved the lofty mystery of the 5 elders. But he came, put on a grand show, and was forced to bow by Albert. In that moment, his loss of face was more devastating than a crushed den mushi. Kong quickly composed himself, his gaze falling on a document in Sengoku's hands. His brow furrowed immediately. Sengoku had just received the declaration from Dressrosa sent by Momonga, which he hadn't had time to process, and beside it lay several documents related to the warlord conscription. The moment Kong saw the sealed document in Sengoku's hand, wariness arose in his heart. At this time, Sengoku wasn't thinking of recruiting Albert, was he? The Marines already had 3 admirals, 1 fleet admiral, and the hero Garp. If they pulled a monster like Albert into their ranks, what would be left for the army? Kong walked over and asked in a deep voice, "What's that in your hand?" Sengoku, already irritated, casually raised the document. Warlord appointment papers. Kong's gaze sharpened. For whom? Marshal D. Teach. Sengoku said Blackbeard. The wariness in Kong's heart eased considerably. As long as it wasn't an appointment for Albert. He glanced over the document's contents, his brow furrowing again. Blackbeard. The one who captured Fire Fist Ace to secure the warlord position. Sengoku nodded. Currently the only warlord who has clearly responded to the summons and is willing to assist the Marines against Whitebeard. As he spoke, his face grew even more grim. Doflamingo was dead. Boa Hancock was stalling. Mihawk's stance was unclear, and Kuma's situation was unique. Jimby, due to his ties with Whitebeard and Fishman Island, could never be reliably cooperative. Moria had been somewhat obedient before, but relying on him to confront Whitebeard Sengoku himself found it unreliable. Blackbeard had ironically become the most proactive of the lot. That was the most bitter irony. Kong nodded, then turned his gaze to Albert. He walked up to Albert, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. Albert, regarding this matter. Albert did not look at him, nor did he even respond. Kong's words caught in his throat. Many in the courtroom twitched at the corners of their mouths. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces had initiated a conversation and been ignored. For anyone else, this would be a grave discourtesy. But for Albert, everyone found it perfectly normal. After all, he had just frightened off a 5 elder. Kong being ignored as commander-in-chief didn't seem all that surprising. Kong's face stiffened for a moment, but he held back. He now had a sufficiently clear understanding of Albert's temperament. As long as no one was burned, it wasn't a big deal. Albert reached out and picked up the document from Sengoku's desk. Sengoku was startled. "What are you doing?" Albert opened it and glanced at it. A warlord appointment. Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. A faint smile curled at the corner of Albert's lips. He had just been wondering where to find the remaining 4. He couldn't keep exploiting the sin of arrogance from the 5 elders for now. Unexpectedly, a ready-made target was lying right on the table. The Yami Yami no Mi darkness that devours all. And he himself was the sun. Darkness and the sun, which was truly stronger. Quite intriguing. Albert closed the document and said calmly, "I will deliver this appointment." Sengoku's face instantly changed. "You?" He shot to his feet. "No." The reaction was so intense that even Kong shot him a glance.